Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is Yamazakura in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 15, 14. When Sakura wakes in the early hours of the morning, it's with a sick feeling in her core. It's close enough to the feeling of your stomach rising up into your throat that comes with nerves that, still groggy and gritty-eyed, she decides that's what it is and heads off to make use of the onsen one last time. The feeling doesn't ease when they head out. But that isn't enough to rouse her suspicion. Her nerves have been frayed and raw ever since they left Ryokai Cave. No amount of soft futons and warm water would change that. As they make their way towards the harbor, the feeling only grows. Sakura's breathing comes in quicker and shallower the closer they get. When Yugo asks her what's wrong, she tells him she's fine. A lie, but one she's told often enough that she knows he won't press her. Once they arrive at the edge of the harbor, the water, and their ship in sight, Sakura starts to think it through. It's not just nerves. Her heart is beating like a rabbit's and her palms are sweating despite the stormy morning chill. And it isn't just her. While Zayden is as calm as ever, Suijitsu is fidgeting and holding his shoulders tense, while Yugo has been at the edge of a meltdown since the moment he woke. Woven through it all is a prickling chill running up and down her spine. But that can't be right. This feeling, the only precedent she has for it is when she was near Orochimaru, or Zabuza, or any other ninja whose well of chakra was so vast she knew instinctually they could destroy her. But she's only felt that when very close to ninja of that caliber. The only ninja close to her now are Yugo and Suijitsu. The only other explanation would be a ninja whose power is so great their chakra can be felt over greater distances. Sakura shudders at the thought and roughly shoves it down. They need to get to their ship. Sakura's pace quickens with her nerves and she almost overtakes Zayden. Her eyes dart to the water. The tide is rough, the seas crashing hard against the shore, foaming like the mouth of a rabid dog. If it stays like this, or gets worse, they might be stuck here for sage knows how much longer. Suijitsu stops in his tracks. His eyes won't stay still, flitting from the sea to the sky and back again faster than Sakura can track before going wide. Suijitsu whips around to face them all and hisses, "We need to get away from the water. Now." Sakura jolts back, "What? What is it? What's wrong?" "There's no time," he bites out through grit teeth, backpedaling off the road and towards the buildings. "It's too late, we have to run." Sakura glances over her shoulder to see the tide receding farther than any low tide she's ever seen. It keeps pulling back, the water swirling up into a wave that casts a shadow over the whole harbor. Sakura's heart leaps into her mouth. From the corner of her eye she catches Yugo sprinting after Suijitsu, Zayden stumbling after him. "Zayden! There's no time to be clever." Cursed chakra bursts from her shoulder. Sakura sprints as fast as Orochimaru's power will let her and wraps both arms around Zayden's middle. Without this chakra, she wouldn't be able to lift him. With it, she throws him over her shoulders in a fireman's carry and races after Yugo and Suijitsu. Suijitsu leads them down a side street and hooks a left, putting a whole row of buildings between them and the sea when the tidal wave finally crashes onto Chikyo. It hits hard enough to shake the earth. Buildings break beneath the wave, sending hulking chunks of stone and steel hurtling in all directions. Sakura doesn't need hand signs for practice brick jutsu anymore. As she runs she sends earth chakra down into the cobblestone through her feet. A wall shoots up from the ground at a diagonal, sheltering Sakura's team from the water and rubble. They all roll to a stop beneath it. The wave washes up and over the incline, coming down in a white waterfall that blocks their view of the chaos beyond. Zayden forces his way off of Sakura's shoulders only to huddle in tight with the rest of the team as they wait it out. The last of the seawater sloughs off their shelter. Chikyo's waterfront is in pieces. All the windows in what buildings still stand have broken, the shattered glass floating in the flooded roads. Wood and stone debris are scattered across the waterfront like oracle bones. The electric lights have all gone out. There's an eerie silence that lasts for a few moments, where the only noise is the churning of the sea. It's broken by a shrill roar Sakura hears with her whole body. Sakura presses her hands to the ground and sends the practice brick back into the road. She concentrates cursed chakra in her shoulder blades and grits her teeth against the burning, splitting pain of her wings bursting from her back. She leaps into the air, wings beating faster and faster, sending her up past the tallest still standing buildings. She spins in midair to face the sea. In the midst of the bay, surrounded by whirlpools, is a snapping turtle the size of a mountain. But calling the creature a turtle is like calling an ocean trench a hole. Its shell is covered in spines sharp enough to cut through iron. Its jaw looks like a piece of construction equipment meant to dig canyons. It pulls itself through the water not with flippers or paws but hands. Its one eye burns a wrathful crimson. And behind it lash 3 armored tails. Sakura drops back to the ground so hard pain shoots up her legs, then turns to her team and yelps, "What the hell is the 3 tails doing here?" "I don't know," Suijutsu shouts, voice cracking, "it usually stays out in the open ocean. I've never heard of it going into a bay like this, it's never happened before." Another bone-shaking screech from the 3 tails rocks them all. It brings one titanic arm up into the air and slams it back down. Spikes of coral taller than the city watchtowers shoot up from where the 3 tails struck in a line, cutting clean through roads, buildings, and people. Sakura's jaw falls open. "Goes without saying, I suppose," Zayden calls above the chaos, "but there's no fucking way we can sail out of here with that thing in the harbor, right? Even if our ship's still intact, which is a huge if," Suijutsu replies, "the whirlpools alone would be a deal breaker. Combine that with the everything else, yeah, no, we're stuck here. We need to run," Yugo growls, raking his hands through his hair, "we need to run, run to the mountains, run from the ocean, run 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 run." Sakura almost agrees with him. But then she takes a wider look around. There are people running in every direction, trying to pry loved ones and prized possessions out of the rubble, helping others flee to higher ground, standing around in frozen shock. They're panicking, scrambling like ants whose hill has been crushed beneath a great boot. Where are Hot Water's ninja? Why is no one coordinating evacuation procedures? Why is no one facing the creature, or at least trying to lure it away? She hops into the air again to get a better view. Sakura searches high and low for the Hot Water ninja and eventually finds a scant few trying to set up a defensive perimeter around one building in the center of town. The building looks like a cross between a palace and an administrative building. For a moment, just a moment, she thinks it's being turned into a shelter. But then they slam the building's gates shut, barring anyone else from getting in. Sakura sinks back to the ground. She turns back to her team, "We can't leave them." Suijutsu's face screws up in confusion, "What? Who? These people," Sakura exclaims, "the ninja aren't. I don't know why, but they're just swarming around one building and they're not. They're not helping the people, and if no one helps them the city's going to." Zayden takes Sakura by the shoulder, turning her towards the 3 tails as he yells, "You seriously want us to go toe-to-toe with that?" Sakura throws her arms out wide and shouts, "Who else will?" Zayden stares at her, eyes wide and oddly bright, for a moment before he straightens up, "Then what's the plan?" Sakura shrinks back, "What? You're the brains of this operation, Sakura, that means you make the plans. So how are we gonna fight a tailed beast?" Sakura looks around to get an idea of what she's working with. There's no way they're gonna be able to take this thing on in a straight fight. Their best bet is to try to keep its attention off Chikyo, maybe even lure it out of the harbor. Yugo will be the least useful in that arena. He's a beast when you're fighting on the scale of human beings, but even he's an ant next to this creature. Zayden's mortar can at least annoy it, but he's going to need protection. If the gambling parlor survived, they can easily find allies there. And if Suijutsu can wrest control of the sea back from the 3 tails. Sakura squares her shoulders and barks, "Yugo, Zayden, you're with me. We're heading for the gambling parlor, we need to see if Zayden's allies are still alive. Suijutsu, I need you in the water." Suijutsu's eyes bug nearly out of his skull, "You need me where?" "I need you in the place where you're gonna do the most good," Sakura counters, "I need you to fight the 3 tails every time it tries to use the water. If you can make it work for it, it's going to make it that much harder for it to drop more tidal waves, and it'll do that much less damage. And I'm not sending you in by yourself. Everyone, back up." They give her a wide berth as Sakura rips her left glove off and runs through the hand signs for summoning jutsu. She pulls the chakra from her back, dismissing her wings, and pours it all into her hands. Sakura bites her left thumb hard enough to break skin and drops to one knee, slapping her bloodied hands on the wet stone ground. The seal unspools from beneath her palm before it explodes into a cloud of white smoke, filling the street. The texture beneath Sakura's feet changes from sodden stone to smooth scales. A gust of wind clears the smoke, revealing the gigantic form of Manda towering above the wreckage. His scales gleam like amethyst in the stormy daylight, and his piercing green eyes flick from the three tails up to Sakura in clear annoyance. Distantly, Sakura hears another surge of screams, no doubt at the sight of another gigantic monster. I suppose I don't need to ask why you summoned me, Manda growls. I will instead ask if you really think you can find enough sacrifices to make this worth my while. Sakura opens her mouth, but is interrupted by Suijutsu crowing up at Manda. Really? You need sacrifices for this? I thought the glory of being the first snake in living memory to defeat a tailed beast would be enough for you. Manda's tongue jets in and out before he abruptly leans down to Suijutsu's level, nearly throwing Sakura off his head. Child of the ocean. You're arrogant and presumptuous as always. What is glory worth if it kills you to gain it? Do you think me a fool? Suijutsu grins, stiffly folding his arms behind his head to put on a mask of relaxed confidence. No. I just think you a coward. Manda's eyes go wide. He bares his fangs, each twice as tall as Suijutsu. Sakura is certain he's going to swallow Suijutsu whole. Then he swerves, actually throwing Sakura off. Yugo catches her, just in time for her to see Manda slithering faster than she thought a creature his size could towards the shore. Suijutsu shoots her a glare that clearly says you owe me one before sprinting after Manda. Sakura swallows hard. She owes him far more than just one. Head in the game, Sakura, Zayden grunts, jostling her shoulder slightly to bring her back to the present. You said we got somewhere to go, we're going. Sakura nods rapidly, dropping out of Yugo's arms and breaking into a run. The ground shakes again beneath her feet, punctuated by another bellow from the three tails. She keeps her course steady. She's going to make it to the gambling parlor no matter what. And whatever is next can wait until she gets there. Haydn steps forward, grins, and crows. Excuse me, ladies and gentlemen, but do you have a moment to talk about Jashin? Tenten is the first to answer by flipping a scroll off her back, unspooling it, and releasing a bevy of kunao at the two intruders. Niji rushes in from the other side, Byakugan active and palms primed to strike. Kakuzu stomps one foot. The ground ripples like a wave, walls of stone rising up to meet Tenten's projectiles and knock Niji off balance. While Tenten and Niji reverse course, the Akatsuki take off. In seconds they've cleared 2/3 of the room. Lee and Guy almost land a strike each as they dart past, but Haydn whirls around in a circle, his scythe spinning with him and knocking them back. Genma bites out a swear around his senbon, his eyes darting to Tsunade. She grits her teeth, but nods. Genma looks to Rado and barks, let's go. Rado's jaw tenses. Genma takes his senbon out from between his teeth and throws it towards the rapidly approaching Akatsuki. Haydn and Kakuzu leap in opposite directions away from the projectile. Genma and Rado each form one half of the tiger sign and vanish. As quickly as they disappeared, they reappear behind Genma's senbon. Genma grabs the needle out of the air and lands in a roll, bearing down on Kakuzu. Rado draws a sword with a blade blacker than night and strikes for Haydn. The three Guardian Ninja and Kabuto Zumbu close ranks around the dignitaries. Guy lets out a high whistle and his team immediately responds, falling into a defensive position around Sasuke and Naruto. Sasuke pushes Naruto behind him with one arm and takes stock of the room. There are doors leading deeper into the palace in the back corners, but now that he's seen the speeds the Akatsuki can reach they might as well be miles away. Naruto pushes against Sasuke's arm, a panicked edge to his voice as he exclaims, No, let me out there, I fought the gray-haired guy, he's here for you. Rado cuts in mid-swing, you all need to retreat and you need to do it now. They're not going anywhere, Kakuzu snarls, voice like a pair of cement slabs grinding against each other, you're not fucking with my bottom line. Kakuzu attempts to maneuver around Genma, but with a flick of his wrist Genma has a senbon between each finger. He lets them fly, forcing Kakuzu to pull back to avoid the flurry of needles. Sasuke hears the whine of metal cable an instant before Haydn lobs his scythe towards their pillar. Rado sprints after the scythe and leaps up to grab it by the shaft. He lands and heaves hard enough on the scythe to pull Haiden off his feet. Haiden's eyes go wide and his grin wider. A hand dips into his cloak and the cable screams, dragging the scythe back and bringing Rado with it. The two of them meet in the middle, Haiden tearing his scythe out of Rado's hands and Rado bringing his blade up to block his next strike. He parries and riposts with lightning speed and inhuman precision, forcing Haiden to block with the whole length of his scythe. Rado leads their dance, moving in a wide circle and reversing their positions so Haiden's back is to his partner. Rado stabs for Haiden's stomach, but Haiden drops his scythe. The blade hits home, plunging 6 inches into Haiden's flesh. He looks up. Haiden is grinning. Rado's scarred face warps in a look of terror. Instinct makes him pull back, but Haiden's arms shoot out, one grabbing Rado around the wrist and the other taking hold of the blade itself. He wrenches Rado and the sword forward, pushing the blade further and further in until it comes out the other side. Rado goes with it. He wriggles and thrashes against Haiden, but Haiden doesn't budge. He pulls Rado in until his face is flush against Haiden's chest. Haiden looks over his shoulder and shouts, "Got him pinned for you, Kakuzu." Kakuzu whips an arm up and points it towards his partner. The skin on it shifts to a deep black before his forearm shoots out from his sleeve like a missile, dark gray tendrils streaming along behind it. Genma's eyes go wide and he tosses his senbon to one side, forming a hand sign. He disappears and reappears behind his senbon, out of the line of fire. Haiden doesn't move. Kakuzu's hand pierces Haiden's torso and comes out through the back of Rado's skull. It keeps going through a support pillar, breaking it in half, and only stops when it hits the wall. Rado's body goes limp, but the tendrils connecting the halves of Kakuzu's arm keep it suspended, hanging like a broken puppet. There's a moment where it feels like all the air has been sucked out of the room. Then a scream tears the world in two. Sasuke has never seen Genma anything but calm and collected. Now his face is twisted with fury, his eyes wide and burning. He lobs the senbon towards Haiden and disappears. Haiden rips the sword from his stomach and swings to parry the senbon. Or, at least, that's what Sasuke thinks he's doing. He's proven wrong when Genma materializes inches behind the senbon and Haiden slices clean through his throat. The cut is so deep it nearly severs Genma's head from his shoulders. It doesn't. No, Kakuzu is the one who finishes that job as his hand shifts back to a cool brown, pulls back through the support pillar, Rado, and Haiden, then whips around to grab Genma by the scalp and twist. The sound of Genma's head being literally torn off burns itself into Sasuke's brain like a branding iron. Kakuzu's hand retracts all the way back into his sleeve. He throws Genma's head over his shoulder without a second look. "What a waste of time," Kakuzu growls, "let's speed this up." Kakuzu doesn't give them time to breathe. He whips a hand towards the negotiating table. His hand disappears up his sleeve as it starts to bulge like a horde of squids are trying to force their way out. Kakuzu's body lights up in Sasuke's eyes, lightning and water chakra surging up, molding together, and racing down his outstretched arm. Sasuke catches 6 glowing points in the depths of Kakuzu's sleeve before 3 beads of violet lightning fire out from the darkness at a dizzying speed. Sasuke knows this jutsu. And he knows they barely have any time to counter. Those are homing, we need to bait them away from the... That's all the information the 3 guardian ninja need. They leap forward over the negotiating table just as Kabuto is vaulting the other way, joining Tsunade as they both tackle Ogasawara to the ground. The guardian ninja share a quick, silent look with Kabuto's Umbu guards as they dart past. The Umbu nod and backpedal to stand guard over the leaders. The guardian ninja move at speeds Sasuke is sure no one else can see, sprinting nearly up to the beads of lightning before breaking off in 3 different directions. One keeps running down the middle of the room, one breaks off to the back right corner, and one veers towards the back left corner behind Sasuke's pillar. Picture perfect technique. The beads of lightning home in on them, speeding up and closing the gap in the space of a breath. Sasuke's heart lodges itself in his throat, but the guardian ninja don't flinch. They all run through the same seal signs and call out the jutsu's name in harmony: Stone Skin Jutsu. The color leaches from their skin as it hardens into rough rock and they all slide to a stop. Earth chakra to absorb the force and ground the lightning. Brilliant. Sasuke looks to Kakuzu and sees his eye twitch in the telltale sign of a hidden smirk. Sasuke has seen this jutsu before. When the beads of lightning hit their targets, the resulting blast is about a meter across and the damage is only surface level. These beads hit the 3 guardian ninja and fill the room with blinding light. The resulting explosions are wide enough to hit the floor and ceiling. Team Guy tackles Naruto and Sasuke off of the pillar seconds before one of the blasts hits it, destroying it. When the light dies down, Sasuke whips his head back towards the damage. The Umbu and the dignitaries are untouched, but the 3 guardian ninja. Their stone skin didn't do them much good. Their bodies are charred like the logs of a dead fire, their chests blown wide open and their insides burnt black. Pieces of them are splattered all across the scars cut into the stone. Sasuke's mind is racing. That jutsu shouldn't, it can't do this, not normally, not unless it clicks. The water chakra. If Kakuzu had somehow merged the two natures perfectly, that could have created a combination style, but he didn't. He just fed the water chakra into the lightning chakra. Feeding chakra of one nature into the nature it's weak to must. Sasuke shouts the end of his thought as everyone struggles to get back to their feet. He combined water and lightning chakra to make the lightning stronger. Be careful. Kakuzu's eyes zero in on Sasuke, narrowing into annoyed slits. Right. The Uchiha brat. Hiden, make sure that one's eyeballs are intact at the end of this. They'll be worthless if they're damaged. Hiden rolls his eyes with a groan. Of course that's what we're doing. Come on, one eye should be enough, right? Kakashi gets on just fine with one. I'm sure any potential buyers would be fine with that, too. No, Kakuzu snarls, one isn't nearly as valuable as the full set. Sasuke's stomach twists. He hears Naruto growl beside him. His muscles tense and he starts moving chakra down into his fists, gathering it for his first strike. Guy's voice, steady and stable, stops Sasuke before he takes his first step. Niji, keep them safe and keep them moving. Lee, Tenten, with me. From the corner of his eye Sasuke sees Naruto open his mouth to argue, but Niji glares over his shoulder and snaps, no. We've lost 5 men already. We aren't losing you, too. Sasuke grits his teeth. He's right. He hates it, but he's right. Naruto's the target. If they let him fight Hiden and Kakuzu, that's as good as handing him over to them. Naruto shoots a pleading look over to Sasuke, who can only shake his head. A grunt from Kabuto draws Sasuke's attention back to the head of the room. While Tsunade helps Yamazakura up into a crouch, Kabuto rolls to his feet. With his teeth grit and eyes sharp, he looks exactly like the man Sasuke fought 3 years ago. He tosses his Haori and helm aside without a care for where they'll land. Teal chakra courses across his skin in the blink of an eye, mending what nicks and scratches the shrapnel left him with. He drops into a defensive stance, the sharp, sparking edge of chakra scalpels flickering to life around his hands, and calls to his guards, protect Naruto. Tsunade and I will cover Yamazakura. Sasuke is sure he and Tsunade are wearing the exact same shocked expression. But there's no time for that. Kabuto's guards nod and are on Sasuke and Naruto's flanks before he can blink, standing side by side with Niji. Tsunade and Kabuto break off towards the right corner of the room, dragging Yamazakura behind them as they make for the door. Kakuzu doesn't even look before throwing a hand up in their direction and firing a high-pressure jet of water at them. Tsunade hooks a foot under the negotiating table and flips it on its side, shoving Kabuto and Yamazakura down behind it. The water hits the table with enough force to break it in two. Kabuto hits the last sign in a quick sequence and thrusts a palm out to meet the incoming jet of water. Instead of cutting them all to pieces, the water sprays in all directions as a fine, harmless mist. Niji and Sasuke share a glance and immediately know what their next move is. They need to get to the door in the left corner of the room while Kakuzu is distracted. Sasuke jostles Naruto's shoulder to get his attention, then wags his chin towards the door. Naruto nods and takes off towards the door with Niji, Sasuke, and the Sound Umbu on his heels. They've barely started running when the screech of metal cable stops them in their tracks. They turn to see Hiden's scythe sailing through the air like a fishing hook, aiming straight for Naruto. Niji drops into his defensive stance and barks, "Get down." They hit the ground. Niji opens all the chakra points on his body and spins in blinding circles. Wind howls and chakra buzzes. Niji's chakra forms a perfect dome around them, grinding away the stone floor. The scythe hits the dome and it's like Haiden threw it at the side of a moving train. It not only bounces off, but goes flying off to one side. The dome drops just in time for Sasuke to hear Haiden let out a litany of foul words while he reels the scythe back in. With no warning, Kakuzu cuts the flow of water from his hand. He whirls towards Team Guy and from the depths of his sleeve fires off a ball of lightning chakra at Tenten's feet. Her eyes go wide and she starts sprinting towards the support pillar in the back right corner of the room. The first shot misses her by a foot. He fires off a second, almost clipping Tenten's heels the instant before she rolls behind the pillar. Kakuzu fires the third blast directly at the support pillar. It detonates on impact, destroying the pillar and sending Tenten sprawling to the ground with the rest of the rubble. Kakuzu starts charging the finishing blast, but before he can, there's a burst of pressure and heat as Guy shouts, "Gate of Life." Guy moves like a whirlwind, throwing a spinning kick directly into Kakuzu's elbow and forcing his blast to go wide. It hits the wall, cratering it. Kakuzu's eyes widen. In the instant between that strike and the next, the small patches of visible skin on Kakuzu's body turn obsidian dark. Kakuzu freezes in place. The next 3 blows from Guy connect, but Kakuzu doesn't budge. Guy pauses in his assault just long enough for Sasuke to catch sight of his knuckles. They're drenched in blood. Kakuzu isn't even bruised. Tenten shoves herself back to her feet. She looks between Haiden and Kakuzu before flipping another scroll off her back and unspooling it on the ground in front of her. She stomps on 2 of the seals, breaking them with chakra in her soul. 2 arquebuses come leaping out from the scroll and into her waiting hands. Tenten levels them both at Haiden and opens fire. Haiden throws his scythe from one hand to the other and blocks the first shot with the flat of the longest blade. Tenten closes one eye and lets off the second shot. The bullet flies between 2 of the scythe blades and pierces Haiden's side. Haiden's eyes go wide, his hand flies up to the bullet wound, and he shouts, "Oh fucking ow. Do you have any idea how annoying it's gonna be to walk around with a goddamn bullet stuck in me, you little bitch? That's it, I'm doing it, I'm killing your friend." Haiden whirls on Lee and makes 2 wild swings. Lee is barely fast enough to juke out of the way of both. The tips of the scythe scratch Lee's flak jacket like claws. In the half-second opening between the second strike and a third, Lee surges in. He throws elbows and hands and knees with intent to break bone. Haiden matches Lee strike for strike, bobbing and weaving between them with boneless grace. Lee grits his teeth. Sasuke sees the first gate light up within him like a beacon. The wave of pressure and heat hits Haiden in the chest, staggering him enough for Lee to leap away and come whirling back in, leaf hurricane. Haiden pulls the shaft of his scythe up just in time to block. The force of the spinning kick sends him sliding back across the smooth marble floor like it's made from ice. He digs his scythe into the ground to stop his momentum, cutting a jagged furrow in his wake. Sasuke and Tsunade meet each other's eyes across the room. They nod. Sasuke and Tsunade grit their teeth and make another push for their doors, their charges on their heels. The door is less than a yard away when a ball of flame, no larger than Sasuke's fist, streaks past his ear. From the corner of his eye he sees Kakuzu firing a twin fireball towards the right corner of the room. Both erupt on impact with the doors into grand fireballs. Tsunade grabs Yamazakura and Kabuto by the collars and yanks them towards her. She spins so her backs to the fire and takes the blast on the spine, shielding them both with her body. The force nearly knocks her to her knees, but only burns her clothes. The burns on her back heal as quickly as they appear. Sasuke, Naruto, and Neji all send chakra into their soles to anchor themselves against the force of the explosion. The Soundumbu leap forward and whirl through a seal sequence before throwing their hands towards the fire and letting loose a gout of water. The water collides with the flames and bends back, forming a protective dome over the 5 of them. Through the steam and the heat and the sweat, Sasuke sees Kakuzu with a hand pointed towards Guy, charging something bright and sparking in the depths of his sleeve. Before spinning on his heel and firing a lance of lightning at the center of Lee's back. Lee doesn't see it coming. But he hears the electricity crackle and Guy let out a wordless cry. That's all Lee needs. Lee drops, not straight down but at an angle. The bright violet bolt pierces his shoulder. It goes through Lee, through Haiden's collarbone, through the pillar in the left front corner, through the wall. Sasuke thinks Kakuzu starts to speak, but it's drowned out by a leonine roar from Guy. He sees the next 3 gates light up along Guy's body. There's a shockwave of chakra, as strong as the quake that took out the lights. The 3 remaining pillars crack. The ground beneath Guy's feet dents, whirling gales of chakra cutting the stone. His hair stands on end, his skin a bright, bloody red. Suzuki blinks and Guy has kicked Kakuzu into the ceiling. He blinks again, and Guy has leapt into the air to meet him. Morning Peacock. Suzuki's Sherry-non is spinning fast enough to make him dizzy as he desperately tries to keep up with the meteor shower of blows Guy drops upon Kakuzu. He punches fast enough to set the air itself ablaze. Kakuzu is a writhing shadow in the chaos, a fan of flames blossoming around him like the tail of a firebird. The blows get faster and faster until they reach their deafening crescendo, a single punch to the center of Kakuzu's chest that sends him plummeting back to earth. He hits the floor hard enough to crater it. Guy lands a moment later. Suzuki's keen vision lets him catch Guy hissing through his teeth, his face twisted in a pained grimace as he slams all 6 gates shut. Suzuki hears Niji suck in a shaking breath. He can't imagine what kind of internal damage he's seeing. Kakuzu lies in the center of the crater, robe smoldering, perfectly still. His body jerks. Something undulates and wriggles beneath his robe before the burnt fabric is shredded by an uncountable number of dark gray tendrils spilling forth from seams in Kakuzu's skin. The tendrils recede, and Kakuzu lets out a groan before pushing himself up to his feet. Something clatters off his back into the ground. Not bad, Kakuzu grunts, rolling his shoulder and his neck. Let's see you do it again. Tenten doesn't waste time gawking. She throws her arquebuses over her shoulders and breaks a 3rd seal with both feet. When the smoke clears, Tenten has a ship's cannon aimed right at Kakuzu. The instant it appears, Kakuzu starts to move. Tenten grabs the fuse in her fist and sends fire chakra to her palm, burning it down as fast as possible. The cannon fires with a deafening thunderclap. It rocks back into Tenten hard enough to knock the wind out of her. The cannonball is fast, but Kakuzu had a head start. It misses him by a hair's breadth. The cannonball punches clean through Hayden's side, leaving a gaping hole right underneath his left pectoral. The cannonball crashes into the base of the left front pillar. The pillar comes crashing apart, rubbling scattering across the ground like rain. Only 2 pillars remain standing. But just as that fact crystallizes in Suzuki's mind, cracks come spider webbing down their lengths. The ceiling cracks, heavy stone bowing in and down, sagging as 2 weakened pillars try to hold up the weight of an entire 2nd story. Suzuki's eyes go wide. God damn it this whole time. He whirls towards Tsunade. They weren't aiming for us, they were aiming for the building. Too little too late, Junior, Hayden cackles, arms thrown out wide, this whole place is coming down. And who do you think is gonna be left when it does? The 2 immortals, the Jinchuriki, and maybe Tsunade. God damn it, it's genius, it was genius disguised as carelessness and now stone scrapes against stone. The ceiling buckles. The pillars break in half. Tsunade whirls towards him, eyes wild, Suzuki. The whole 2nd story of the Jito's residence comes crashing down. Akamaru had been barreling down one of the many roads leading to Chikyo's harbor when he screeches to a halt, nose to the ground. He nearly throws Kiba and Hinata off his back. They follow his nose. He picks his face up and points with his nose towards a townhouse on their left. The roof has caved in almost all the way and all the windows are broken, hiding what lies within behind a mess of wood and broken glass. Kiba hops off Akamaru's back. How many you smell in there, bud? Akamaru whines, high and thin. He's not sure. Kiba strokes his ear. With the sounds and smells of a city in chaos all around him, no doubt Akamaru's having difficulty pulling scents apart. Kiba's not sure he could do any better. Especially not on incredibly short notice. Kiba looks to Hinata, can you get me a count? The veins around Hinata's eyes bulge out, and after a few seconds of looking up and down the building, she replies, 2 on the 1st floor, 1 in the Jinkan and another in the kitchen. 2 on the 2nd floor, both in a bedroom at the back of the building. The front entrance is blocked by some ceiling beams, Akamaru, and I could crawl through if you can lift them up high enough. Is that really the best we can do? With only the 3 of us and this structure in a very precarious state? Yes, that's the best we can do. Where the hell are the hot water ninja when we need them? Kiba spits before running up the townhouse's front steps and throwing the door open. Just like Hinata said, a pair of thick ceiling beams have fallen inward, forming an X in front of the door. There's a small gap between them and the floor, just wide enough for Kiba to stick his arm through. He crouches down, reaches in, and channels chakra into his arms. With a grunt, Kiba heaves the beams up off the ground, bearing their weight on his shoulder. Sweating and grinding his teeth the whole way, Kiba is able to lift the beams, creating an opening roughly 2 feet tall and 2 feet wide. He forces through his teeth. Go on, get in there. Hinata darts up to the door and crawls through the opening on hands and knees. Akamaru follows, creeping along on his belly with his head as low to the ground as he can get it. Kiba clenches his jaw. Even with chakra boosting his strength, the weight of the beams is a constant strain, threatening to dislocate his shoulder if his grip falters. He can still hear the churning sea and the screaming civilians. He can barely see the shape of the three tails and the massive purple snake it's battling over the city skyline. It thrusts his mind back to waking up in the middle of a leaf village under siege from sand and sound ninja, with giant snakes battering down the walls while tailed beasts clashed in the forest. The leaf village had hundreds of ninja to protect it. Chikyo may only have 4. The sound of Akamaru's claws scratching against the ground pulls Kiba out of his head. He comes crawling back, tail first, through the opening. He's using his jaws to drag a woman by the collar of her kimono along behind him. Once they're clear of the steps, Hinata comes through next, with a whimpering child couldn't be older than 4 tucked tight against her chest. Hinata and Akamaru take them all the way out to the street before laying them down on the driest patch of pavement they can find. Kiba takes quick stock of their condition. The woman is bleeding from a wound on her head while the child is covered in bruises, one leg bent the wrong way. They could have gotten worse, but that's cold comfort. They're going to need to splint the kid's leg, then. The ground bucks and rocks beneath Kiba's feet. His eyes go wide and he hears Hinata yelp. His grip on the beam falters and all its weight comes down on his shoulder. Before it can crush his arm, Akamaru's jaws snap down on his collar. He yanks Kiba off his feet and drags him down the stairs the instant before the whole structure comes crashing down. The quake stops as suddenly as it began, leaving the once fashionable townhouse as nothing but a pile of blackened wood and rubble. Kiba smells blood. He slowly turns to look over his shoulder at Hinata. The quake knocked her to her knees. Her eyes are wide, her hands slapped over her mouth. She's slowly shaking her head, her whole body trembling. Akamaru lets go of Kiba's collar. Kiba jumps to his feet and rushes to kneel at Hinata's side. He puts his hands on either side of her face. Hinata. Hinata. Turn your Byakugan off. I can't. Yes, you can. You have to. Hinata takes a deep breath, squeezing her eyes shut. It takes her another breath to actually turn the Byakugan off. Kiba looks over his shoulder towards the shore. Through the gaps in the buildings he can make out the three-tail pinning the snake down, trying to force its head beneath the water while the snake writhes and hisses. The tide twists and whirls unnaturally, gathering up into something that almost looks like a hand before crashing down on the three-tail's flank. It knocks the creature slightly off balance, but its grip on the snake doesn't break. Kiba clicks his tongue against his teeth and looks back to Hinata. She seems to have breathed herself through the worst of it, her eyes open again as she sets about bandaging the wound on the woman's head. They make eye contact for just a moment. The stormy frown on Hinata's face says it all. Kiba kneels at the wounded child's side before activating his radio collar and calling out across the airwaves, "Kurane. Shino. Do you read me? What's your situation, over." The line crackles for a few seconds before Shino picks up, the rasp of his voice only barely intelligible over the static and ambient chaos. "This is Shino, I read you. I'm still near the northern edge of the city, moving towards the city center has been difficult. Most civilians are fleeing into the mountains, so I'm swimming upstream. I have no idea when I'm going to reach the Jito's residence, over." Kurane comes in right on his heels. "This is Kurane, I read you. I'm on the east side, a mile out from the Jito's residence. I've taken rooftops where I could, but I can't risk the buildings coming down under my feet, so it's been slower going than I'd like. Assuming I don't encounter any more civilians who need help, I should be at the Jito's residence in 15 minutes, over. Kiba fashions a makeshift splint for the child's leg from bits of wooden debris as he reports, "We're basically trapped here in the south. We can't take 2 steps without hitting more people who need help, and with only 3 of us we can't. Have you guys seen any more hot water ninja? Or anyone from the peace talks? We're doing what we can, but with the 3 tails still rampaging, everything we do gets undone a second later, over." "I've only seen a few hot water ninja," Shino replies. "They were escorting some VIPs out of the city, members of the daimyo escort, no doubt. They didn't pay much mind to the other civilians or me. The bugs I've sent ahead have made note of hot water ninja locking down the Jito's residence, but beyond that, nothing else. I suppose it is their mission to defend the Jito." "Bullshit," Kiba barks. "Their mission should be protecting the people." "Kiba, you know better than that," Hinata murmurs, eyes downcast. "We all know better than that." Kiba grinds his teeth to keep from shouting anything more. "I haven't seen any hot water ninja, but I've been keeping an eye on the 3 tails, Kurane crackles in, "Something about the way it's acting strange." Kiba's face twists in a confused grimace. "Huh? Compared to what?" "It's a giant monster, sensei, aren't they supposed to go on big rampages?" "Conventional wisdom usually says yes," Shino cuts in, "but conventional wisdom isn't the same thing as truth." "Exactly," Kurane continues, "the way it's moving, it's almost like there's a delay between it thinking of doing something and actually doing it. It's barely reacting to any of that snake's attacks, like it isn't really feeling the pain. It almost seems like..." "No, it couldn't be." Hinata picks the thread up the instant Kurane drops it. "Sensei? The way you're describing it, it almost sounds like the 3 tails is under a genjutsu's control." "That's what I keep thinking, but how someone could control the mind of a tailed beast as their beings of almost pure chakra, breaking a genjutsu should be as easy as breathing for them. And this doesn't just look like genjutsu control, it looks like sloppy genjutsu control. Anyone with strength or skill enough to control a monster like this you'd think would be able to hide it, but this is so blatant it..." Kurane is drowned out by a deafening clamor of crumbling stone, shattering glass, and splintering wood. Kiba's head whips this way and that in search of the source. It was definitely loud enough to be nearby, but it definitely wasn't another building on this street. Hinata's Byakugan snaps back on. After a few moments of her eyes twitching back and forth, she gasps, "Sharp enough to cut the Jitos." Hinata is cut off by Kurane shouting through the radio, "The Jito's residence just collapsed in on itself." "Shino, are they?" "My sentries haven't seen any of ours leave," Shino replies, voice coming out in a rush. "In all likelihood, Lady Hokage is still in there." Kurane snaps, "We need to get them out of there. Drop everything and get there ASAP, that's an order." Kiba suddenly feels very cold. His mind conjures the image of Naruto, Sasuke, Lee, Tenten, even Neji, crushed between great shards of stone, blood leaking through the cracks. He looks down at the people on the ground in front of him. The woman's eyes are staring, unfocused and pale, at the sky. The child hasn't stopped crying since Hinata fished them out. Kiba looks up at Hinata. "Hinata, go on ahead of me. Tell them we got separated by some falling debris or something. I need to find somewhere safe to take these guys." Hinata's brow immediately furrows. "What? But Naruto has a monster inside him that will do anything to stay alive." Kiba cuts her off, shaking his head to force the mental image of Naruto's flattened corpse out of his mind. "It's way more likely that he'll be fine without my help than these 2. I'm not just leaving them here, orders or no orders. Go." Hinata purses her lips, staring hard at Kiba for a few moments before jolting forward to throw her arms around him and hug him as tightly as she can. Kiba doesn't hesitate, hugging her back with all the strength in his arms. "It can't last." Hinata runs over to Akamaru and gives him a kiss on the top of the head before standing straight, taking a deep breath, and sprinting towards the city center. She doesn't look back. The 3 tails squalls in the distance, a reminder that Kiba can't afford to watch her go. He hefts the wounded woman up and drapes her over Akamaru's back. Then he goes back for the child, gingerly lifting them off the ground and holding them tight to his chest. He leaps back onto Akamaru's back and digs his heels into his sides, spurring him into a gallop. He keeps his eyes open for any sturdy-looking buildings that haven't taken too much damage and are a healthy distance from the water, an order that just seems taller and taller the further he runs. It's only when he doubles back towards the waterfront that the universe throws him a bone in the form of a gruff voice shouting, "This way. Bring the wounded here." Kiba and Akamaru's heads swivel towards the voice. A man covered in Yakuza tattoos with 2 swords on his hip is waving to the townspeople, making big, obvious gestures towards a cement warehouse just a few yards down the block. Kiba can't afford to be picky. Another dig of his heels sends Akamaru bolting towards the warehouse, following the current of people and the directions of more Yakuza members. They lead them around the back of the warehouse and down an alley, where a heavy metal door has been thrown wide open for people to surge through. Kiba jumps off Akamaru's back with the injured child in tow and jogs ahead to the door. A woman with an undercut and a rifle slung across her back is managing the flow of traffic into the building, but the instant Kiba gets up to the door her eyes narrow and she takes the rifle off her back. Kiba stops in his tracks, scarred face twisting in a scowl. He stays silent and watches her eyes as they go from glaring at his headband to widening at the whimpering child in his arms. They dart to the woman on Akamaru's back, then fall to the ground. She lets the rifle drop and mutters, "Take them inside. We got people who can patch them up a bit more before taking them into the basement. They should be safe in there." Kiba nods, "Got it. If I survive, no one will hear about anything I see here." The woman snorts, "That's a big if." Kiba bares his teeth in a mirthless grin, "Aren't they always?" Kiba pushes his way through the door and into a gambling hall in disarray. Tables designed for poker and roulette have turned into operating tables as tattooed men and women pull broken glass and spikes of coral from the bodies of still screaming civilians. Alcohol that had lived behind the bar is now being used to sterilize wounds. The uninjured and the survivors of these quick and dirty surgeries are quickly funneled through a trapdoor in the far corner into the darkness below the warehouse. Kiba has to imagine that basement is far more used to holding contraband than people. But that's none of his business right now. As Kiba passes off his charges to the first open medics he can find and explains their conditions as best he can, he keeps an eye on Akamaru. At first, Akamaru seems only occupied with taking up as little space as he can. But then he sits up straight, sniffing the air. His nose drops to the bloodied carpet and sniffs in a wide arc. Akamaru leaps to his feet and bolts for a set of stairs on the far wall. He knocks aside everyone in his way and shoots up the stairs. One of the Yakuza medics sputters, "The hell's gotten into your dog?" Kiba takes off after Akamaru. He follows the sound of his claws scratching up the cement up 2 flights of stairs and finds him just as he's about to run headfirst through the door to the roof. Kiba sprints up and grabs a hold of Akamaru's scruff. "Whoa, boy. Easy. What's the big roo-you-you-you?" Akamaru bolts forward and bursts straight through what Kiba had been sure would be a locked door. He drags them both out onto the roof and digs his heels in to stop their momentum. Kiba skids to a halt. He blinks rapidly, finally able to take stock of his surroundings. Once he does, he's tempted to rub his eyes and do a double take. Standing on the roof, in the middle of a heated conversation with a hulking redhead and a man setting up a mortar, is Sakura fucking Harino. The dress is different, the height is different, the rail-thin build is absolutely different, but there's no mistaking that pink hair. Her voice has hardly changed, as she snaps something about trajectories and wind speeds. She sounds just like she would when she told Naruto he was an idiot. Kiba sends Chakra up to his nose to smell what Akamaru is smelling. The scents segment, and in the middle of them all is the distinctly clean and floral scent Kiba remembers chasing through the forest 3 years ago. That's her. The criminal, the traitor, the rogue ninja. Right in front of him. Akamaru drops low and growls like a diesel engine. All heads swerve towards the sound. Sakura's big green eyes go wide. She takes a staggering step back and the redhead steps in front of her, blocking her with his huge body. He makes direct eye contact with Akamaru, mimicking his stance and his growl. The man with the mortar immediately turns the firearm to point directly at Kiba. Kiba and Sakura almost harmonize as they exclaim, "What are you doing here?" Sakura keeps going, clenching her jaw tight and forcing through her teeth, I know I'm wanted for treason, but you can't take me in, Kiba, not when I'm. The hot water ninja aren't helping these people, and someone has to or they're all going to. What? You think I'm here for you, Kiba exclaims. If anyone in the village knew you were here, they didn't say shit about it. I was supposed to be doing boring old recon for the peace talks when someone decided it'd be a fun cool prank to drop a tailed beast on the city. Dots connect like lightning strikes. 3 tails. The 3 tails is under a genjutsu, maybe. Sakura. Sakura knows about genjutsu. Treason. Shikamaru. Shikamaru kept saying. And Kiba remembers the day they left in search of her, hearing the whole situation and none of it smelling right. Kiba looks Sakura directly in the eye. Sakura, tell me right now. Are you really a traitor or aren't you? Sakura's mouth drops open. The redhead takes a big step forward, clearing almost half the distance between them. Enough. Mind games and lies, let me tear his lying mouth off his face. Kiba takes a step backwards and cranes his neck to keep eye contact with Sakura. Shikamaru never bought it. He never bought that you'd just up and betray the village. Shino too. And Suzuki. Suzuki never gave up on you. I know those guys, and I trust those guys with my life. So I'm going out on a limb here, and I'm gonna ask you one more time. Are you a traitor or aren't you? Sakura swallows hard. She looks out towards the sea, her eyes following the 3 tails as it wrestles with the snake. She turns back to Kiba and says, no. When I left, I thought I was on a mission to protect the village. I don't know what you were told, but I never betrayed the leaf. She's standing straight, eyes forward and hands clenched into fists at her side. No trembling, not in her shoulders or her lips. She's still as stone, hair and dress whipping in the stormy winds. He believes her. Maybe that's a mistake, but it's one he's willing to stand by. Because he doesn't really have any other option right now. Okay, good, Kiba sighs, tell Carrot Top here to back off, then, because if Kurane was right, there's something more you can do besides just throwing lead and snakes at that thing. Sakura in 3 steps crosses the distance Carrot Top cleared in 1 and places a hand on his shoulder. Yugo, step back. We need all the help we can get right now. Carrot Top aka Yugo's nostrils flare like a bull, his eyes wide with fury. But, just like that, he steps back. Kiba's eyebrows leap up to meet his headband. That'll be something to unpack if they all survive. Kiba nods and gestures broadly towards the harbor. So like I said, Kurane's here too and she has an idea. She thinks the 3 tails is acting weird, like it's under genjutsu control. Does that track to you? Sakura blinks rapidly, brow furrowing. That does track, yeah. Suijutsu said when the attack started that the 3 tails doesn't usually do this, that it usually sticks to open water. And it's been moving really slowly, and not really with any purpose. That's weird, right? Why would you just attack a city for no? Listen to yourself there, Pinky, the man with the mortar cuts in. You're from a village that got curb-stomped by a tailed beast for no reason. Don't take too much stock in psychoanalyzing a monster. Sakura glares over her shoulder at him, but think about it, Zayden, at the very least anything with sentience has a survival instinct, right? Anything that's alive doesn't want to die. And ramming yourself right into a city on a bay that can be blockaded goes against that. What it's doing right now doesn't make sense. Zayden frowns out at the 3 tails. Alright, I'll grant you that. But that brings up a new problem. If that thing is under a genjutsu, what do we do about it? The easiest ways to break a genjutsu are to snap the victim out of it or break the caster's concentration. Kiba cuts in, and your snake doesn't seem to be having much luck with the former. Any idea where the caster could be? They'd have to be close, definitely within city limits, Sakura replies, pacing back and forth as she thinks out loud. Jutsu this strong. You couldn't do it from far away. I mean, all the stories about when Madara attacked the village with the 9 tails said he was practically riding on top of it. Sakura stops in her tracks. Her eyes go wide. She slaps both hands over her forehead, turns towards Kiba, and shouts, Madara. That's it. That's it. Kiba swaps confused glances with Yugo and Zayden. What's it? The only person in history who's ever controlled a tailed beast was an Uchiha, Sakura exclaims. I know exactly who we're looking for. And if he's doing this, there's no way he's gonna be able to hide himself at the same time. Zayden, start firing on that thing and don't stop. Yugo, Kiba, Akamaru, I need you with me. Because if I'm right. Sakura swallows hard, trembling from head to toe. If I'm right, I'm gonna need all the backup I can get. Sakura doesn't wait for any follow-up questions. She sprints to the edge of the roof and leaps off, dragonfly wings sprouting from her back and buzzing to life. She shoots up and away. Kiba lets out a strangled swear and leaps onto Akamaru's back. He glances over at Yugo, then at Akamaru, then back to Yugo with a grimace. Sorry, Carrot Top, but I don't think Akamaru's back could handle us both. Yugo snarls, drops low, and sprints towards the roof's edge. The flesh on the backs of his calves morphs and warps into vents. Yugo crouches at the roof's edge and the vents let off bursts of compressed chakra, sending him flying to the next building over. Kiba allows himself a moment to gawk. When the moment passes, he grins, and digs his heels into Akamaru's side. Akamaru races after them both, chakra concentrating in his legs. He leaps from the building just as the first mortar shot goes off. The whole second story of the Jito's residence comes crashing down. Sasuke shuts his eyes, bracing for a moment of excruciating pain before everything stops. It doesn't come. Sasuke pries his eyes open. The ceiling is inches away from the top of his head. He looks frantically around, Sharingan picking dark shapes and chakra signatures out of a sea of red. Instead of caving all the way in, there's a narrow pocket here at the head of the room where the debris have stopped their fall about 5 feet before hitting the ground. Naruto and Neji are at Sasuke's side, unharmed but deeply rattled as their heads swivel around in search of allies and enemies alike. Tenten, Lee, and Guy are huddled at the pocket's very edge, Lee bracing himself against some precarious pieces of stone to keep them from falling inward. Kabuto's Umbu guards were unlucky. One of them has an arm trapped beneath the rubble at the edge of the pocket, while an arm is all that's left of the other. Last but not least, Kabuto and Yamazakura are crouched at the feet of Tsunade, who has her arms braced above her head to hold the ceiling up with nothing but her own strength. Sasuke can't help but stare. Tsunade's teeth are grit, sweat pouring down her face, her arms glowing with more chakra than Sasuke can imagine having in his entire body, let alone concentrated in his arms. He has so much more ahead of him than he thought. Tsunade's eyes open and immediately lock onto his, Sharingan still on, Sasuke. Sasuke nods rapidly. Yeah, Neji's got the Byakugan on, too. Good, tell me where those pieces of shit are. Sasuke and Neji exchange glances before taking wide sweeps of the area. Just past the wall of stone, approximately where the door was, Sasuke picks up 2 chakra signatures. Well, 1 chakra signature and one that looks like 4 chakra signatures stitched together. That's a dead giveaway. He wags his chin in their direction and Neji squints, veins around his eyes pulsing as more chakra pours into them. After a few moments, Neji reports, they're standing out by the entrance. It doesn't seem like the collapse harmed them at all. They're just waiting. Waiting for me to come busting out, all 9-tailed up like I did back in the land of rivers. I'll fucking bet, Naruto growls, eyes narrowed in a glare. Guy rubs at his chin. Neji, any idea of what the safest way out of here would be? At this point, burrowing straight down, Neji mutters, the rubble around us is dense and precarious. If we tried picking our way out through it, we're basically risking getting crushed to death over and over again for however long it takes to get out, which would likely be a while. Well, we need a solution soon. Tsunade bites out through her teeth. I can't hold this forever. Sasuke starts moving chakra to his arms. I can help. No, she cuts in, hitting him with a sharp glare. With the level you're at right now, you'd need every bit of chakra you have just to help me, and we need your eyes right now. When I need your help, trust me, you'll know. Something about those words makes Tenten's eyes light up. Wait a minute. What about instead of going down, we go up? Lee's brow furrows. Up? Up how? Like, the force we exert, we make it go up, Tenten explains, gesturing wildly with her hands. If we exert enough force upward and outward, we can blow all the rubble on top of us out of the way and maybe even at the Akatsuki. That'll give us both a smoke screen and an opening. I have explosive tags and gunpowder charges, I could. With how tight this space is, those would just kill us all. Kabuto cuts in, adjusting his glasses. We need more intention than that. We need to make sure we're pushing everything on top of us up and away, not blasting it. Would Sasuke and Tsunade's strength be enough? Our strength wouldn't be the problem, Sasuke replies, it'd be the area we can cover. If Tsunade and I just pushed straight up from where we are, we couldn't guarantee that we wouldn't just create a small gap for the rest of the rubble to come falling in. The ceiling shifts. Bits of stone and dust come sprinkling down over them all. Tsunade lets out a pained grunt, flinching beneath the weight bearing down on her. Everyone holds their breaths for a tense moment. The rubble above them stills. Their collective sigh of relief is felt more than heard. If Lee and I open the gates. Guy can't even finish that sentence before Lee exclaims, Guy-sensei, you cannot. You already opened the sixth gate once today, the damage you have done to yourself is too significant, we cannot ask you to take that risk. When his daimyo and Hokage's lives are at stake, I say we can, Yamazakura squawks from where he's cowering at Tsunade's feet. That earns him a poisonous glare from the ninja surrounding him on all sides. He shuts his mouth so tight Sasuke can't see his lips. Naruto's brow furrows hard enough that it looks painful, before unfurling with a jolt as Naruto loudly whispers, I've got it. Neji blinks, you do. Naruto puffs out his chest with a grin, course I do. I'm great at plans. Now listen up. Naruto explains the plan. There's a moment where all anyone can do is stare at Naruto, brows pinched, mouths opening and closing as they try to find some glaring, obvious fault in Naruto's reasoning. The moment officially passes when Kabuto pushes his glasses up and chuckles, unpredictable as always. I say we risk it. Yamazakura's eyes bug out, you're trusting our lives to the Jinshu. To the young man I've fought with and against multiple times. I've learned not to underestimate him. You ought to do the same, your lordship. If this plan is gonna work, we've got to work fast. Tsunade snaps, everyone, get into position. Haiden stamps a foot on the dusty ground and yells, how long are we gonna wait for them to come out? Haiden, we've been waiting for 5 minutes, Kakuzu rumbles, be patient for once in your life. Oh yeah, be patient, Haiden sneers, I really want to wait around twiddling my dick while the Three Tails is tearing the city apart. I swear, how are we supposed to work under these kinds of conditions? This is exactly why we've never worked in groups of 4 before, everyone just ends up tripping over each other's feet and it's a fucking mess. That's it, if the Nine Tails doesn't come out right now. The sound of rock scraping against rock is all the warning Haiden and Kakuzu get before a massive gust of wind explodes out from within the rubble, sending boulder-sized chunks of stone flying in all directions. Haiden leaps and rolls to land in a crouch behind Kakuzu. Kakuzu coats himself in earth chakra and seals it tight to his skin, hardening his flesh into diamond-hard stone. Any rubble that hits him breaks like waves against the shore. Kakuzu stands immovable against the stone-tide and howling gale. Once the rocks clear, the source of the wind reveals itself, a wall of Narutos, at least 2 score strong, are all blowing a massive, continuous gust of wind in perfect unison. They've formed a phalanx so tight that all Kakuzu can see is orange. No sign of the other leaf ninja. Before Kakuzu can even think of what to do with that, the wind stops. The clones leap for them with a shrill, harmonized war cry. Haiden hops to his feet and presses his back flat to Kakuzu's, scythe brandished. Kakuzu doesn't wait for them to hit the ground. He drops the iron skin on all but his left forearm before firing it off his elbow. It pierces through a line of 6 clones, but the rest come raining down to surround them like a field of poppies. They're surrounded. Quaint. All right, Kakuzu snarls, if this is how you want to play it. Haiden lets out a wicked cackle. He swings his scythe through the clones like they're a field of wheat and Kakuzu fires off blasts of wind-infused fire into the crowd. Clones go up in clouds of white smoke, merging with the throng of remaining Narutos to form a white and orange fog of war. Kakuzu clenches his jaw, a vein twitching in his neck. This is a distraction, but from what, he doesn't have time to deduce. Annoying. There's the thunderclap of an arquebus, seconds before a bullet whizzes past the back of Kakuzu's head. His eyes whip towards the source in time to see a blur of red, white, and brown disappear into the thinning crowd of clones. The girl with the firearms. At least one other leaf ninja stayed behind. That means there's a good chance they're here to defend the real Naruto. Now, how many more will try to shoot their shots in this chaos? Kakuzu gets his answer with two harmonized cries of, "Leaf Hurricane." He grabs Haiden by the collar and yanks him down. Two emerald blurs go spinning over their heads and land on opposite sides of the chaos, tucking themselves back into the fog. Kakuzu's eyes narrow. The longer this goes on, the more shots they'll take, and the more likely one might get lucky and hit. The thought of that alone infuriates him. They're not getting lucky. Not on his watch. Kakuzu growls to Haiden, "Stay down." "Don't tell me what to do," Haiden snorts, but stays crouched. Kakuzu rises and flies through hand signs, feeding fire and wind chakra into his hands, then throws them out to either side. He fires off two massive, oxygen-gorged fireballs out from his palms. They explode, white-hot and blinding bright, and set every clone they hit alight. Kakuzu hears a chorus of shrill screams being quickly cut short. White smoke fills the battlefield like fog. Haiden leaps to his feet and tosses his scythe a few feet, metal cable winding along after it. He stops the cable and spins the scythe in massive circles above their heads, quickly clearing the smoke. For a moment, the battlefield is empty. Then, the two taijutsu specialists and weapon master girl slowly creep out from behind large chunks of rubble. And they're looking far too smug for Kakuzu's liking. The real Nine Tails fled the moment the clones attacked. Kakuzu growls, "Didn't he?" "You," Haiden sneers, retracting his scythe to point it at the girl, "are gonna have to work a hell of a lot harder than this to keep us from going after what's ours." The girl slides two more pistols out from her sleeves and levels them at the pair. "Oh, we plan on it." Sasuke almost doesn't hear it over the sound of his heart hammering in his ears when Tsunade hisses, "All right, stop. We've run far enough." He skids to a halt. Naruto and Neji don't stop quite as cleanly, Neji dropping to one knee and Naruto tripping over his own feet to tumble head over heels for another foot before landing on his back. Sasuke turns to take stock of their progress. From the look of things, they've put about 2.5 city blocks between themselves and the ruins of the Jito's residence. Tsunade is still standing tall and composed, as is Kabuto. Yamazakura can't really help looking undignified, considering he's quite literally tucked underneath Tsunade's arm like luggage. Kabuto adjusts his glasses, arching a brow in Naruto's direction. "Let me guess the plan doesn't extend beyond, me and the VIPs and boys with valuable eyeballs run like hell the other way, does it?" Naruto flips onto his stomach and glares up at Kabuto. "Not true. It has a phase 2. Phase 2 is we call Team 8, tell them to get their asses over here, and then I don't know what comes next." Another shrill roar splits the air, forcing everyone to wince and cover their ears. The ground rumbles beneath their feet. All eyes shoot to the massive shape on the horizon as it thrashes in the shallows. One of its massive arms comes down, displacing enough water to sink 3 of the docked ships floating helplessly in the harbor. To Sasuke's Sharingan, the creature is of a beacon of roiling chakra, brighter even than the damaged one tail. He has to look away, otherwise it might burn out his retinas. Tsunade frowns at it for a long moment before turning to them all and declaring, "Here are your orders. Neji, Sasuke, take Naruto as far out of the city as possible. When you get to the edge of radio range, call Team Guy and tell them to retreat. Kabuto, Yamazakura, you're with me. We're going to higher ground, then I'm sending Katsuyu out into the city to tend to the wounded. I'm sure you had your people scope out the city before you got here, Kabuto, so you're in charge of finding me a safe spot to work." Kabuto nods and produces a radio transceiver from up his sleeve, taking one step to the side before activating it and speaking down the line to his people. Tsunade follows his lead, turning on her radio collar and tuning into the security team's radio frequency. Her voice echoes as she calls down the line to Team 8 and Kurane picks up, breathless, but otherwise unharmed. Tsunade relays everything to Kurane in a rush. "I need your team on the ground while Katsuya works. The instant she finishes treatment on someone, I need you to get them on their feet and out of the city ASAP, do you copy?" Kurane is quick to reply, "Copy." Shino's voice rumbles through the light static, "Copy." Hinata stammers in on his heels, Why yes, I mean, copy. Everyone holds their breath, waiting for Kiba to copy. They wait 5 seconds, 10, 15, 30. Radio silence. Kurane pushes a breath through her teeth. Hinata, you said the two of you got separated by falling debris, where was that? It was downtown, heading towards the H harbor, but I don't. He wasn't injured, his radio wasn't damaged, so I don't know why he isn't. If he's missing, someone's gotta go find him. Naruto cuts in, getting to his feet. Gra Lady Hokage, I know you just gave me my orders, but I can't just run away. At least let me find Kiba. Sasuke finds himself jumping in. Ma'am, between his nose and Akamaru, Kiba's the best we have when it comes to search and rescue. We don't stand a chance of actually helping without him. Let us find him, please. Tsunade's face tightens in a scowl, but before she can snap at them, Niji cuts in. Lady Tsunade, wherever Naruto goes on this mission, I have to go with him. If you send him to find Kiba, you send me as well, and with the Byakugan and Sharingan assisting him, Naruto will be able to cover more ground more accurately. We can find Kiba quickly, assist him if necessary, and then evacuate. As always, the final word is yours. But please, consider this, at least. Naruto and Sasuke both spare Niji a wide-eyed look. Niji shoots them a weary smirk and shrugs a shoulder. Tsunade puts her free hand on one hip and considers them for a few seconds. She shakes her head. We don't have time to argue. I'll call you when I'm sending Katsuyu out, and if you haven't found him by then you're to evacuate immediately, no questions asked. Am I clear? Crystal, ma'am, all three boys reply. Tsunade spares them a nod before whistling to Kabuto and sprinting deeper into the city, towards the foothills. Kabuto falls into step behind her, not sparing the boys a second glance as he passes them by. Niji's eyes immediately flicker up. It's not the safest bet, but we need to get to the rooftops. It'll give us a wider range of vision. Naruto and Sasuke mutter their assent and channel chakra into their feet, running to and straight up the side of the nearest building with a still intact roof. When they're halfway up the building, Sasuke hears Naruto behind him ask, "Hey, do you believe what Kabuto said? About Sakura being dead?" Sasuke swallows hard. No. He lies all the time, right? He would totally lie like that to mess with us, right? No. Yeah, I guess we don't know. But he could be lying, right? Sasuke pushes a breath out through his nose, and allows himself to think about the prospect just long enough to reply, yeah, he could be. And as quickly as he lets the thoughts in, he shuts them out. He can't think about that. He can't think about her. Not if he wants to get anything done. Loath as he is to say it, there are more important things than Sakura right now. Sakura pauses in midair to call over her shoulder, "Pick up anything yet?" "No, but I don't know what I'm looking for," Kiba shouts from a dozen feet below her, his nose pointed skyward while Akamaru takes wide sweeps of the pavement. "You sure you don't know what Itaka smelled like?" Sakura purses her lips. Itaki had only been arm's length from her before he used the Mangekyo. Did she get his scent? She dismisses the thought as quickly as it manifests. Between the curse mark, the adrenaline, the Mangekyo's damage and the medical ninjutsu meant to repair it, it's hard enough just remembering Itaka's face. "Yeah, I'm sure." "This is pointless," Yugo growls from his perch on a roof above Sakura's head, "like finding a needle in a needle pile. We can't find one man in a city that's falling apart around our ears." "We can't give up," Sakura snaps, "we've barely started looking." Now think, Itaka may be strong, but he can't be performing a jutsu on this scale from far away. He's got to be either in the city, or out in the bay, and from the look of the water out there, he'd be a fucking idiot to be in the bay. Kiba picks up, so that narrows down our search area to an entire city. Absolutely genius, Sakura, I can see why you beat me on every test now. Look, it's something, Sakura fires back, he might need to be even closer than that. All the art and stories about Madara doing this same thing have him literally riding the nine tails, and while that could be dramatic license, it could also mean someone trying to control a tailed beast needs to be exceedingly close to them. So if we narrow our search down to, maybe a few miles. A few miles. Sakura, I have done search and rescue on the scale of miles, It's not the kind of distance you can cover with 3 people. Sakura rakes a hand through her hair. I know, but it's something, and we have to start somewhere. Sakura's eyes pause on Yugo. He's staring intently up at the sky, his eyes following flocks of startled seagulls and pigeons flying in panicked circles above the city. His eyebrows shoot up, then he cups his hands around his mouth and lets out a near-perfect set of seagull calls. Sakura barely has time to blink before one bird breaks off from the pack and flies down to alight on Yugo's outstretched hand. Yugo shouts down to her, "Tell me what to ask it." Sakura's thoughts crash into each other, coming out of her mouth in an excited stream. People. People in black cloaks with red clouds. Ask if it's seen any. Yugo and Kiba frown, but Kiba's the one to voice the thought going through their heads. Sakura, it's a bird. I don't think it's gonna know what that means. Simplify, then. Just ask them in a way they'll understand. Yugo and the gull exchange lower, quieter calls for a few moments before Yugo's eyebrows leap up and he translates, "It's seen 4 people like that." Sakura and Kiba exchange wide-eyed looks of shock before Sakura replies, okay, we gotta prioritize, ask about, other features. Anything else on them that looked weird? Yugo relays Sakura's question in gull speak and translates as the gull responds. One had silver hair. One was blue. Blue? Blue how? A blue face. And hair, blue hair. Sakura's heart twists and leaps. Kisame. That's Kisame. Itaka's partner. The Akatsuki always work in pairs, so if he's here ask it where they saw him. The gull's answer makes Yugo's brow furrow. It saw them coming from the harbor and heading deeper into the city, but that was when this all started. It doesn't know where they are now. Kiba snaps his fingers. Kisame's the shark looking one, right? Yeah, he is. Then we've got something. We go deeper into the city and sniff for fish? Sakura nods. Stay on ground level. I'll look from the sky. Yugo, keep to the rooftops. Everyone, make sure you can see each other. Let's go. Sakura soars ahead, Yugo and Kiba on her heels. She climbs higher into the sky to get a wider view of the city. The worst of the damage is concentrated at the waterfront, with jagged lines of coral cutting concentrated lines of destruction all the way to the foothills. One of the government buildings in the city center seems to have collapsed in on itself, dealing damage to surrounding structures in the process. If Sakura had to make an educated guess on where the other 2 Akatsuki are, she'd put them there. Kisame would know better than to get in their way. She can rule out that area. As she flies in quick loops above the city, ruling out section after section, she can see Kiba and Akamaru making their winding way along a similar path with Yugo keeping parallel to them. Occasionally he'll stop, holding his hand up for a bird to land on, before adjusting his course. Their paths take them to a residential district that leans just on the edge of middle class, where townhouses and single-family homes mingle with high-rise apartments. Sakura has started a slow descent when she spies 2 dark silhouettes at the top of one of the high-rises. Her eyes dart down to Kiba and Yugo. They're heading straight for that very same building. If she's right, she can't risk them spotting her. Sakura dives down towards the ground, swooping upward at the last minute to cut her momentum and keep her from crashing into the pavement next to Kiba as he and Akamaru come skidding to a halt in front of the building. Yugo comes leaping down from a nearby townhouse roof to land on Sakura's other side. Sakura looks to Kiba. Did the fish smell lead you here? Kiba nods, a pensive frown on his face. From the look on your face I'm gonna guess you saw something spooky up there. 2 people, Sakura reports. We can't know for sure it's them, but I don't know who else would be hanging around on rooftops during an emergency. Sure it's not another illusion or clones or something. Clones, we won't know until we hit them. But I doubt it's genjutsu. According to Orochimaru, Sakura can't block out how Kiba winces at her mentioning his name. Kisame never had much talent for it, and if Itaki is controlling the 3 tails I would be shocked if he could spare chakra or just space in his brain for any other jutsu while he's doing that. The ground trembles, and Yugo struggles to speak over a distant roar from the 3 tails, but wouldn't that be dangerous? People could find them up there, or the building could come down. That seems like a terrible place to set up. Well, the scent leads here, and them being inside the building would be even more dangerous. If it comes down with them in it, then that's 2 Akatsuki crushed to death. So unless there's a basement, and there could be, then the safest place for them has gotta be up top. Okay, Sakura cuts in, the point is, if they're up on top of a building, I can break Ataka's concentration. But I'll need someone to keep Kisame busy while I line up the shot. So what I'm thinking is, you guys go inside and search the building. If there's a basement, Yugo goes down and Kiba goes up. If you find them inside, lure them to the roof. If they are on the roof, keep Kisame busy and as clear of Ataki as you can. Once I break Ataka's concentration, we retreat to the harbor immediately. Kiba shoots her a wide-eyed glance. You want us to bail? On taking down 2 members of the Akatsuki. Sakura fights the shiver trying to claw its way up her spine. Yes, I do, because when I fought them Kisame nearly crushed my whole ribcage in Ataki. We can't risk a prolonged, real fight with one of them, and we definitely can't risk a prolonged, real fight with both of them. Kiba purses his lips, but nods. Fair. Anything else we should know before we go in? Kisame's sword can absorb chakra. Don't let him get a hit in on you if you can help it. And don't look Ataki in the eye, no matter what. Kiba nods, digs his heels into Akamaru's sides, and disappears through the building's front doors. Yugo pauses to frown down at Sakura, mouth opening to voice more concerns, but Sakura shakes her head. He shuts his mouth tight and runs in on Kiba's heels. Sakura looks up at the buildings surrounding her. Ataki and Kisame's potential hiding place is 5 stories tall. The closest building with an unimpeded view of the rooftop is another 5-story apartment building 1 block back. A good perch in terms of height and position, but if Kisame or Ataka so much as look over their shoulders they'll spot her. Usually the sort of problem she'd solve with a genjutsu. But a wood-style Hamaya requires almost all her chakra. She can't afford to waste even a tiny amount on hiding. Sakura kicks off the ground, zipping over and up to her vantage point. She alights soundlessly on the roof's edge. Her quarry is a pair of shadows, 1 tall, 1 slight, several dozen feet away. Sakura drops to 1 knee and retracts her wings, the chakra used to form them traveling down her arm and into her palm to start forming the tip of her arrow. She pulls the other arm back like she's pulling back a bowstring. Sakura breathes deep, goes still, and waits. Suzuki's eyes scan the skyline. Any sign of them yet? Niji shakes his head, one of his eyes twitching as the veins on his temple pulse. No, not even in any of the wreckage. Naruto frowns over his shoulder at Niji. You could try to sound a little less upset that they haven't been crushed to death. Suzuki frowns. They've ruled out the waterfront and any of the more thoroughly destroyed areas of the city, but that still leaves them with everything between the Jito's residence and the mountains to cover in the time it takes Tsunade to drag Kabuto and Ogasawara to some safe spot up there. They don't have the time or the manpower to cover an area this size, and while the range on the Sharinan and Byakugan is considerable, it's not unlimited. We need to try a different approach, Suzuki says, otherwise we're not going to get anywhere. Naruto frowns, scratching at his scalp. What if? What if we look for Kiba how he'd look for us? Niji and Suzuki arch an eyebrow each. What? What if we sniff him out? Just looking isn't doing us any good, and I really don't think we're gonna hear him over the sound of monsters fighting in the harbor, so what if we try sniffing him out? Niji nods, slowly at first, then quicker and quicker as the idea clicks. That's not a bad idea. Naruto forms the dog seal. I'll take a crack at it. I've seen Kiba and Kakashi do this enough, I can probably do alright at it, but if I fuck up, Suzuki, you're on deck. Suzuki sees Naruto's chakra move up from his belly and into his nose. Naruto squeezes his eyes shut at the sudden sensory shift, face wrinkling like he bit into a lemon. After a moment, he blurts out, wet dog. Niji puts a hand on his hip. Naruto. Use your adult words. Naruto cracks one eye open to glare at him. I smell wet dog. He points northwest, towards the residential districts acting as a buffer between the city center and the foothills, over that way. Suzuki nods, assuming Naruto didn't just pick up some stray. I'm gonna bet that's our man. I'll lead. Naruto, stay close and keep an eye open. Without waiting for a reply, Suzuki leaps to a nearby roof, bounding off on Kiba's trail. Sakura keeps her eyes locked on the two figures on the roof across from her. She breathes deeply, pulling chakra from her own reserves as well as the curse mark to form the wispy silhouette of the Hamaya. Sakura stays still and quiet, so still, so quiet that she starts to hear, feel, the low pulse of natural energy in the stone beneath her knees and the wind ripping through her hair. A thought passes through her head. A wood-style Hamaya requires the chakra and life force of the caster to feed the wood, to give it life in turn. But natural energy is life itself. What would happen if she? Sakura opens a smattering of her chakra points over her whole body. When she breathes in, she pulls tiny doses of natural energy in with the air. It mixes with her chakra, rubbing at her pathways and attempting to settle in her flesh, but she forces it to move along with her chakra. With barely any guidance, it flows into the wooden core of the arrow. Buds pop in along the branches, unfurling into leaves and blossoms, and there's a crash. Sakura's attention snaps to the building. A four-legged silhouette bursts through the rooftop entrance, a familiar profile on its back. The taller of the two silhouettes at the roof's edge whips towards them, unsheathing a sword as tall and broad as he is. Sakura's breath catches. There's no mistake. That's Kisame. Kiba found him. Where's Yugo? Is he still searching below the building? Is he dealing with some trap in the lower floors? Kiba and Akamaru are alone up there, she has to. Sakura bites her lip. She has to stay here. She has to build up chakra and natural energy, line up the shot, and take out who she now knows is attacking. That's the best way for her to help her team. She sees Kiba's form leap from Akamaru's back. In a burst of smoke, Akamaru disappears, replaced by another Kiba. Kisame swings for them and they leap and dance around him, fangs crossing fangs, the two of them darting in and out in dizzying circles. Kisame's strikes are wide and powerful, kicking up bits of stone where they hit the roof, but Kiba and Akamaru keep just barely out of Samehada's reach. Another burst of smoke sees the number of Kibas doubled. They push at Kisame from all sides, taking the battle all around the roof as the clones dart in for glancing blows and Kiba and Akamaru bait out more swings from Kisame. Sakura grits her teeth. They're keeping Kisame busy, just like she told them. And Itake, at least, isn't moving. He hasn't moved an inch since she got here. But that's the problem. He's the one still figure in a chaotic maelstrom of action. With Kiba and his doubles bounding back and forth and Kisame swinging for them all, they keep moving into and out of her shot, the constant movement drawing her eyes away from her target. She's almost there. If she can just find an opening in all this chaos, if she can build up just a bit more chakra, a bit more natural energy. It happens so fast she almost misses it. Samehada cleaves one of the clones in twain, the chakra used to form it surging into the blade. Kisame flips the blade into a reverse grip to stab it through the other clone as it tries to grab him from behind. He whirls the sword up, around, and points it towards the two remaining Kibas. They both start to backpedal, one to the left, one to the right. Kisame pulls the sword back and thrusts it to the left. The Kiba double is not in the blade's range. But it doesn't need to be. The chakra it absorbed releases from the tip of the sword as a bullet of concentrated water. It shifts into the shape of a shark and its hungry jaws close around the Kiba double's middle. Smoke bursts from the point of impact. Akamaru comes flying out from the other side, the shark's teeth buried in his fur. Sakura watches Akamaru sail across the side street, arc over the top of another building, and drop out of sight behind it, his terrified howl ringing in her ears. What in the... Niji's call and the sound of a terrified canine howl makes Suzuki look up from the street. A large white form, unmistakably Akamaru, comes flying out of a cloud of smoke at the top of a high-rise apartment building. There's something clinging to his side, a shark dash. Suzuki doesn't have time to think that through. Akamaru flies over the roof of the neighboring building and starts to drop, falling down into the gap between two city blocks. There's no time or need to talk. The three boys are after Akamaru, bounding across rooftops and dropping down to the street where he fell. Suzuki overtakes Naruto and Niji and lands in a roll at Akamaru's side just as the shark biting into his ribs dissolves into seawater. Suzuki tries to block out Akamaru's pained whining in favor of examining the wound. The shark might not have been real, but this bite wound is, 2 rows of serrated puncture marks marring Akamaru's snow-white fur. And that definitely isn't the worst of it. Niji, Sasuke snaps, shedding his gloves and bringing healing chakra to his palms, tell me what else I'm working with. Niji stops at Sasuke's side, eyes running over Akamaru, and grimaces, do you want details or summary? Summary. Most of the bones on the left side of his body are broken. Naruto kneels down at Akamaru's head, stroking his ears, is he gonna be alright? If I'm quick, Sasuke mutters, pressing glowing palms to the bite wounds, and I'm gonna have to be wherever Akamaru is. Kiba is never far, Niji picks up, and if whoever they're fighting did this to Akamaru. Kiba needs help, Naruto exclaims, jumping to his feet, he needs us now, Niji, come on, let's. No, Sasuke cuts in, I need Niji's eyes. And Niji can't leave you alone. But why can't? Naruto, Niji cuts in, worry about that later. Right now, worry about helping me set Akamaru's bones. Sasuke clicks his tongue against his teeth, whispering as Naruto and Niji crouch over one of Akamaru's legs, sorry, boy. You're not gonna like this. Sakura's heart is in her throat and it's everything she can do not to scream. Where is Yugo? Kiba is alone up there, running frantically towards the roof's edge. He needs help, he needs her help and he needs it now but. The ground rocks. The Three Tails screams. There's a screech, in a voice Sakura wishes she didn't recognize. She looks to the harbor just in time to see the Three Tails grab Manda's body in one hand, his head in the other, and pull. A burst of white smoke covers the Three Tails and most of the water with it. Sakura starts shaking. She can't feel the pulse of natural energy around her anymore. Kisame's hands fly through signs before he thrusts one out towards Kiba. A jet of water sprays from his palm. The head of it shifts into the jaws of a shark and clamps down on Kiba's shoulder. Kiba tries to wriggle out of its hold but the teeth just dig deeper. Kisame jerks his arm back to his side. The rope of water yanks Kiba off his feet and drags him through the air towards Kisame. It happens so fast. It happens so fast. Kiba puts up arms and legs to block. Kisame spins Same Hada around. He thrusts it forward and it meets Kiba halfway. The blade shreds through Kiba's stomach, coming out the other side. Kiba freezes. Kisame grabs Kiba by the shoulder, braces a foot against him, and pushes him off his blade. Kiba crumples to the roof. The door to the roof flies off its hinges. Kisame parries it, only for a blur of orange and gray to hit him like a truck. They go tumbling to the ground. No one else is standing. It's only Itachi, a lone shadow against the storm. Sakura's hands are shaking, she can barely see past tears, but she has to, it has to be now, it has to be now. Sakura releases the arrow with a scream. There's a burst of light, chakra, petals, and leaves. Sakura hears a wrenching, wet scream. Her head spins, she almost falls, but she catches herself on her elbow at the last second. She's up. She's conscious. The chills and shakes of chakra exhaustion are beating at her door, but she's up. The natural energy, it did something, but Sakura shoves herself upright. Itachi is slumped against a tree, smaller than the one Orochimaru rests in, but whose leaves are a brilliant green. Itachi's arm is bound up in the trunk, bark, and branches and blood flowing from a wound in his shoulder. Sakura swears through her teeth. She'd been aiming for his heart. Sakura staggers to her feet, taking a few steps back and shoving chakra into the solace of her feet. Kisame shoves Yugo off of him and rolls to his feet, sprinting for Itachi. The Three Tails thrashes through the smoke, hands clutching at its head. Sakura takes a running start and leaps. Kisame reaches Itachi, wraps his arms around his middle, and rips him away from the tree. At the apex of her jump, Sakura brings the chakra up from her feet and into her shoulder blades, summoning her wings back. Yugo scrambles up and after Kisame. Kisame fires another concentrated blast of water over his shoulder at Yugo. It hits him square in the chest, sending him flying off the edge of the roof. Sakura shrieks. She swoops down to intercept Yugo, grabbing his hand in both of hers. The weight of him nearly pulls her down. She grits her teeth and forces more cursed chakra down her arms, giving herself barely enough strength to pull herself and Yugo the rest of the way to the roof. Kiba is still there. Kisame and Itaki are not. Sakura drops Yugo like a stone. She lands hard, buries her hands in her hair, and screams, "Motherfucker! We had them. We fucking had them. And they ran away. That's all they fucking do, run away like cowards. I'm not gonna let them, I'll find them and I'll kill them. I'll kill them myself, with my bare fucking hands if I have to." Sakura. Yugo's voice pulls her back down. She turns to find him crouched at Kiba's side, and Kiba. Oh god, Kiba. The wound in his stomach is ragged and gaping, the edges shorn and torn by same Hada's rough skin. Sakura's stomach lurches with every step she takes closer to her friend. Her friend. Her classmate, her friend, a boy she grew up with, who would pull her hair and call her names but let her pet his dog, and oh god, same Hada isn't sharp, its tip isn't pointed, Kisame put it through him with pure brute force and she can see his. What do we do, Sakura? She can't throw up. She can't scream. She can't cry. Kiba's still breathing, his eyes are glazed over as he stares at the sky, but he's still breathing, and that means they can save him. But Sakura drops to her knees across from Yugo and tries to remember all the tossed-off bits of instruction Kabuto ever gave her about medical ninjutsu. None of them would be enough. In a flash, Sakura remembers why Kiba was even here in the first place. She brings her hands up to his face and gently slaps his cheeks. "Kiba, Kiba, 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 please, talk to me. Tsunade, where's Tsunade, where is she? Tell us where she is so she can help you." Kiba coughs, blood spurting up from his mouth, his voice creaking weakly after, "Akamaru. Where's Akamaru? I don't know, Kiba, but when we get you to Tsunade and she starts treating you we can go find him, so where is she?" "It hurts. It fucking hurts," Kiba chokes on a broken sob, "I want my mom." Sakura feels a jolt of pain through her throat and her eyes start to well up again, but no, compartmentalize, Sakura, for the love of God, compartmentalize. Okay, Tsunade's out, and if Sasuke was with them like hell, is Kiba in any state to say so? Who's next? Sakura's eyes go wide and she blurts out, "Zayden, the Yakuza, they had people fixing up the civilians inside the under the gambling hall, they had." "Yugo, take him back to gambling hall." Yugo's brow furrows, "Are you sure?" "No, I'm not sure, but I don't know where Tsunade is and he's going to die if we don't act now, so just pick him up and go." Yugo scoops Kiba up in his arms, drawing a sharp cry, and a new burst of pain sobs from him with the motion. Yugo runs for the edge of the roof and leaps, disappearing behind it. Sakura starts to run after him. 2 sets of footsteps drop onto the roof behind her. A voice she'd only dreamed about for 2 years exclaims, "Sakura." She freezes. She turns. And there are Sasuke and Naruto, side by side, staring her down. So much for compartmentalizing. Chapter 16, 15. 15. Atop a building in the middle of a foreign city besieged by monsters, Team 7 stare each other down for the first time in 2 years. Sasuke can barely breathe. Words are sticking in his throat, tangling together. When he'd seen her from behind, all ragged pink hair and skinny limbs, he'd thought he was dreaming. Her name had flown from his mouth like a bird from its cage. And she'd stopped. She'd turned. Now she's staring at them both, big green eyes wide and wet and full of so many emotions Sasuke can't even begin to name them all. He's dimly aware of the tree on the roof's edge, the massive blood stain near Sakura's feet, Kiba's absence, all the signs that something went horribly wrong up here. But his brain just keeps circling around the fact that she's real, and alive and right in front of him. Sakura blinks, slowly at first, then rapidly as her whole body jolts in realization, "Naruto. Sasuke. Sasuke. You have to come with me." Kiba was I can't even explain it, he was hurt, bad, and... Sakura comes closer, hands reaching for him. Sasuke's stomach clenches. His mind flashes through images of the last time he saw Sakura in the flesh, her fist slamming into his cheek, her heel breaking his rib, her foot kicking his bad leg out from under him, her holding him just barely above water as she puts him to sleep, and it's like being hit with a bucket of cold water. Sasuke flinches away from her grasping fingers. Sakura freezes, hands hanging open and shaking in the air. Sakura, Sasuke begins, running a hand through his hair. What are you? What is this? What are you even doing here? Sakura sputters, I thought you. No time, there's no time, please just look, I can explain everything but we don't have time. I sent Kiba off ahead but he's in a bad way and he needs medical attention right now, so please, just, trust me. And Naruto's voice blares like a siren over the ambient chaos, trust you. Sasuke and Sakura both jump, heads whipping to Naruto. Naruto's face is caught between shock and fury. Like he's just as surprised as they are, he spoke up. Sasuke tenses. Naruto's eyes and teeth still look normal, but the air is starting to heat up. He immediately regrets leaving Neji with Akamaru. Naruto blinks a few times, shakes his head, but says, Sakura, the last time we saw each other you were trying to kill us. You can't just, it's been 2 years, we just heard that you died, and now you are here telling us Kiba needs help and asking us to just trust you based on nothing. That's insane. It's insane, right? Sakura's jaw drops. Who told you I was dead? Kabuto. You believed Kabuto. After everything he did, why would you fall for his lies again? Because he actually knew where you were for the last 2 years. Sakura flinches. I already told you, I'll explain everything, but Kiba doesn't have. Sasuke looks between Naruto and Sakura before taking a deep breath and cutting in. Sakura, I want to believe you, but I can't just take this on faith. You have to give me something, anything that proves you're not just. Sakura whirls towards him, teeth bared. Not just what? What are you so scared of? That I'm going to lure you back to Orochimaru? He's dead. I killed him myself. Or did Kabuto not tell you that part yet? Sasuke's next words slam against his teeth. What is this? Sakura could get angry before, but the look on her face is nearly feral. The curse mark creeps along her face and into the whites of her eyes. How long? No, how often has she been using that mark? And did she say she killed Orochimaru? Sakura? Sakura killed legendary Sunin Orochimaru? Saying the words over and over again in his head doesn't make them feel any more real. Yeah, we heard that part, Naruto snaps, taking a step towards Sakura, only we heard you were on his side till the very end. I think we're more than a little justified not knowing what to believe right now when we're hearing 2 different stories. Sasuke glares at Naruto, putting a hand up to stop him. Naruto, don't speak for me, I don't. You haven't changed at all, Sakura exclaims, lurching towards Naruto. You two could never just trust me, you never believed that I had things under control, and now you are not even going to believe me when I ask for your help to save one of our friends. Sasuke shoves himself between her and Naruto. Sakura, that's not fair, this isn't like all the. Sakura takes a step back, burying her hands in her hair. There's no time, I can't. Kiba is. Sasuke's heart leaps into his throat. He can't let her get away, not again. Never again. He reaches for her and she shrinks from his hand. Sakura, please, I want to understand. I just want to understand why you left, so please, just give me something, anything, and I. Sakura swallows hard, the petals coming together to cover her skin like molten lava. I did it all for you. I had a plan and a mission to protect you and protect the village. I told you I'd come home. And you didn't listen. You're still not listening. Chakra comes off of Sakura in a shockwave. Naruto and Sasuke rock backward on their heels. They only have an instant to get a glimpse of Sakura's gray skin and dragonfly wings before she leaps into the air and soars towards the ocean. Sasuke moves before he thinks. He's running, fast as his legs can carry him, to the edge of the roof. It's only once he's about to leap for the next building that he realizes Naruto isn't on his heels. He turns to find him where he left him, staring dumbstruck at Sakura's retreating form. Sasuke throws his arms out wide and shouts, "What are you standing around for? We have to catch up to her while there's still time to fix this." Naruto's eyes slowly drop down to meet his. Did she really tell you she was going to come back? Sasuke can't believe what he's hearing. Are you? Fuck's sake, Naruto, we need to go now. Naruto opens his mouth to speak, but keeps choking on syllables, eyes darting this way and that as he runs a hand through his hair. What the hell is wrong with you? Don't you even want to get her back? Naruto's mouth snaps shut. His eyes drop to the roof and he draws his shoulders in tight. Sasuke's blood runs cold. You don't. Naruto's eyes leap back up to his and he puts his hands up. Wait, Sasuke. You didn't give a shit about the truth, you were just pushing her away, Sasuke snarls, shoving Naruto's chest with both hands. You've given up on her already, just like everyone else in the village. Sasuke. Sasuke gets in Naruto's face. Am I wrong? Then tell me. Say it. Say it to my face. Tell me you want to get Sakura back. Naruto just stares at him, mouth hanging open, silent. The deep black something in Sasuke's gut twists and his lip lifts in a sneer. What happened to never giving up and never quitting, Uzumaki? Naruto's face cracks, eyes going wide and glossy. Sasuke spins on his heel, sprints for the edge, and leaps. Naruto crumples to one knee. His own words in Sasuke's sneering voice play on repeat in his mind. They warp and distort like a record played too many times into a roar of pure, ear-splitting noise. He clutches at his ears in a vain attempt to muffle it, nails digging into his skin as they sharpen. A familiar voice growls in harmony with the roar. Why are you surprised, boy? We are a monster, at once a burden and a weapon to all who surround us. Their love was always conditional, they would always rip it away the instant we didn't follow orders. Naruto bites the side of his tongue with growing fangs. He tries to focus on the taste of the blood, the pain in his mouth, anything real. But it's not working. With one eye he sees the horizon, the three tails thrashing in the water. The other sees the fox, the iron bars, the paper seal. The fox leans down low, its breath hitting Naruto like a gale of hot wind. This is what our life is, what it always will be. You either become the whipped dog they want, obeying their every whim for the shadow of their affection, or the wild animal we are. One ear hears a set of footsteps running across the rooftop, Niji's voice calling out to him, reprimanding him for running off without warning. Naruto and the fox snarl as one. Chakra leaks out from Naruto's skin, engulfing him in a boiling bubble and tinting his whole world red. One eye sees Niji stop in his tracks, eyes going wide with terror. The other sees the fox scowl. Niji and the fox speak over each other. Naruto, Naruto, calm down dash, see how they order you about even now dash, if you can just tell me what happened dash, they offer hollow sucker to keep your power at bay dash, no, never mind, we have bigger problems, the three tails is still out there dash, they try to distract with appeals to your better nature dash, please, Naruto, don't fall apart, not now dash. Naruto doubles over, digging his claws as deep as they'll go. Blood is all he can smell, all he can taste. His vision is tunneling on the horizon with the three tails vignetted in a red as dark as night. His chakra burns, eating at his flesh like acid. He grasps at fragments of memories, at smiles, and promises, tiny intimacies and grand gestures, but the weight of every single betrayal and abandonment is crushing them into grains of sand. He forces through grit teeth, but... there. My friends. The fox slowly threads a claw through the bars. It presses the tip up into the underside of Naruto's chin, so gentle it doesn't even break the skin, urging him to meet its enormous red eyes. It rumbles, close your heart to them, boy. After all, they have closed theirs to you. To hell with all of it. Naruto shuts his eyes. The instant Niji goes for the seal, Naruto's chakra sucks in tight to his skin before bursting out in a blast of red-hot force. Niji hits the roof and shoves chakra into his solace to keep from being knocked off. The smoke and dust clear with a swipe of three Vulpin tails. Niji's heart drops. In Naruto's place is a shadow the color of dried blood. It rises up on all fours, tails twisting and writhing like an octopus tentacles, and sniffs the air with wide swings of its head. Its eyes are two blank white pits burning in the darkness. He needs to try the seal again, but Niji is frozen. He was trained to face men, not monsters. The three tails lets out another screech, drawing both Niji and the creature that was Naruto's attention. Despite the water around it grasping at it like 1,000 hands, the three tails manages to turn its back to the city and start to drag itself towards the mouth of the bay. The creature's face splits, a fanged maw dropping open to gurgle, coward. Niji doesn't see the creature leap. It's too fast for that. One moment it was on the roof, the next it's in the air. It clears 2 streets and a building before it has to land and jump again. Niji scrambles for his radio collar. Before he can tune to any frequency, he remembers Akamaru. Suzuki did what he could, but the dog is still down in the street, barely able to stand. He wouldn't be able to follow Niji over the rooftops, let alone keep pace with the creature. A younger, more cynical part of him spits that he's just a dog, and what's the life of one dog against the fate of a city? Niji shoves that childish thought away, opening the line to the whole security team. This is Niji, we have a situation. Naruto has undergone a partial transformation into his tailed beast and is heading straight for the 3 tails. I'm in pursuit, but I have wounded with me and can't give chase at full speed. If you can, try to head him off or slow him down. He doesn't wait for anyone to copy. Niji sprints back the way he came, down the side of the building and over to where Akamaru is curled up on the sidewalk. The dog lifts his head, the motion making him whine high and sharp. Niji winces. He kneels down at Akamaru's side. All right, boy, we have to move. Niji helps Akamaru up as carefully as he can, but he can't stay up without leaning heavy on Niji's side. Niji bites his tongue. He always knew this was going to be slow. Gingerly, but steadily, Niji starts to guide them both towards the sea. The 3 tails is retreating, yard by agonizing yard, towards the mouth of the bay. Suijutsu may be grasping at its massive shell with 1,000 watery arms to keep it from running, but Zayden is firing mortar after mortar at it to force it forward. Their ship, the Asahi, managed to stay afloat through all this chaos. The longer the 3 tails stays here, screwing with the tides and lashing out blindly, the less likely she's going to stay that way. Winning isn't worth it. Survival is. The roof shakes, almost causing Zayden to misfire. He whirls towards the point of impact. Yugo is rising from a crouch with the Leaf Kid, what was his name? Kiba, in his arms, and oh good god. The kid was nearly ripped in half by something rough and blunt. Zayden can see through him. The kid is panting, eyes glazed over, whimpering in pain. Zayden has seen that look before, on victims of landmines and mortar shells hanging onto life by a thread. Yugo, what the hell dash? Akatsuki hurt him bad. We don't know where the leaf healers are, Sakura said dash. Why would she tell you to bring him here? She thought the Yakuza doctors could dash. The Yakuza doctors know how to stitch up knife wounds and treat first-degree burns. If we bring him to them they're going to put him out of his misery, not fix him. Yugo's eyes are wide, darting around in a panic, but Sakura dash. Zayden sighs, pinching the bridge of his nose. Sakura is a ninja. She's forgotten how few options normal doctors have. She was wrong, Yugo, unless we want to just put him out of his misery. Kiba reaches out towards him, hand shaking like a leaf. Where's Akamaru? Please, just tell me. My team. Where's my team? Zayden's throat goes dry. By the sage, he's so young. Are they really gonna just mercy kill this kid? Is there even any point in making the choice when he might bleed out in the next few seconds? He should have died twice over, but country doctors with no medical ninjutsu to their name managed to save him. Can he really count the Yakuza doctors out? But it's not like they can just cut the kid's limbs off and call it a day. His intestines are gone. How is anyone supposed to heal that? This isn't his kid. This isn't his fight. This shouldn't be his choice to make. It's so fucking unfair. And all he wants to do is cry. Before Zayden can pull himself together, a dark shape cuts through the air above them, too fast to identify. It hits the beach like a meteorite, sand and surf exploding up and out in a small mushroom cloud from the point of impact. Was that a cannonball? Zayden's guess is immediately disproven by the blur of dark red piercing through the cloud and flying out over the water. It weaves between Suijutsu's limbs and the 3 tails swipes with ease, a trail of steam following in its wake. It leaps from the water to land on the 3 tails shell, pausing only long enough for Zayden to pick out its long ears and thrashing foxtails before it starts skittering up the monster's back like a spider. The 3 tails lets out another shrill cry, flailing its tails and arms to try and hit the dark shape, but there's no way a beast as big as a mountain can hit something that size moving at speed. Zayden's eyes drop to the water around the 3 tails. The sea isn't calm, Suijitsu is still manipulating it, and any time the three tails moves more than a foot it creates ripples that crash onto the shore as sizable waves, but the unnatural churning of the tides around the creature has ceased. It wouldn't be smooth sailing, but a ship could sail out of here. Zayden swallows hard and looks Yugo in the eye. I'm going down to the Asahi. I'm gonna do what I can to rally the crew, and when she's ready to move, I'm firing off a flare. You, Sakura, and Suijitsu better be on that ship the instant after that flare goes off, do you understand? For all his size and ferocity, Yugo is staring at him now like a terrified child, but this boy dash. Zayden cuts him off. I am not going to decide whether or not that kid lives or dies. Don't put that shit on me. Make your own goddamn judgment call for once in your fucking life. It's cruel, it's unfair, and the way Yugo's face breaks at the words makes sure he knows it. But Zayden can't deal with that right now. All he can deal with is shoving all his shit in his bag, screwing his leg back on, scrambling upright, and loping as fast as he can down the stairs. Guilt and apologies can wait. Survival can't. Lee vaults over the rubble and lands next to Tenten. You heard Niji's transmission, yes. 1 second dash. Tenten pokes her head up over the rubble and fires 2 shots from one of her pistols, forcing Haiden to swerve out of the way of the bullets and making an opening for Guy to hit him with a blow to the jaw, then ducks back down to avoid a blast of fire from Kakuza. Yeah, I did. What are we gonna do about it? Go and retrieve Naruto, of course, Lee exclaims. He is our friend, and he needs dash. Lightning crackles. Tenten and Lee both roll a few feet to the left, seconds before a burst of lightning hits their cover and blows a portion of it to smithereens. We need to figure out how we're getting out of this fight, Tenten snaps, preferably in a way that doesn't lead these guys right to our Jinchuriki friend. Lee purses his lips, then says, I will tag out with Guy-sensei. He will have an idea, I am certain of it. Lee launches himself back over the rubble. Tenten takes the moment to toss her pistols and summon 2 more. She's reaching the end of this scroll. Next time she should just seal 2 pistols and make the rest of the scroll bullets. Guy comes somersaulting in, landing where Lee had been moments prior. So you want to get to Naruto? Seems like the right thing to do, doesn't it? It certainly does. But we're pinned down here. And you opened some pretty pricey gates. I certainly did, Guy winces, but never mind that. Do you have dash? Don't ask me what I have, tell me what we need. That's my girl. First off, smoke bombs. Second off, a way to increase their range far beyond what we can throw. Third off, a quick, direct way to the harbor. An impact rocks the rubble at their backs. Tenten doesn't let it derail her train of thought as she takes mental inventory. She's got smoke bombs to spare. Quickest way to make them long range is to tie them onto arrows. She's got a bow and maybe 100 arrows. A quick, direct way to the harbor. Go back up, Lee, I've got 1 and 2, I'll see what I can do about 3. Guy claps Tenten on the shoulder before leaping back into the fray. Tenten hops up to her haunches, drops an invisible cloak jutsu over herself, and darts from cover to cover in a crouch. She picks her way through the ruins of the Jito's residence, across his rubble-strewn garden, around the menaced corpses of Hot Water Ninja, and makes it to the carriage house next to the estate gate. The building was built for function over form, it survived the worst of the Akatsuki's onslaught. Tenten hopes she can say the same for the horses. She pushes chakra into her hands to throw the doors wide open. Her jaw drops. There aren't any horses, just a carriage. How is that dash? She catches sight of some sort of mechanism in the undercarriage. Tenten drops low, craning her neck to one side to get a better view of it. Is that an engine? She'd seen 1 or 2 horseless carriages before, but they belonged to the nouveau riche, not the nobility. Okay, on the bright side, she's heard these things can go way faster than horse-drawn carriages. But how the hell does she drive it? Tenten scrambles up onto the driver's seat to see what she's working with. Instead of reins there's a wheel, with 2 pedals down by her feet and a crank at her side. That's as good a place as any to start. She turns the crank and the engine bucks and rattles to life beneath her. Tenten pushes down on the right pedal and the carriage jolts forward, rolling under the engine's power until she drops her heel down on the left pedal and it stops as suddenly as it started. Oh, this is not going to be a smooth ride. But that doesn't matter, so long as it's fast. Tenten floors it. The carriage goes screaming out of the carriage house, flying over the broken ground like a stone skipping over water. Her teeth clack painfully together with every bounce. Everything she heard about the speed of these machines proves itself true. Before she knows it, she's almost right on top of the battle between her team and the Akatsuki. Tenten slams her foot on the brake and throws the wheel to one side. The carriage nearly spins out, wheels kicking up sparks as it drifts to a halt. She catches her breath, rears up to her full height, and shouts down to her teammates, "Get in." Lee and Guy don't stop to gawk. They turn on their heels and sprint to the carriage as fast as their legs can take them. The Akatsuki aren't stopping either. Haiden and Kakuzu break into a run and follow on their heels. Tenten leaps up onto the carriage roof and uses her last few pistol shots to provide covering fire. Lee joins Tenten on the roof and Guy makes it to the driver's seat. He slams his foot on the gas, nearly throwing Lee and Tenten off the carriage as he whips it back towards the street. Tenten gets her bearings, then summons her bow, arrows, and smoke bombs. She hears Haiden crow, "Oh no, you are not getting off that easy." After Kakuzu. Tenten turns to Lee, "Throw whatever you've got, I need covering fire." Lee digs into his weapon pouch and throws handfuls of projectiles out behind them. Tenten pulls a length of twine from her hip pouch. As she ties bombs to arrows, her eyes dart between her work and their pursuers. Haiden is gaining on them, dodging Lee's covering fire with ease. Kakuzu looks like he's lagging behind. Tenten isn't fooled. She's not intimidated, either. Let them get as close as they like. Lee throws his next volley and Haiden leaps over them. He lobs his scythe at the carriage and its blades dig into the roof. He reaches into his jacket and there's a click before the high whine of the cable retracting, pulling Haiden in towards them. Lee almost jolts to his feet. Tenten stops him with a shout, "Duck!" Lee hits the deck. Tenten knocks a smoke arrow, draws, and fires without looking. It hits Haiden in the throat and bursts into a massive cloud of dark gray smoke. "Pull the scythe out," Tenten barks and Lee rips the scythe out of the roof, throwing it towards the street. She fires off 2 more arrows in the general direction of Haiden's choked expletives. They don't hit him. They don't have to. The instant they hit something they burst into smoke, filling the whole street behind them and dropping visibility to 0. As Guy sends them skidding around a corner, Tenten fires up at an extreme angle, sending 2 more arrows over the buildings to either side. The neighboring streets fill with smoke, creating decoy trails leading to dead ends. Tenten keeps firing off smoke arrows as Guy careens through back alleys and down narrow side streets. She fills the ruined streets with smoke, sending decoy arrows off in random directions and a few to their rear, just in case. They're turning onto one of the many roads leading to the harbor when Tenten fires her second-to-last smoke arrow down the street behind them. Lee blinks up at Tenten, "Do you think we dash?" Tenten shoves a finger up against his lips, "No. Don't. If you finish that sentence, they will leap out of the nearest window and kill us all. Do not." Lee presses his lips tight together and nods. Tenten squeezes the bow and arrow, activating a small seal on her palm and sending them away. If the Akatsuki do come leaping out of the nearest window, she can break the seal and summon them instantly back to her hand. Yet another brilliant trick she owes the Uzumaki for. Guy turns out onto one of the wider boulevards. From here, Tenten can finally get a good look at the 3 tails. The monster is flailing wildly around, trying in vain to grab a small dark shape making its way up and over the top of its shell. The dark shape deftly maneuvers around the spikes and makes straight for its eye. The 3 tails lets out an ear-splitting scream as blood erupts from its eyeball like a geyser. Another voice roars in answer, 2 parts feral, 1 part familiar. Tenten's stomach drops. "Did you guys hear what I just heard?" Lee nods in a series of quick jerks, "That I think that is Naruto up there." Guy grits his teeth, "Well, that makes this all a damn sight harder. How on earth are we going to get him down from there, Guy-sensei?" "Well, advanced as this thing we're driving is, I doubt it can travel over water or up the side of a giant turtle, so that's right out." "Guy-sensei, be serious. Naruto is in danger." Another screech from the 3 tails. Blood floods its eyeball, turning the whole thing crimson. The red-black dart that is Naruto zips from the eye down to the top of the jaw, the three tails skin splitting and blistering in his tracks. Tenten winces, looks like the turtle's in bigger danger than he is. Guy's jaw clenches tight, eyes darting back and forth, before he calls, "Tenten, get a look at the harbor. Do you see anything that looks like a whaling ship?" Tenten sends an extra surge of chakra to her solace and stands up to get a better look, "I think. Oh, over there." She points to a nimble-looking ship just off the three tails flank, a whale catcher. "Guy-sensei, are you thinking dash? If you think I'm thinking of using the whale catcher's harpoon cannon to grab hold of Naruto then pull him back in, you're thinking correctly." Lee leans down so he's yelling in Guy's ear, "Guy-sensei, that is far too dangerous. Harpoons are meant to kill whales. Naruto would be dash. Under normal circumstances, Naruto would be in serious danger of death if struck by a harpoon cannon. But these are not normal circumstances. The Nine Tails will do whatever it takes to protect itself, and the fox is in control now, not Naruto. With more power to destroy at its disposal comes more power for self-preservation. The risk is still great, but the reward is more than worth it." Tenten swallows her doubts. "Do you have a better idea, Lee?" Lee doesn't answer. Guy deftly maneuvers the carriage around debris and into the harbor. It rattles and rocks along the wooden docks towards the whale catcher. Tenten doesn't wait for Guy to park. With a burst of chakra she leaps from the roof and lands on the prow, right next to the harpoon cannon. The ship is deserted. No one to get in their way, but also no one to move the ship into a better position or show her where the powder and harpoons are. Lee and Guy join her on the deck and read her furrowed brow in an instant. They dart in different directions, Lee searching above deck and Guy going below. While they're at it, Tenten inspects the cannon. It's breech-loaded and breech-firing, which makes things simpler. That's the comforting thing about firearms. Scale and specifics may change, but at their core, all they need is black powder, ammunition, and someone to pull the trigger. Once they've returned with black powder and a harpoon, Guy continues, "I'll act as Tenten's spotter, only fire when and where I say. Lee, once we've hooked Naruto, I want you to grab the line and pull him in with one strong tug. Understand?" Tenten and Lee harmonize without thinking, "Understood." Once the cannon is locked and loaded, Tenten rifles through one of her tool scrolls until she finds a spyglass. She tosses it to Guy, who catches it, fully unfurls it, and puts it up to his eye in one motion. Tenten gets behind the cannon and gives it some experimental swivels to get a feel for the weight and range of motion. She winces. It's heavy, and not very flexible, either. She's going to need to be one step ahead of Guy's spotting if she wants to be in position in time. Lee posts up by the barrel, eyes locked on the three tails. Naruto hasn't let up for even a moment. Everywhere he runs, he leaves a trail of blood and burnt flesh behind him. The three tails' face is a ruin, hidden behind a mask of its own wounds. Its wild flailing starts to slow as it sways back and forth, losing more and more of its balance. The thousands of watery hands that had been grasping at it read the writing on the wall before anyone else. In a surge, they all retract into the tide and a ripple of water like the wake of a shark fin starts cutting through the surf, away from the monster. Tenten's eyes go wide. "It's gonna fall over, Guy-sensei. We need to dash." "Not another word. We aren't moving from this spot until we have Naruto." "But sensei dash." Guy's voice is hard as stone. "That's an order." Tenten's throat goes dry. She nods, quick and sharp, and keeps her eyes on Naruto. He pauses down at the corner of the three tails' jaw, looking this way and that, before leaping from the chin down to the shell just beneath. He starts running down the shell, the hard armor plating cracking and bubbling everywhere his chakra touches. Tenten's brain is ablaze with math. The three tails is listing forward as it sways. Naruto is running down the front of it. Their chain is long, but not so long that they'll be able to hit Naruto until she's 3 steps ahead of Guy. Tenten pulls the muzzle of the cannon up with an effort of chakra in her arms, then lets it start drifting downward, just a bit ahead of Naruto. The three tails pitches backwards, then forwards, further backwards, further forwards still, yet further backwards, and the three tails starts to fall towards the shore. Naruto picks up speed. His body disappears beneath the muzzle. But his tails are in her crosshair. Fire on the tails. Tenten had already pulled the trigger. The sound is deafening. The harpoon cuts through the air and pierces through two of Naruto's tails. He lets out a high shriek. Chakra comes off Lee in a wave of force as he throws wide the gates and grabs hold of the taut harpoon line. With a roar nearly as loud as the cannon fire, Lee gives the line one strong tug. The harpoon comes sailing back towards them, dragging Naruto along behind. He soars over their heads and hits the deck hard enough to bounce, rolling almost off the other side of the ship. Lee yelps and pulls again, just barely cutting Naruto's momentum. Naruto lands in a pile of writhing tails. He digs his claws into the deck, burning the wood around them. Guy-sensei, hold him still. Guy runs to Naruto's side and tackles him, wrenching his arms back and pinning them to his sides. Naruto screeches and Guy can't stifle a shocked cry. Everywhere he and Naruto touch is starting to burn, this blood-red chakra consuming anything in its path. Lee gathers up the heavy chain line as he closes the distance. Once he reaches Naruto, Lee wraps the chain around him, starting at his waist so Guy has ample time to get out of the tangle. He manages to bind Naruto's arms, but they can all hear the hiss of his chakra corroding the metal. Guy throws Naruto over one shoulder and Lee rips the last of the line from the cannon. The three of them leap from the boat and sprint towards the carriage. Tenten glances up and over at the three tails as it falls. Her heart leaps up into her throat as the math comes surging back in. It doesn't matter how slowly it's falling, or how fast they're running. A creature that size? Falling into that much water? It's going to hit the surface and send up another tidal wave that'll wash them all away. They need to find cover, anything that'll even give them a chance of surviving what's to come. Tenten is sure she's the only one who sees it. The space behind the three tails' head flickers and warps. Something pierces a tiny hole in the sky, and out from that hole spirals the form of a man in an Akatsuki cloak and an orange mask. He falls the short distance between where he appeared and the back of the creature's head. Space starts to flicker and warp once more, this time spiraling inwards towards the one eye hole on his mask. The three tails starts to blur as it falls, like it's being pulled into that space. Tenten can't help herself. She skids to a stop, just staring. The man turns and stares right back at her. She catches the barest glint of bright red in the dark depths behind the mask before the entire massive form of the three tails goes spiraling up and in, the man going with it. They spin and compress in the air, like they're being siphoned through a massive tube. The entire monumental form of the three tails disappears the instant before it can hit the water. Tenten blinks. She looks to Lee and Guy. They've also skidded to a stop, staring wide-eyed at the space where the three tails had been while Naruto continues to thrash. Tenten opens her mouth to speak, but can't find any words. Guy finds them first. Come on, let's find Niji. Tenten, Lee, cover our tracks. They nod in unison and get to work. Tenten breaks the seal on her palm, resummoning her bow and last smoke arrow. Lee works the weights off his legs. They all sprint back to the carriage, throwing Naruto inside while Lee and Tenten get back on the roof. Guy hits the gas and they go rattling back towards the city. Once they hit concrete, Lee throws his weights back towards the dock, shattering the boards connecting it to land. The instant they hit, Tenten fires, drowning the area in thick gray smoke. While Guy wends his way back through the city and Lee keeps an eye on the still screaming Naruto, Tenten turns on her radio collar. Niji, we have Naruto. Where are you? Niji doesn't waste any time replying, Midtown, by the Jito's residence. You just left the harbor. We have Naruto bound, but it's not gonna last long. Do you still have wounded with you? Yeah, I do. Go to the Jito's carriage house, we'll meet you there. Tenten keeps her eyes wide open the whole way back, looking down every alley and atop every building for red clouds on black cloaks. She doesn't see a single one. It doesn't make her feel any better. They return to where they started. No trace of Haiden or Kakuzu, but Niji and a limping Akamaru are waiting for them at the carriage house. When Lee throws the carriage doors open, Naruto comes flailing and thrashing out, the chains around him corroded to the point of being thin and weak as gossamer thread. Lee grabs Naruto by one of the tails and throws him through the open door into the carriage house. Guy turns to Niji, do you still have the seal? Niji holds the seal up, right here. The instant she sees it, Tenten's brow furrows. Give it to me. Niji frowns, but hands it to her without asking why. Tenten speed reads the seal components, eyes flickering over to Naruto every few moments. Once she's read the seal in full, her stomach drops. She looks up and says, "This won't work." "What?" "Look." Tenten points to the seal text surrounding the central suppression seal. Jiraiya outlined exactly how much excess chakra this is able to suppress, and look at him. We are way over this thing's threshold. Best case scenario is we slap this on his forehead, it gets overloaded, and it blows up. Guy's brow furrows for a moment, his eyes darting from Naruto to Niji, then to Tenten, before his eyes light up with a spark. "Tenten, do you think you could make a version of that seal that could handle the amount of chakra we're working with?" "Of course I could, but it'd take time dash." "Then time is what you'll get. Lee, lock him down. Niji, when Lee has him in position, block off as many chakra points as you can hit. Akamaru, with me, we don't want you taking any collateral damage." Team Guy's jaws drop, but they don't have time to argue, not when Guy is already guiding Akamaru away from the action and the chains around Naruto are disintegrating at a breakneck pace. Tenten bites back a swear and summons her sealing kit. "Buy me 5 minutes. Niji pushes a breath out through his nose and drops into his stance. "You're getting 3. Tenten clears a flat spot on the ground with her feet and gets to work. The quickest, easiest way to do this will be to copy the original seal, then add another ring of seal script around it to account for the greater amount of chakra. It's not gonna be pretty, but it will work, because it has to." Tenten whips out a larger piece of parchment, sets it down next to the original seal, and starts copying. From the corner of her eye she sees Lee flicker out of view and reappear in front of Naruto. Naruto swipes for him with razor-sharp claws and Lee rolls under them, tackling one of his tails. Naruto whirls to follow him, but Lee has momentum on his side. He pulls the tail along after him, taking Naruto off his feet and knocking him to the ground. The instant Naruto hits, Lee grabs a second tail. Naruto rolls to his feet and lunges. Lee leaps over him, twisting the tails in different directions as he moves. He lands and pulls the tails taut. They lace through each other, tied in a loose knot around Naruto's midsection. "Now, Niji." Niji hits like a torpedo. He rains down flurries of blows, his chakra surging into the shell of blood and darkness surrounding Naruto. His fingers come away bloodied and blistered, his own chakra not enough to protect him from the heat. Everywhere he hits, dark, molten chakra flies off of Naruto in a spray, thinning out the shell and exposing tiny fragments of what's beneath. Tenten is halfway through copying the inner ring of seal script when Lee catches a glimpse of what Naruto looks like beneath the shell. He draws in a shaking breath, his grip on the tails faltering for only a moment. A moment is all Naruto needs. He roars, resonant and grating. He wrests back control of the tails, ripping them loose and striking out. They slam into Lee and send him flying. He hits the far wall of the carriage house hard enough to crack the stone. All 4 tails lash out at Niji. He deflects the strikes with his palms, but every single impact burns through another layer of skin. Tenten finishes copying the inner ring of seal script. Tenten flies through the outer ring of seal script, getting halfway around. She finishes off the outer ring. Out of the way. Tenten leaps to her feet, seal tucked against her palm. She splits the lion's share of her chakra in half, one half into her palm, the other into her legs. She fires herself like a rocket at Naruto. The second he's within arm's length, she whips her hand out and slaps the seal against his forehead. The rest of her chakra goes with it, forcing the seal to activate. The paper flashes a bright, lightning strike blue. There's a shockwave from the point of impact. It knocks Tenten and Niji away, sending them rolling backward. Tenten's head bounces against the stone and for a second all she sees is stars. She shakes her head and clears it. The first thing she sees is Naruto, writhing as the 9 tails chakra sloughs off him in chunks, screaming at the top of his lungs. He falls to the ground, rolling and thrashing. More and more of the shell flakes off him, dissolving into the air and making the whole carriage house stink of blood. His voice grows hoarser, weaker, and more familiar as it dissipates. Finally, Naruto curls in on himself and goes still, the last of the Nine Tails chakra evaporating into nothingness. Tenten pushes herself up to her feet and stares down, wide-eyed, at Naruto. Enough of his clothing survived to keep him decent, but most of it has burned away, revealing the ruin of first-degree burns covering his skin. They don't quite look like acid burns or heat burns, but an unholy combination of the two. His hair got the most uneven treatment, with some patches only losing a centimeter or two off the ends while others burned all the way down to the scalp. The rest of Team Guy slowly make their way up to Naruto, forming a loose circle around him. Guy crouches down at Naruto's side and carefully examines him. Akamaru bends creakily down to sniff at Naruto's face. He doesn't stir. After a moment, Guy sighs, so the good news is, these injuries are essentially surface level. Once he has access to the Nine Tails chakra again, these should all heal just fine. In the meantime, well, we need to update the Hokage. Guy and Niji retreat to a nearby corner to call Tsunade. Tenten stays near Naruto. She keeps her head on a swivel. Any second now. This is the perfect moment. Naruto's weakened, they're all weakened, there's no better chance. There's no way the Akatsuki aren't right outside, seconds away from and leaping in to kill them all and take Naruto. Seconds pass, minutes pass, tens of minutes pass. Nothing. Tenten's gut twists. Taking Naruto right now would be like shooting fish in a barrel with a cannon. But the Akatsuki are nowhere to be seen. And it doesn't make Tenten feel any better. There's maybe a heartbeat between the three tails disappearing and a flare coming up from the harbor. It takes Sakura half a heartbeat to identify the source their ship. The Asahi. She adjusts course in midair, zipping down towards her. Her heart wants to go to the gambling hall, to Yugo, to Kiba, but there's nothing she can do for them. If something's happening on their getaway ship, she needs to know. As she descends she catches sight of a horseless carriage speeding down the docks across the bay, a burst of smoke and wood shrapnel, a black cloak with red clouds appearing within the smoke. Her heart leaps into her throat, but she chokes it down. One thing at a time, Sakura. Compartmentalize. Zayden is a blotch of burnt orange on the deck. Sakura tucks her arms against her sides and dives. She swoops up the instant before she hits, cutting her momentum, then dismisses her wings. She lands in a roll in front of Zayden, just in time for him to finish screwing his leg back on and stand up to meet her. The crew are running in all directions around them, battening down hatches, sending coal down to the engines, and bringing up the anchor. Zayden nods when he catches sight of her. Good, you're here. We're going. Sakura's eyes go wide. What? But Yugo, Kiba, where dash? The ship rocks beneath her feet. She sprints to the side and looks over. They're starting to move, slowly now, but they'll pick up speed before long. She can see a jet of water coming towards the ship, like a shark cutting through the surf. That's Suijutsu, she knows it like breathing, but Yugo, Kiba. Zayden calls from behind her, they're already on the ship. Sakura blinks rapidly enough to hurt. What do you mean they're already on the ship? We can't take Kiba with us. Even if they managed to stabilize him, there's no way he's well enough to travel, and we can't dash. We'd be kidnapping him, his team is here we dash. She turns to Zayden. He's not looking at her. His expression is grave, his eyes on the deck. Sakura's stomach drops. Zayden. Zayden, tell me they stabilized him. Zayden shuts his eyes. They're Yakuza, Sakura, they can't dash. Tell me they at least tried. I don't know if they tried, Yugo didn't tell me, he made the call dash. Where are they? Where are they? Zayden's eyes flicker to the cabin door. Sakura sprints for it. She's barely made it a yard when the boat lurches violently. She opens the chakra points in her solace and roots herself to the spot. Zayden and the crew have no such advantage. The deck crew either catch themselves on pieces of the ship or go crashing onto their backs. Zayden nearly falls, but Sakura catches his elbow. Zayden turns to a crewman and shouts, "Did we hit something?" The crew call and respond to each other in the local dialect before one of them answers, "Don't think so, the way ahead is clear." Sakura's blood runs cold. Then why aren't we moving? She hears the sound of metal creaking and groaning off the starboard side. Sakura rushes to the railing and looks down. The anchor line, each link as wide as 2 men and 4 times as heavy, is up and out of the water, pulled taut as a tightrope. She follows the chain down the dock and locks eyes with the culprit. Suzuki, teeth grit, and cherry non-spinning, is pulling back on the anchor line with all his strength. Sakura can hear the ship's engine roar, see it belch smoke. They're not moving an inch. Chakra is pouring off Suzuki's arms and legs in a shower of sparks. He's using everything he has, he's pouring more chakra than his limbs can hold into keeping them here. Sakura forgets everything. All she can do is stare in wide-eyed awe. He looks her in the eye and screams above the chaos, "I can't watch you leave again, Sakura. I won't. I don't. I'm sorry for doubting you, I just want you back. Please, come home." Sakura's heart rate spikes. Color floods her cheeks. Her whole body goes numb at the sound of words she's always wanted to hear from the only person she's ever wanted to say them. Everything else feels distant, inconsequential. Nothing is more earth-shattering, more monumental, more exhilarating and dread-inducing than the fact that she is, still, in love with Suzuki Uchiha. Reality comes back in sharp stabs. Kiba. Kiba is dying. Kiba is on the ship. Suzuki is here. Suzuki can heal. She loves Suzuki. Does Suzuki love her? He at least cares enough to stop an entire steamship for her. The idea comes in a flash and she seizes it. Sakura holds a hand out, leaning as far over the railing as she dares, and shouts, "Come with me." Suzuki sucks in a shaking gasp. He starts to move. Something flies past her ear, slicing off a strand of her hair. She doesn't register it as the glowing blade of Kusanagi until it's past her hand, out of her reach. Suzuki's Sharinon catches it a moment before she does. He weaves to one side. Instead of his heart, the blade stabs clean through his left shoulder. Suzuki and Sakura scream in perfect harmony. Suzuki's right arm spasms. His chakra control falters and he falls backward. He loses his grip on the anchor line. It falls, crashing through the dock before finally raising up and out of the water. The Asahi surges out to sea, all the momentum it was building up releasing at once. Sakura isn't ready for it. She pitches forward, almost falling off the side before a hand grabs her collar and drags her backward. She falls on her ass instead, looking up just in time to see Suijutsu grab Kusanaga's hilt out of the air. She grits her teeth and thrashes against his grip, "Let me go." He snarls down at her, but lets go of her collar. Sakura scrambles to her feet and runs back to the starboard side rail. The gulf between them and the dock is wide and getting wider. Suzuki is already little more than a blur of blue and black on the wreckage of the dock. Sakura tries to pull Chakra up to her back, tries to form her wings, but her head spins and her stomach lurches. Almost everything she had went into the Hamaya, and she used the rest to get her here. If she tried to fly back to Suzuki, she'd pass out over open water. She has to leave him behind. Again. Sakura turns around, leveling a venomous glare at Suijutsu and Zayden. Zayden still won't look her in the eye. Suijutsu meets her gaze, her venom clashing against nothing but steel. She opens her mouth. To say what, she has no idea. It stops mattering the second she remembers who's below deck. Sakura sprints on shaking legs for the cabin door, and this time, nothing stops her. Obito reappears on the broken edge of the dock, thick smoke clearing around him. His Sharinon makes it easy to spot the skid marks on the ground from the carriage wheels. Tracking that team of cast-offs will be no trouble at all. If he has to, that is. He closes his eye and murmurs, "Chakra" on his tongue, "Pain." Status report from Waterfall. Nagato's voice reverberates in his mind, exhausted and agitated, "The Seven Tails has been secured. Deidara and Sasori are in the middle of their last bombing run, and the evidence has been planted. We will be withdrawing within the hour." Well, that makes things blessedly simple, good. We've secured the Three Tails. Give Haiden, Kakuzu, Itake, and Kisame the order to retreat. We're done here. And the Nine Tails is, I will remind you, useless to us until we have the other 8 already sealed in order. We're going to be expending enough resources keeping the 7 Tails in storage, adding the 9 Tails onto that is asking for trouble. Am I speaking too quickly for you, Nagato. The silence in his mind sits heavy like mud. No. Good. Now, give the order to retreat. And don't make me repeat myself again. The connection drops. Conan's hand on his shoulder, Nagato imagines, is smooth and cool. He shunts his vision back into the Azura path and is immediately faced with the broken body of the Seven Tails. The girl is still gulping down whistling, rattling breaths, and that's all they need from her. He looks to Conan. Her expression, to others, likely looks intimidatingly neutral. Nagato can see the dip between her brows and the tightness at the edge of her mouth. She simply says, "The Akatsuki belong to you, Nagato, not him." The windows to their left light up blazing orange as Deodara carpet bombs the roots of Waterfall's great tree. Nagato stares into the flames. Waterfall may have their swampy ground in high elevation to protect them from land-based assaults, but Deodara's aerial bombardment was nothing they could have prepared for. The village is sinking, building by building, neighborhood by neighborhood, into a slurry of clay and black powder. His eyes drift back, over the Seven Tail, to the broken puppet lying at her side. It's a highly convincing likeness. The Seven Tail didn't realize it wasn't the village head until it had already opened its mouth to fire poison darts at her eyes. Puppets like this, wearing the fatigues and emblems of sound, litter the village streets. How Sasori managed to quietly and seamlessly slip them all in over a matter of days, Nagato has no idea. He gazes at the puppet and its dead eyes gaze back. When he and Conan had arrived, fresh off the Two Tails capture, all this work had already been done. They were just the glorified coup de grace. Not for the first time, Nagato wonders what Yahiko would do, and comes up empty. He closes his eyes and opens his mind. Pain's voice echoes in Kisame's mind, "Our targets have been secured. You're to retreat at once. We will contact you again when it is time to seal the 2 and 3 tails." Kisame is sure Kakuzu and Haiden are kicking up a fit about being ripped away from a fight or a good payday or whatever it is those two care about. Kisame may have agreed with them under different circumstances. But Itaki is leaning heavy on his shoulder, his arm bleeding from being ripped out of the tree, his eyes flickering between ink black and cherry non-red every time he coughs. So Kisame breathes a sigh of relief. His only reply is, "Already on it." Once they'd hit the street, Kisame had sprinted for the mountains. There was no time or need for genjutsu, not when that chakra would be better spent giving him every speed boost he can get. Chikyo is a gray shape far below them now, barely visible through the thick pine forest. Kisame worries his lip with his teeth, drawing blood. He can't stop, not until he finds somewhere hidden and dry. Itake's good hand tugs at Kisame's collar, forcing him to look into his eyes. I'm fine dash. Itake's eyes go wide and he slaps a hand over his mouth. Kisame knows this look. He stops and drops to his knees so Itake can retch onto the forest floor. It's not all blood. It'd be less disturbing if it was. But no, it's blood and clumps of dead, tangled roots, the same as what's still dangling from the open wounds on Itake's arm. Kisame grits his teeth and snarls, "I should have killed that girl 2 years ago." Itake takes a shuddering breath and shakes his head, "No. She's just a child." Kisame narrows his eyes, "Since when does that matter to you?" Itake looks towards him, but not at him. It always did. I never should have. The Manjikyo. She didn't deserve it. Itake reaches up to wipe at his eyes and smears blood across his cheek. Kisame can't look away. Even on his worst days, he's never seen Itake like this. He's never seen Itake covered in his own blood, shaking from head to toe, staring at nothing, too exhausted and rattled to lie to Kisame or himself. The thought clicks into place, "I almost lost you." Kisame surges forward and crushes his lips to Itake's. It tastes of blood and bile and Itake freezes at the contact. Quickly as he started, Kisame pulls back. Itake's eyes are wide and his mouth is hanging ever so slightly open. He pulls together just enough chakra to activate his Sharinan and so he can look Kisame in the eye. Kisame shrugs a shoulder, suddenly sheepish for the first time in years. Itake's grip on his coat tightens, his voice shaking as he whispers, "Kisame. Why? Why do you?" Kisame knows how that sentence ends, and he can't help a snort. "I don't think asking someone why they love you is a fair question, Itake." Itake's eyes somehow find a way to go wider as they fill up with tears. They spill over, cutting clean through the blood. Kisame cradles the back of Itake's head and tucks it under his chin. Itake is sobbing and coughing, he's barely intelligible, but Kisame manages to make out, I'm not, I don't deserve that, Kisame, I'm dash. Kisame presses another kiss on Itake's hair, stop it. Just stop talking, Itake. The words stop. The sobs do not. Kisame gathers Itake up in his arms and treks deeper into the mountains. Sakura tumbles downstairs, around corners, and through doors. Crewmen try to ask her questions, give her directions, but she doesn't hear any of it. Not when she's shouting for Yugo and Kiba loud enough to hurt her own ears. She runs the whole length of the ship, through the galley, through the officers' quarters, through crew quarters, until she tumbles into the infirmary. Even then, the only thing that gets her to stop is a split-second glimpse of Yugo's bright orange hair. Yugo. Kiba, is he dash? The words die. Yugo is hunched over a ruined cot, Kiba splayed out atop it. Bloodied surgical implements lie scattered around the gaping wound in his torso, as open and ragged as it was when Sakura sent him away. The ship's surgeon is at the head of the cot, face hidden behind his shaking hands. Kiba's skin is bone white. His breath is coming in quicker, shallower gasps. Yugo meets Sakura's eye, voice coming out in a slow mumble, the Yakuza doctors couldn't, I didn't know what to do. I didn't know what to do. I didn't. Kiba lets out a hoarse wheeze. Sakura trips over herself, falling on her knees at his side. She opens her mouth, closes it, opens it again, closes it. Eventually, she manages, Kiba. Kiba's voice is so weak, so quiet, she barely hears it. But she does. And perhaps that's worse. My mom. I want, my mom. The lie comes creeping out of Sakura's mouth without thought, she's coming, Kiba. She's coming to get you. She'll be here any minute, and she'll take you home, okay? Just dash. She looks up, Yugo, is there anything he's still talking, we still have dash. Yugo's voice shakes from the effort of holding back a sob, Sakura. Sakura looks down. Kiba stopped breathing 10 seconds ago. She stares down at him. He doesn't move. His face is frozen in a pained grimace. She feels her eyes start to burn. No, Sakura. No. You can't. Keep it together, Sakura, compartmentalize. She should close his eyes, fix his mouth, make him look peaceful when she brings him back to his mother and his sister. What was his sister's name? She knows this. Hinata told her this, and his team is back in the city and they have no idea what happened to him. They're looking all over and... She can't, keep it together, Sakura. They'll need to find a way to preserve the body until they get to land, and Sasuke would know how to do that better than she would if he'd come with her. If Suijutsu hadn't stabbed him, maybe he could have done something, or at least been here for him. And stop it, Sakura, keep it together. She hears a familiar set of mismatched footsteps stop in the door. She turns to look up at Zayden. His eyes are wide, his mouth hidden behind his hand. He meets her eyes. He whispers, I'm so sorry, Sakura. Her mouth opens. A hand reaches down her throat and rips a sob out of her. Her whole body convulses with every time she wails. She barely feels Zayden's arm around her shoulders, his chest against her face, his nose pressed into her hair. Everything Sakura's been keeping inside for 2 years comes up and out of her, violently and loudly. Every sob she swallowed, she vomits back up. Every tear she held back surges down her face. Every regret, every doubt, every horrible feeling she's had about herself she lets out in barely intelligible screams. I'm an idiot, Dash. Zayden's voice is soft and thick, no, you're not, Dash. I'm a bad friend, I'm a bad person, Dash. No, don't say that, Sakura, Dash. I hurt my friends, I abandoned my home, Kiba's dead because of me, and I should have died, it should have been me, I wish I was dead, Dash. Zayden curls tight around her, pressing her face hard against his chest. Don't you dare say that, Sakura. This isn't your fault. This isn't your fault. Sakura's voice drops into a whimper, I'm so tired. I know, Sakura. I know. Sakura shuts her eyes and lets the exhaustion finally take her. Chapter 17, 16. 16 Sasuke is lying on his back, staring at the sky. The blood from his wounded shoulder is a spot of warmth in the brackish, stormy cold. A seagull drifts across the steel-gray clouds. She's gone. Again. For longer than Sasuke cares to track, there's nothing in him. He doesn't have the energy, doesn't have the strength to feel anything. He shuts his eyes. In the darkness behind his eyelids he sees her, like he has so many times before. But now it's her hanging over the ship's railing with her hand outstretched. Come with me. Would he have gone with her? His heart screams, louder than thunder, of course he would. He'd follow her anywhere, even into hell if that's where she was headed. But is that where she's headed? Her eyes were wild and bright with fear, but none of it was for herself. All she'd wanted to talk about was Kiba from the second they found her. Sasuke had played out the day they would meet again so many times in his mind. But his fantasies of that day always turned out less complicated, with less moving parts. Just him and Sakura, him asking questions about why she left and her answering. That was the only script he had to work from, but Sakura hadn't followed it. No wonder she had run away. He couldn't meet her where she was at. Will he ever? Sakura was an alien creature to him before the curse mark, when she was nothing but a girl who'd grown up loved and cherished, with no more power than any clanless child who walks through the academy doors. While he had raced ahead, Sakura had struggled, failed, to keep up. Now, on the other end of 2 years at the side of a madman she killed in a foreign country, she hasn't just overtaken him but gone sprinting down a different trail entirely. She should be a stranger now. But Sasuke hears her voice in his mind, cracking and breaking beneath the weight of her desperation. He hears her scream over the sound of the sword piercing his shoulder. It takes him all the way back to the land of waves. Sakura had held him, leaning on every single one of Haku's needles, and wailed long and loud into the fog. She'd wailed like he had when Itaka played the massacre back for him in his own mind. She'd wailed like a piece of herself had been ripped out of her. He remembered thinking it was the most honest she'd ever sounded. He remembered never wanting to hear it again. But now he has. Deep within his chest, steel strikes flint, kicking up sparks. That horror had been real. All of it had been real. All she'd wanted was for him to help her, no, not her. Help someone else, a friend, a comrade, and not even one she knew well. With a monster in the bay and the Akatsuki on the loose, the only thing on her mind had been saving the life of one person. Sakura had not been born kind. It was a skill she'd had to learn. Sakura is nothing if not a quick and diligent learner, who takes the skills she picks up and makes them all her own. That hasn't changed. But she'd been quick to anger, quick to shout, quick to leap to awful conclusions and run away without waiting for an explanation. That, also hasn't changed. It was like looking into a warped mirror of their past, watching her and Naruto yell at each other on the roof. If she hadn't flown away, she might have even punched him and called him an idiot. With every flare of her temper, her curse mark had burned brighter, until it had engulfed her completely. It's eating away at her mind. Sasuke wonders how long until there's no more of it left. And, terrifying as it is, that prospect is also nothing new. Steel strikes flint, and sparks become embers. I had a plan and a mission to protect you and protect the village. Sasuke remembers the night Sakura left. He remembers her, an eerie projection in the deep blue night, apologizing to him for all the things she can't say and begging that their last conversation be something pleasant. That's not how an unrepentant traitor talks before they disappear into the darkness. And it's not how a woman on death row asks for her last meal. That's how a soldier talks before they go off to war. I told you I'd come home. Her smile was pure heartbreak. He hadn't said the one thing she'd wanted to hear, the one thing she might never hear again. It could have changed everything. But he's never been good with words. She'd lost the battle against tears and he'd rattled around his own head like a bird in a cage. She had found it in her to speak while his tongue turned to lead. I love you, Sasuke Uchiha. I always will. We'll see each other again, that's a promise. Sasuke pushes against the dock with his good arm, sitting up straight. He can't see Sakura's ship on the horizon, can't even see the smoke from the engine. But he knows its name. And he still knows Sakura. Embers catch flame. A bit of hope, small but strong, alights in his heart. Nothing is certain. But the idea of bringing Sakura home feels more real, more possible, than it ever has before. Something cold and slimy presses against his wounded arm. Suzuki turns and finds himself eye-to-eye stock with a cat-sized Katsuyu. Familiar chakra flows from her into his shoulder, accelerating the natural healing process. "This wound is very serious, Suzuki," she says. "What on earth happened out here?" Suzuki purses his lips and looks away. It's a long story. Tsunade finally sent you out into the city." "She did, yes, just before the three tails disappeared. My pieces are moving down from the foothills and covering as much ground as they can. Team 8 has been helping me find the wounded, but in your current condition, I recommend regrouping with Tsunade and the rest of the security team." Suzuki shuts his eyes and forces a breath out through his nose. That flame of hope is only lighting up the future. In the here and now, there's just the dread that comes with realizing exactly how badly you've fucked up. Tsunade will be furious, Team Guy and Niji especially will be furious, Team 8 is going to be beside themselves with worry, and... Where are they? Lady Tsunade, Lord Kabuto, and Daimyo Yamazakura are taking shelter in an Inshu temple. Team Guy and Naruto will likely have joined them by the time we arrive. I will direct you as we go, but we ought to go now. Yeah. You're right. Suzuki picks his way through the ruined streets of Chikyo, Katsuyu hanging heavy from his shoulder the whole way. Pieces of her are strewn across their path like shards of porcelain. They slide methodically along the bodies of the wounded, moving Tsunade's chakra to where it's needed most. Survivors watch her work with wide eyes and clenched jaws. As he climbs, Suzuki notices precious few hot water ninja actually helping civilians to more stable ground. He sees far more of them lying dead around the ruins of the Jito's estate and escorting members of the nobility through the pine forests covering the foothills. Suzuki had heard of Hot Water's attempts to demilitarize, keeping its ninja around only for defense of the nation and her people. If this is what they consider to be defending the nation and her people, Hot Water would be better off getting rid of them entirely. Katsuyu guides Suzuki to the steps of a temple carved into the mountainside, its ancient, elaborate stonework smoothed by centuries of rain and onshore winds. He has to push through a throng of frightened evacuees to reach the inner chamber, resisting the urge to stop and help every injured civilian he passes. The first thing he sees in the midst of the main hall, sitting beneath the golden statue of the sage, is Tsunade. Her strength of 100 seal has been released, dark lines spreading out from the empty diamond on her forehead all across her face, and chakra she's been storing up for decades is flowing out from her hands into two pieces of Katsuyu on either side of her. Her eyes are shut tight. Suzuki doesn't dare to disturb her. Not when she's healing an entire city. Daimyo Yamazakura is off in a far corner, an inert lump of dirted robes staring shell-shocked and silent at a wall. Kabuto is darting from one end of the main hall to another, Shogun's regalia long discarded, hair and sleeves tied up out of his way so he can assist the monks and nuns with triage. Kabuto is quick and precise as his chakra scalpel, diagnosing patients at a glance and starting treatment in a heartbeat. He spares Suzuki only a quick look and a nod between tasks. Suzuki finds himself nodding in return. He may be dubious of Kabuto as a politician, but in this moment, he can do nothing but respect him as a medic. Kurane, Shino, and Hinata are nowhere to be seen. Likely still in the city, if what Katsuyu told him has any truth to it. His stomach twists. What will he say when he sees them again? What could he say? On the western wall, Akamaru is curled up in a ball. His white fur is covered in faint pink stains. Echoes of blood. Suzuki's stomach starts to drop. Right next to him, a loose circle on the floor, is Team Guy. Tenten and Niji lean heavily on each other, Tenten's eyes shut, Niji's ringed with shadow, their fingers tightly twined together. The wall seems to be the only thing keeping Guy upright, and Lee is hunched so low his elbows are resting on the floor. And yet, even from here Suzuki can hear them discussing next steps with a discipline and fervor he envies more and more each day. Suzuki stumbles to a halt in front of them. Niji is the first to look up, white eyes sparking with hope before they settle on Katsuyu. Niji purses his lips, and when he looks back to Suzuki, the hope has been replaced with resignation. Kiba. Suzuki's stomach sinks even lower. He just shakes his head. Niji's eyes slide shut. He doesn't say anything, doesn't bother reprimanding or insulting Sasuke. He just sighs. And it's like a punch to the gut. Lee and Guy exchange sorrowful looks before both looking past Niji and Tenten, over to Naruto. Sasuke didn't recognize him beneath the pieces of Katsuyu. They're crawling all over his body, healing acidic burns on every inch of his skin and restoring chunks of singed off hair. Almost worse than the physical injuries is how he's curled in on himself, making himself as small as possible. His eyes, half-lidded and uncommonly dull, are fixed on the floor. Pieces snap together. This isn't the work of the Three Tails or the Akatsuki. He recalls the bubbling and boiling chakra that covered Naruto like a cloak back in the land of rivers and knows this is the work of the Nine Tails, knows this is what happens when the seal breaks even further, when Naruto's mind is pushed to a breaking point. And he knows only one set of words could have possibly pushed him that far. Sasuke gazes at Naruto until Naruto's eyes slowly drift up to meet his. They stare at each other across the endless expanse of wooden floor. And then, Naruto's eyes simply drop back to the ground. Sasuke shuts his eyes and heaves a sigh. That's about what he expected. And, more than likely, no less than he deserves. Katsuyu may be healing his shoulder, but that still leaves him one good arm and plenty of chakra. Sasuke turns his back on Naruto and looks for somewhere he can make himself useful. Sakura wakes to find herself staring down into the eyes of a sailor not much older than her. He's holding a tray with rice, barley, and a bit of pickled fish, and when she meets his gaze he smiles a wobbly smile. She blinks slowly back at him. He sets the tray down somewhere below her and mumbles, "It's here when you're ready, miss," before scurrying off. Sakura picks her head up a few centimeters. A quick sweep of her surroundings puts her in the crew's quarters, on a top bunk in a far back corner. There are a couple other sailors, but they've given her a berth so wide it can be nothing but intentional. She cranes her neck over the side of her bunk. The sailor set the tray on the bottom bunk. If she wants to eat, she'll have to get out of bed. Sakura tugs the blanket tighter around herself, rolls over, and shuts her eyes again. She wakes 2 more times and forces herself back to sleep each time. When her stomach finally goes from growling and cramping to stabbing, Sakura finds it in herself to climb down to the bottom bunk and eat the meal, one tiny bite at a time. And then she climbs back up, rolls over, and shuts her eyes again. Sakura attempts to sleep. Instead, she just lies there, staring at the wall, turning over and over every moment that brought her to this point. At first, it's just a cacophony of terror and shame and fury and everything between and beyond. The longer she lets the storm in her mind rage, the more the winds start to blow themselves out, the more she's able to organize these moments, look through them, hold them in her hands and examine them from every angle. She thinks of other worlds, worlds where they'd gotten Kiba to Sasuke, or she'd taken a different route out of Sound, or she'd said no to Danzo, or she just hadn't pushed Sasuke out of the way of Orochimaru's fangs. She thinks through how things were, how they could have been, how they could have never been. The first conclusion she comes to is that she's sick of ending up here. How many times has she found herself curled up in some dark corner, crying and regretting and wanting it all to stop? The first time was after the Land of Waves, after she saw the love of her life nearly die, and it's just been happening over and over again ever since. Her mother said Sakura was the type to take the time she needed to cry after getting hit, then get back up. But God, she's so tired of getting hit. She should be better at this, at making decisions, or at least living with them, but is it really your decision if you're just following the rules? Where's the agency in doing everything you can just to get a good grade on a test? Is it really a decision if it's just the one option you picked in a moment of desperation because it was either that or die? No wonder Sakura feels so adrift. She's been letting other people, letting cowardly and mercenary survival, tell her what to do for years. And now there's no one left. She remembers sobbing in Zayden's grip that she should have died in Kiba's place. Is that what she wants now? Has even the urge to survive, traitor that it is, left her? The fact that she just ate when she was hungry puts the lie to that idea. Dying and leaving all of this behind would be so much easier. Staying in bed had been so much easier. But she'd climbed down the ladder and eaten anyway. Sakura comes to a second conclusion. She doesn't want to stay in this bunk and waste away. She doesn't want to leave the world behind. She doesn't want to die, but... well, what does she want, then? She thinks of Suzuki at the end of the anchor line, eyes bright at the sight of her outstretched hand. She thinks of Kiba, not as she last saw him but as she'd seen him again for the first time, making the case for why she wasn't a traitor and choosing to trust her. She thinks of Naruto calling her his best friend on the night she left. She thinks of her mother and Kakashi and the trees behind her house. She thinks of a Tanzaku, hanging deep in the bamboo groves surrounding the Shrine of Six Paths in the heart of the Leaf Village. I wish to set things right. Setting all of this right is a tall order, far taller than Sakura herself will ever be. But if she just stays here and rots, who will even try? She hears someone clear their throat. Sakura rolls over and sees the sailor is there once more, but can't manage a smile. This time, his face is a tight knot of concern. He says, "Begging your pardon, miss, but that boy, the one who passed. Was he a friend of yours?" It feels more like a heavy punch to the gut than a stab, Sakura is surprised to find. She opens her mouth to speak, but really can only croak, "Yes." The sailor swallows hard, "Then it's only right to I ought to miss, the captain, and Mr. Zayden, the captain wants to, dispose of him." Mr. Zayden is trying to talk her out of it, but well, no better place to start setting things right than here. Sakura sits up, adjusting her blanket so it's wrapped around her like a cloak. "Where are they?" The sailor takes her to them. She doesn't see Yugo on their way up, and only gets a glimpse of Suijutsu's silvery shape all the way out on the prow. For a moment, she stops to stare at his back through the porthole window. The rain is pelting down on him, the wind violently whipping his hair around. She hears her own scream in her ears and sees Suzuki crumple to the dock. She sees Suzuki as a blot of blue on distant wood. Her grip tightens on the edges of her blanket. Not yet. She's not ready yet. The other sailors scurry away like deck rats when they pass, whispering about the criminal and the witch with insect wings once they think she's far enough away. When they finally make it to the bridge, Sakura hears barely muffled shouting on the other side of the door. Sakura pushes the door open anyway to see the captain, a woman of quite a few years, run a hand through her silver hair and snap, "We're already carrying cargo we can't afford any ninja finding, if they found the corpse of a leaf shinobi dash." Zayden cuts in across a table covered in charts and maps, "The body of a boy, Captain, someone's son. You would really throw him overboard, where there's no chance he'll ever be returned to his family. Do you really think I have ice for a heart, Zayden? Of course I don't want that. But what other choice do we have? The choice to be humane. To be decent. This boy only died on this ship because I chose survival and pragmatism over what's right. And hell if I'm going to sit by and see that happen again dash." Sakura steps over the threshold, "Excuse me." Zayden and the captain go silent, eyes snapping to her. The captain purses her lips, unable to meet Sakura's gaze for longer than a second. Zayden can't look away. Sakura adjusts her blanket, "You're discussing Kiba's body. As the only person here who knows him, I think I should be allowed to weigh in." The captain's eyes drop shut, and she sighs, "That's fair enough. Say your piece, girl." Sakura walks deeper into the bridge, stopping a foot away from the captain. "Are you from Chikyo?" The captain blinks, "Yes." "Do you have family there?" "Some." "Where's this going?" Sakura has to take a deep breath before she can continue. The Three Tails didn't attack the city of its own volition. It was forced to, by agents within the city casting a genjutsu on it. Kiba helped me track them down. He was mortally wounded while buying me time to break the genjutsu. She has to pause again and pull the blanket even tighter around herself. Kiba's mission wasn't to protect Chikyo. It was to protect the Hokage. He had no obligation to try and save the city or its people. But he fought for it anyway. And if you throw him overboard, you're not just disrespecting a boy, you're desecrating the body of a hero who gave his life to save your city and your family. The captain turns her head away, but gives Sakura an oblique look from the corner of her eye. "What was his name, again?" "Kiba Inyazuka." "Inyazuka? I've heard of them. Used to live on our border. A good family, as far as ninja go." Sakura nods, one of the best. The captain frowns out the window a while longer before she hangs her head. Like I said to Zayden, my heart's not made of ice. I don't want to bury him at sea. So if you have a better idea, let's hear it, girl. Sakura turns towards the charts splayed out across the table. Where are we on our course? The captain points out their rough location. Sakura follows their charted course to a dot marked Yofujimi, a port town on Limabellis, one of the outlying islands of the Land of Water. She points at the port. We're offloading cargo here. Yeah, we are. Why? Do they keep any ninja stationed here? It's the Land of Water. You'd sooner find a whale in the sky than a port with no ninja. Then I'd like us to hold on to his body until we dock here. Once we have, I'll handle the rest. I'm gonna need a little more than that, girl. So Sakura explains herself. When she's laid it all out, the captain has the sort of frown on her face that comes from trying to find faults in something, but coming up empty. Zayden has his hand over his mouth to hide a proud little smile. He finally speaks up simply to say, seems like a solid plan to me. The captain waves them off with her whole arm. Fine, fine, we'll try it your way. If it blows up, it's on you. Always is, Sakura mutters. Zayden excuses them both, ushering Sakura out with his hand on her shoulder. The door slams shut behind them, leaving Zayden and Sakura alone together in the corridor. The silence feels like it's echoing off the steel walls. Zayden breaks it. Sakura, he runs his hand down his face. God, sorry doesn't feel like anywhere near enough I should have dash. Zayden. His jaw clacks shut. Sakura looks up into his eyes, green against green. All I've been doing is thinking. I've just been lying in a bunk, staring at the wall and going through everything that's happened. I've been through every single version of how that attack could have gone, and... Sakura shuts her eyes and finally admits it. Kiba was dead the second Kisame's sword went through his stomach. Nothing any of us could have done after that would have been enough. Every world where he lived after that. It took a miracle. So. I don't blame you. And if any of us should be apologizing, it's not to each other. It's to Kiba's mother, and his sister, and his teammates, because they're the ones who are going to be suffering the most for his loss, not us. She opens her eyes again to see Zayden just staring at her. Sakura tries to read the look on his face. All she sees are the deep shadows beneath his eyes and the stubble on his jaw. Before she can glean any more, he ambles over, loops his arm around her shoulders, and pulls her into a hug. He murmurs, voice trembling under a weight that threatens to crush them both, "That's not what I'm apologizing for." Sakura can only blink. His arm is shaking in time with his voice. "I've kept you three at a distance this whole time, pretending I didn't care and you being kids didn't bother me or didn't matter. But nothing matters more than that. I shouldn't have just you would take the lead, make these insane plans and just push and push and push despite how close you were to breaking, and I just let you. What kind of man does that make me? I can't. You can fight, better than I ever could, but I should have been there for you when the fighting stopped. Maybe then. Maybe you wouldn't have thought, maybe you wouldn't have felt like you had to dash." Sakura wraps her arms around Zayden's middle and presses her face into his chest. It dawns on her now that this is her first real hug in 3 years. She lets the tears fall without a fight. He rests his cheek on the top of her head and squeezes her shoulder. "You're a good man, Zayden," she whispers, "I'll miss you when you go." Zayden doesn't say anything. He just grips her tighter. Samui crosses her arms over her chest and starts them off with, "How are you both feeling?" The Cloud and Leaf Ninja all sit around the hearth in the central room of Nakoden's headman's home. They'd arrived in the village the previous night, and he'd offered his hospitality the moment he saw the shivering Ino and unconscious Koji in their midst. Everyone had silently agreed that what the Hidden Frost village didn't know about him sheltering foreign troops wouldn't hurt them. It isn't a large structure by any means, but the mats on the floor, pelts on the walls, and fire in the hearth keep it feeling cozy rather than cramped. Ino and Koji sit on one side of the fire, huddled tight together. The headman's bear stew and sleeping until noon has brought the color back to Ino's cheeks, but with her bold choice of outfit she's still shivering even with Koji's body heat and the hearth to warm her. Koji had still been asleep up until 2 hours ago, when a growl from his stomach loud enough to wake the dead had heralded his awakening. After several bowls of bear stew, he's looking far more comfortable than Ino, smiling at them in a way that makes it weirdly hard for Karui to look directly at his face without her own getting hot. Amwa and Karui sit on the other side of the hearth, backs to the door and swords off their belts, but still at their sides. Samui prefers to stand, looming above them all to assert dominance. Karui rolls her eyes. She's pretty sure they know their lives are at Cloud's mercy without any additional power moves. Not 100%, but better, Ino replies, thank you for all of this, really, we're in your debt. Samui nods, you're welcome. If you're in our debt, then I'd have you repay it by answering a few questions about what happened to you both. As much as your mission allows, of course. Ino purses her lips and looks to Koji, who shrugs a shoulder and says, I don't see the harm in it. Ino looks back to them and carefully begins, we were part of a 4-man squad, it was basically just our old genin team, we still run missions together a lot even now that we're Chunin. Our mission was to scout the outlying regions of hot water, make sure nothing weird was brewing in advance of the Hokage's meeting with Sound's new leader in Chikyo. We were maybe a few miles out from the border with Frost when one of our teammates, Shikamaru, noticed we were being followed. That we had been since we left the village, Koji adds, frowning at the fire. Yeah. He asked me to use I used a Yamanaka clan technique to get numbers and positions. We were surrounded on all sides, even underground, but before I could report that dash. We were out in the Badlands with geysers all around us, and they all blew, all at once. Koji jumps back in, the steam was everywhere, so thick you wouldn't if it were in this room, I wouldn't be able to see you guys 2 feet away, that's how bad. Everything stank like sulfur, you couldn't hear anything dash. Ino talks over him, and they'd saturated the steam with chakra. Even sensor jutsu were off the table. They thought of everything. Karui's eyes are as wide as lakes. That's scarily thorough. She's never been up against an enemy that meticulous. Quick glances to Samui and Amwa tell her in an instant they haven't, either. Samui nods, go on. Ino runs a hand through the longest part of her hair, I was useless in the steam, so I just picked a direction and started running, and God, I was panicking so hard it's all kind of a blur. I remember a dog coming out of nowhere and trying to tear my stomach open dash. Amwa scoots closer, eyes wide, what kind of dog? Ino scratches her head, I didn't get a great look at it, but it was tall, and skinny, too. Maybe a greyhound or a Doberman. Amwa looks at Karui and hisses, not a sled dog. Not any kind of dog you'd normally find down this way dash. Karui shoves his shoulder, just shut up and listen. I was able to shake the dog off, Ino continues, while I was running I remember projectiles just flying from every goddamn direction at once, and any time I tried to switch back and throw them off my trail the ground would shake and some stone wall or fissure would appear wherever I was trying to run, and I was being herded like a stupid sheep and I couldn't do a damn thing about it on my own. Ino is glaring bloody murder into the fire, shame and fury mixing like hazardous chemicals in her eyes. Koji's eyes soften and he pats her back with one big hand. Amwa and Karui take the opportunity to look anywhere else. After a few breaths, Ino picks back up, they chased me right up to the bank of a river. I think they were trying to corner me there, make me double back or pause or something. But at this point I was willing to try anything to get away, so I just jumped in, and it was fucking freezing, but I let it sweep me down a few meters before I stuck myself to the riverbed with chakra and used a shitty little fire-style technique I learned somewhere to keep myself warm and... God, I don't know how long I was down there, but when I came back up all the steam was gone, so I went back the way I thought I came, and... Ino wraps her arms around herself gripping her forearms tight. I found Koji, but Asuma and Shikamaru were just gone. I pulled out all the sensor techniques I have to try and find them and they were just wherever they were, it was way outside my range. I patched myself and Koji up the best I could, but we couldn't just hang around, so I struck out for the outpost and... here we are. Samui nods and looks to Koji, Chunin Akimichi, if you're willing, I'd like to hear your side of this. Koji folds his hands in his lap and frowns at the fire, there's not a whole lot to tell on my end, really. Just like Ino, some dogs jumped me, and I just kinda started fighting them right there. A lot were genjutsu and clones, but it was basically impossible to tell in that steam the real dogs from the fakes. I had no idea where everyone was or what they were facing, so I couldn't count on them to try and clear the steam and tried to myself with the human bull W with some Akimichi clan techniques. Kurui bites down the urge to scoff. Someone needs to tell these kids that every village already knows the names of all their clan's iconic techniques and couldn't give less of a shit about stealing them. It's a lot easier to just cut out an obviously special eye and transplant it than torture the details of a technique out of someone, write them down, then try to replicate it. I was going as fast as I could to try and kick up some wind and clear the steam, but I ended up running right over some landmines they'd planted. Then rocks and boulders would leap up from the ground to knock me around like a pachinko ball until I was so dizzy I had to stop, and the moment I did, it was like someone just turned the volume up on the whole world. I think they hit me with sensory overload jutsu, and because I was already dizzy I couldn't stay upright. I felt like I was falling even when I was standing up, and before it even occurred to me that this was a genjutsu, something hit me hard on the back of the head, and then I woke up here. Samui's eyes narrow. They knocked you unconscious and simply left you there. Koji shrugs again, looking a little sheepish, I guess. He pauses, chewing on his lip. He exchanges another look with Ino, but it's far heavier, more cerebral than any they've shared thus far. Kurui can tell in an instant they're having an entire conversation without saying a word aloud, and without the use of one of the Yamanaka clan's techniques to speak telepathically. They just know each other that well. She can't help a twinge of jealousy. Kurui's not sure she knows anyone that well. After a moment, Koji's face turns apologetic, and he says, I guess they were just targeting Shikamaru and Asuma. But I have no idea why. Kurui's eyes flit up to Samui, who has a thoughtful frown on her face. She's thinking the same thing as Kurui, that this is shaped like the truth, but no way it's what Koji believes. Very well, Samui says, one last question. Chunin Yamanaka, you saw what happened to the hot water outpost, correct? Yeah. Did anything you saw at the outpost seem familiar? Did any of your attackers perform any techniques at all similar to those you saw evidence of at the outpost? Ino screws her mouth up in a frown as she thinks, I mean, I can't be super sure, but... No? Not really? Honestly, when I went back for Koji, there was barely a trace that anyone else had been there at all. Samui purses her lips, I see. Thank you for your cooperation. Would you excuse us for a moment? With little more warning than that, Samui hauls Amwa and Kurui to their feet by their collars. They barely have a moment to grab their swords before Samui is dragging them out of the headman's house and all the way around back. She only lets them go so her hands can run through an intricate sequence of signs, weaving two genjutsu around them at once, one that masks their voices as just more howling wind, and another that blocks the three of them from processing that sound, allowing them to hear each other clearly. Kurui coughs and swears, what the hell was that? If they weren't suspicious of us already, they sure are now. Samui puts her hands on her hips and snaps, something's going on here that I don't like. Amwa throws his hands out wide and exclaims, yes. Yes. You get it. There is some weird shit afoot, right? Like, they were attacked only a few miles away from where Yujito's squad got hit, but it wasn't by the same people. And the timing, what is up with the timing? I'll bet you anything that if their squad hadn't been waylaid they would have made it to the outpost while Yujito's squad was still fighting, but they were and they didn't, and not only did this team not help Yujito, they've been so thoroughly rocked the last thing on their mind is reporting any of this to the Hokage, who I will remind all of you they were supposed to be scouting the country to protect her from any weird shit happening in the country. Indra's eyes, Amwa, slow down, Kurui shouts, grabbing his ear and tweaking it hard, okay, so we know the Akatsuki are probably the ones who attacked Yujito, but we have no idea who attacked the Leaf Ninja, and until we do all we have are a bunch of coincidences. We don't know that, but I'm sure Yamanaka and Akimichi do. Samui cuts in, there's more to this story they're not sharing. Kurui glares at Samui, of course they're fucking not, but even setting aside the fact that we can't make them tell us anything they don't want to without potentially risking an international incident, what if we do learn more and it turns out it really isn't any of our business? We can't get tangled up in some other village's bullshit all in the name of paranoia. Amwa's eyes meet hers, suddenly hard as steel. These two attacks aren't the only weird things happening, you know. Sand lost their tailed beast only 2 weeks ago, and remember why Yujito was even coming out this way. Sound went silent, and according to those two inside they came out of that with a new leader, meaning Orochimaru isn't in the picture anymore. Call me paranoid like you always do, but I can't shake the feeling that something is brewing, and it's going to become everyone's business. Kurui bites her tongue and tastes blood. It absolutely sucks whenever Amwa has a point. She tosses her hands in defeat. Fine. What's our next move, then? Samui's eyes drop to the snow. Setting all our speculation aside, the facts are that all of us including our leaves need to inform our superiors of what's happened. Nobody in this village owns a long-distance radio or telephone, or has access to messenger hawks. We're roughly equidistant from the Frost Village and the Hot Water Village, and though I would prefer to go to Frost, I highly doubt the leaves will want to go away from their country. And besides, there were no survivors from the outpost. That needs to be reported to Hot Water. We'll set out in the morning for the village. There's nothing Amwa or Kurui can say to that but, yes, ma'am. The Yufujimi port posting is a quiet one. The Land of Valley's side of the strait is far busier, and anyone trying to get contraband into the Land of Water is more likely to do it via dead drops on deserted islands or from ship to ship in the dead of night. The weather is fair, the seas are calm, the people suitably deferential to the military presence. It's a calm, easy, safe place to be stationed. It is entirely beneath a jonin of Aka's skill. Not for the first time, as he watches some of the career genin he's stuck with on this collection of driftwood and concrete they call a port stumble their way through examining the Asahi's cargo, he wonders how he ended up here. A veteran of the Third Shinobi World War, one of the few missed has, ought to be treated better. Not for the first time, he runs his tongue along the serrations in his teeth, rubs away an ache in his gills, and has his answer. Unless you're a tailless-tailed beast, being ocean cast will always matter more to the Home Office than anything else on your service record. Aka's eyes are starting to glaze over from boredom when his radio squawks to life and a voice stammers over the line, "S sir, there's a leaf? Ninja? In the office?" He's carrying a dash, there's the sound of clattering, then the voice is hushed yet somehow louder, "A corpse on his back and he wants to speak to you." "Oh, over?" Eka blinks. Not the distraction he was expecting, or necessarily hoping for, but better than nothing. He presses his fingers to his radio collar and mutters, "Be there in a moment." Eka disappears in a cloud of mist and reappears across the harbor, at the door of a shabby building better suited to some civilian harbor master than a squad of shinobi. He steps across the threshold to see two figures waiting for him at the front desk. The first is the Chunin who'd called him in, a nervous kid by name of DWI with glassy black eyes and a few snaggly, serrated teeth in an otherwise normal mouth. He's still hunched over the radio on the far wall, eyes darting between Eka and their guest, who he smells before he sees. The Leaf Ninja is familiar in a way Eka doesn't like. He doesn't know this kid from Indra, but he has features he was taught to know, because caste doesn't exist in the Land of Fire but clan sure as hell does. Clan means the difference between being torn apart by dogs or a light touch rupturing your kidneys. But at least those clans are obvious. This kid with his charcoal black hair that spikes at the back and gunmetal gray eyes shouldn't be setting off any alarm bells, but he is, and Eka for the life of him can't match them to a name. That can wait. What can't is the bundle on the kid's back, wrapped tight in sheets of black plastic and secured by rigging rope. It's the same size as the kid carrying it, and though the wrappings have dulled the scent, nothing could erase it. The kid has his navy canvas jacket tied around his waist, likely to keep anything that seeps out from staining it. Eka nods to the Leaf Kid and says, "You the Leaf Ninja that wanted to see me?" The Leaf Kid bows at the shoulders, "Yeah, I am. Are any of the ninja stationed here currently for hire? I have a B-rank, potential A-rank mission for them." If Eka had eyebrows, they'd be up behind his headband. I'm guessing it has something to do with what you're hauling. The Leaf Kid nods, shifting his stance to favor his left leg. "My team was hired by merchants in hot water to protect their ship on a voyage to the Land of Waves. We sailed out of Chikyo and were attacked by pirates out on the Mist Sea. We knew that could happen, but we weren't expecting them to have rogue ninja on the crew. My friend Dash," the kid has to pause, blinking rapidly and taking a sharp breath in through his nose, "a Chunin on my team. He went down protecting a member of the crew, and We couldn't get him back up. Eka purses his lips in a frown. My condolences. It's never easy, losing a man under your command. Thank you, the boy murmurs, running a hand through his hair as he fights to keep his composure. We want to see our mission through, but without him, we don't have the manpower to send one of our own back to leave with his body. If you can spare anyone, I'd like to hire them to bring him home. Eka crosses his arms over his chest, beady black eyes narrowing. It's all decently believable, but decent is all it is. He won't be doing his due diligence if he doesn't at least try to poke some holes in the story. He goes for the easiest target first. Chikyo, huh? Heard there was a storm passing through those parts. The Leaf Kid winces. Not just a storm. We had a near miss with the Three Tails. It passed us as we were sailing out of the bay. It left the seas rough for at least an hour after we lost it. The storm rolled in on its heels, and because we were falling behind, the captain decided to have us cut around Whirlpool. Eka can't help a sneer. No wonder you were attacked. Your captain must be a damn fool for trying to sail around Whirlpool during a storm. The Leaf Kid sighs. That's what I thought, too, but I wasn't hired to give navigational advice. Hell, I'm only here at all because she wanted to throw the body overboard. Eka grits his teeth. A damn fool with a heart of ice. She'd do that to someone who died for one of her sailors. The Leaf Kid shrugs a burdened shoulder. She's a civilian. We all know how they are when they actually see combat. Sometimes I think they hire us just for decoration. And you wouldn't be wrong. DWI, start filling out the paperwork for a B rank. Your name, kid? Suzuki Uchiha. The only sound you'd hear in that tiny room would be that of the other shoe dropping. Eka blinks, so quickly it hurts. Uchiha. Fuck, no wonder he didn't recognize the kid. He hasn't seen a face like his in almost a decade. He can't be the one who went crazy and killed the rest. The Leaf are brutal, but they like to put on a pretty face. They wouldn't let a monster like that just keep running missions willy-nilly. So this has to be the survivor, the one the 5th Hokage is teaching sea and fucking sky. Eka doesn't know if he's the luckiest or unluckiest man on this island. The Leaf Kid, the Uchiha, pushes a breath through his nose and glares at the ground. This reaction is, evidently, nothing he's not used to. Eka shakes himself back to professionalism, and the name of the deceased. Kiba Inyazuka. Eka rubs at a particularly rough patch of skin on his temple. Fuck, he knows that name, too. That's the one that will rip you to pieces with dogs. His mind works quickly. At the very least, he can maybe use these fancy clan names to squeeze a little more Ryo out of this mission. At most. Yeah, there's not a lot on your service record that can overpower a low caste, but doing a good turn for someone this close to the Hokage? That just might. Start small, Eka, I see. Given that, we may have to bump this up to an A rank, just to make certain this is given proper priority dash. Uchiha rolls his eyes and huffs. Whatever you want to rank it, rank it. I can pay whatever you ask, up front. Just so long as he's returned as soon as possible. Good, the kid also knows the value of his name. He wouldn't offer to pay up front if he didn't know screwing him over wasn't worth all the money in the world. The rest of the process proceeds at a trot. Uchiha even provides a transport scroll, ready for the body to be stored in. Eka seals the body in the scroll and Uchiha seals the deal with a stack of Ryo that smells of black powder and tobacco. Uchiha leaves with a quick bow and Eka starts putting a team together, a team he'll obviously be leading, anything to get him off this rock for a week or two. He's so wrapped up in thoughts of profit and advancement he doesn't notice Suzuki Uchiha duck around the side of the harbor master's shack and disappear in a flurry of pale pink petals. When Tsunade finally comes up for air, the temple is dark, save for a few scattered candles. Her head spins for a moment, the weight of all the chakra she expended finally hitting her. She braces her hands against her thighs and breathes through it. She drops her transformation, letting that chakra seep back into her and balance her out. Tsunade looks her age, but she's never cared less about that. It's not silent here. No place that becomes an aid station ever is. The darkness, the cavernous ceilings, and the echoing groans of the wounded and dying almost send her right back to the worst days of the war. She looks for her people to ground her. On the wall, Team 8 are resting against Akamaru, huddled in tight and sleeping fitfully. Kiba still isn't with them. Tsunade sighs through her nose. That'll be a story, and definitely not a happy one. Team Guy are nowhere to be seen. Taking the night shift, one of the pieces of Katsuyu at her side whispers, as if she's in Tsunade's mind, Niji argued that if Hinata had to stop another Byakugan should take her place, so the whole team went with him. Tsunade chuckles, beautiful fools. Sasuke and Naruto are asleep on opposite ends of the main hall. Sasuke has his back against a pillar, facing the door, ready to leap awake the instant he's needed. Naruto is curled in a dark corner, as alone as he can get, face pressed into the wall. That's likely another unhappy story, and a disappointing one, at that. Daimyo Agazuera is exactly where she'd dropped him. He seems to have fallen asleep sitting up, then slumped all the way over so his face is flat against the floor. She wonders if he's moved an inch from that spot all day. With what remains of the Leaf delegation accounted for, the sloshing of water draws Tsunade's attention across the hall. Kabuto is not only still awake, but scrubbing his hands in a water basin, sleeves and hair still tied up and out of the way. His hands are just about the only thing on him that's clean after the day's work. Everything else is spattered with dried blood. Tsunade picks herself up with a grunt and crosses the room, stopping behind Kabuto. You're gonna start making deadly mistakes if you don't get some sleep, Kabuto. Kabuto pauses, then sighs through a smile. It's funny. Every time I'm in a situation like this, with wounded up to my ears and a million tasks all needing to get done right now, I feel like I'm a boulder rolling down a hill. I don't think I could stop myself if I wanted to. Yeah, I know. That's why I'm stopping you. She offers a hand. Kabuto takes it and Tsunade hauls him to his feet. If her appearance surprises him, he keeps it to himself. She watches him unpin and unwind his braid, letting it fall back to the center of his shoulder blades. He takes his glasses off and wipes their lenses on the only clean part of his shirt. His dark eyes shine brown in the candlelight, sharp edges dulled by the length of this day. They catch on the pair of Katsuyus at her ankles, and Kabuto bows to them. Thank you, honored sister. I'm sure many more lives would have been lost here if not for you. Katsuya regards him silently for a few moments before the two pieces wriggle together and merge, forming one piece as tall as Kabuto so she can look him in the eye. Speaking frankly, Shogun Yakushi, your thanks means little to me. The last time we met, you were attempting to kill my mistress and her apprentices. That is not something I am ready to forgive. Perhaps someday in the future, I will be. But not today. Please excuse me. And Katsuya dismisses herself in a puff of white smoke without waiting for a reply. Tsunade blinks, wide-eyed. That might be the meanest thing she's heard the slug say in 40 years. Kabuto looks surprised for maybe a breath before he shrugs a shoulder and puts his glasses back on with a wry smile. Tsunade crosses her arms over her chest and says, she's got a point, you know. Even setting aside the bad blood between us personally, you're a criminal in the Land of Fire's books. You're fighting an uphill battle here, Kabuto. I'm aware, he laughs. If you can trust nothing else I say, at least trust that I'm very aware of how high the odds are stacked against me making any progress with you. And yet you're here. Of course I am. What change ever came from not trying, even if it seems impossible? Those words ought to strike a chord. But with how her time in office has been going, they end up striking a nerve instead. But she can't let him see her flinch, so Tsunade purses her lips tight and mutters, fair enough. Kabuto opens his mouth to speak further, but in a flicker of motion accompanied by what Tsunade can only describe as an eerie lack of sound, a member of Sound Zombu in a chameleon mask appears at Kabuto's side. They whisper into his ear at a breakneck pace for over a minute, Kabuto's only reaction to any of it an eye dart here or a jaw clench there. When Chameleon finishes, Kabuto simply whispers, I see. Thank you. Chameleon steps back and Kabuto looks back to Tsunade with a look of resigned focus in his eyes. I had hoped to stay longer, perhaps return to our peace talks, but I've just learned I'll be leaving in the morning. Tsunade's eyes narrow, why? Kabuto adjusts his glasses, the glare hiding his eyes. Apparently, a declaration of war from Waterfall arrived in Jungsimji only a few hours ago. Shinobi have passed through the land of swamps already and are menacing the border as we speak. Tsunade's brow furrows. Wait, they're declaring war? On what grounds? That, I won't know until I have the declaration in my hands. All I know is that sound is fragile right now, and I can't afford to be elsewhere at a time like this. I apologize for everything that's come of my attempt at peace, and I will make my formal farewell to the daimyo at first light, but I have to leave. This doesn't feel right. Nothing has, not since Danzo handed her that scroll. It's all circumstantial, coincidental, but Tsunade feels in her bones she's being played. How, to what end, by whom, is all a mystery. But she feels it all the same. And she can't do a damn thing about it. It's not like Kabuto could stop her if she had to run back to tend to an emergency in the Land of Fire, no matter how perfect the timing and vague the reasoning. And worst of all he's actually done is help. If she tried to crack down now, when he's done nothing but protect her people, her daimyo, her Jinchuriki, all she'd do is give him a perfect excuse to retaliate. And he'd look completely justified. Tsunade can't look at him, she averts her eyes and says through grit teeth, I suppose it can't be helped. We'll see you to the city limits in the morning, let's hope Hot Water has sent a team to help with disaster relief by then. Kabuto smiles and bows from the waist, thank you for understanding, Lady Hokage. Tsunade just spits, don't make me regret it. Sakura finds Yugo deep in the hold, perched at the top of a tall pile of crates. He's curled tight in a ball, just as he had been when they'd met. It feels like a lifetime ago now. Sakura could fly up to him, but she doesn't. She sends chakra into her solace and palms and climbs. It's a slower process, but a louder, more obvious one. Yugo needs to know she's coming. He needs time to decide if he'll let her close. He doesn't move. When she arrives at the top of the crates, he acknowledges her with the barest flicker of his eyes in her direction. Sakura settles on his left, less than 6 inches between them. She pulls her knees up to her chest and lets the rumbling of the ship's engines fill the silence for them. After 5, maybe 10 minutes, Yugo leans over until their shoulders are pressed together. Sakura leans her head against his bicep. He rests his head on top of hers. An apology given and accepted in silence. But for Sakura, it's still not enough. She speaks, just loud enough to be heard over the dull roar of machinery, I lied to you. I lied to Kimimaro. He thought I was Orochimaru's vessel, that we both wanted him to keep living and keep working towards his vision, and we didn't believe in the same thing. I lied. I've been lying for years. Yugo simply says, I know. Another dull, heavy impact, right to the gut. It knocks the wind out of Sakura's lungs. I won't say I knew all along, I didn't. But when you told me your plan, well. Kimimaro loved Kimimaro worshipped Orochimaru. If he'd known that even a piece of this was in you, you wouldn't have lived to meet me. So I figured it out. And you didn't say anything. Yugo stares into the darkness, eyelids heavy, yeah. Because you still wanted a cage. And you were a cage that would let me see the sun. I thought. A little disappointment was worth that much. Yugo picks his head up so he can look down into her eyes, that's just how I've spent my whole life, I guess. How I feel, what I think, it doesn't really matter if it gets in the way of what's safe for others. Putting yourself first. That kind of thing is for real people, not monsters just pretending. Sakura squeezes her eyes shut so she won't cry again. That was okay, before. When I was the only person who had to live with the consequences. But then that boy was in my arms, dying by the second, and you were telling me to take him to people I knew couldn't save him. And I still took him away. Because I'd never made my own judgment call, not once in my life, and I wasn't about to start then. Sakura opens her eyes and whispers, if, when we make it to the land of waves, if you want to leave and strike out on your own dash. One of Yugo's big palms lands on the crown of her head. Sakura's voice dries up. She looks at Yugo and he's smiling, but it's nothing like she's ever seen before. It's wry, a bit tired, maybe more of a smirk than a smile from a certain point of view. More than anything, it finally occurs to Sakura how much older than her he is. And all he says is, if I leave, who's gonna take care of you? Sakura's face crumples. She curls against him and he pulls her into his lap. Like this, his heartbeat resonates through her whole body. She matches her breathing to his. Yugo rocks them back and forth in time with the ship. She chokes out through tears, still friends. Sakura feels him smile against her hair, always. A part of her remembers Naruto and can't believe him. But the rest of her is willing to try. Support from the hot water village arrives in Chikyo almost a full 24 hours after the Akatsuki's attack ended. At the very least, their appearance allows Tsunade to call the Leaf delegation together for a proper debriefing. They congregate in the archives, where shelves upon shelves of scripture and literature alike will hide them from prying eyes. The platoon stands in a loose circle, Tsunade at its head, Daimyo Agazawara cowering a step behind her, Naruto and Team 8 on her right, Sasuke and Team Guy on her left. Shino surveys them all behind his dark lenses, taking in the deep circles beneath their eyes and the weary slumps to their shoulders. What a difference a day can make. Akamaru squirms in place, whining as he stares out towards the door. Shino strokes behind his ear and leans against Akamaru's side, his colony humming sweetly within his chest in hopes that the vibration will calm the dog, at least for a while. Tsunade puts her hands on her hips and states, "All right, I've gotten the broad strokes from the rumor mill, but I want the details of what happened during and after the Akatsuki's attack in your own words. Assume I don't need to know anything I was personally there for, the unabridged version can wait until you are filling the paperwork out back at home. We'll start with Team 8. Kurane sighs with her whole body, we did what we could out there, but without Kiba, it wasn't as much as we'd like. Once the sun set, we all but officially went from search and rescue to just recovery and identification. The death toll is. It could have been worse, Hinata volunteers, futzing with her fingers, the timing of the Three Tails' attempted retreat and disappearance was very lucky. If the attack had gone on any longer, the destruction would have gone deeper into the city, and... To clarify, Shino rasps, the worst of the damage and casualties were concentrated along the waterfront. With what my sentries have found, the deaths and injuries in that area number in the low hundreds. But once you get into the Midtown and Foothill districts, those numbers drop dramatically. The snake and unidentified artillery fire kept the Three Tails' focus narrowed down to its immediate surroundings. Had that not been the case, Chikyo may have been completely destroyed. Akamaru whines again, and Kurane has to purse her lips tight to keep them from trembling, and... When we got word from Team Guy that they hadn't found Kiba yet, we've been excavating building after building, salvaging wreck after wreck, turning over every piece of rubble we see and... There's no trace of him. Tsunade's eyes are fixed on the floor, a storm behind them. If we can't find him today, there's little chance we're going to. At the very least, without a body, we can only declare him missing in action. It's cold comfort, and everyone knows it. Hinata takes a shaking breath and Shino takes her hand, squeezing it tight. From the corner of his eye he sees Naruto staring at Hinata, eyes stuck on her quivering lip. Tsunade looks across the circle, Team Guy, you're up. Team Guy is lucky. They get to tell an exciting tale of daring escapes, carriage chases, harpoon cannons, mysterious men, and saving friends just in the nick of time. It's the details that ring sinister. Why did Naruto suddenly devolve into a slavering monster, more animalistic and destructive than he's ever been before? Why did the Akatsuki let them get away, both times they encountered the team? Team Guy doesn't know. So they can't say. Once the tale is told, Tenten grimaces and says, it's also kinda awkward, so, the Three Tails just disappearing really threw a lot of the people here for a loop. They've been trying to figure out what happened, and I guess some people saw us get on the boat and fire the harpoon at Dash. Her eye catches Naruto and she winces at Naruto while he was still on the Three Tails, but from a distance it was kinda hard to see him. So. Niji pinches the bridge of his nose, the people think we killed the Three Tails. Tsunade can't help a snicker, and that's a bad thing. It's not true, Niji snaps, and they keep coming up to us, weeping and thanking us for killing the monster, and I try to tell them we didn't and they don't listen. Lee frowns and says, unbearably earnest as always, I do not want to take credit for work I did not do. I appreciate their gratitude, but I do not wish to deceive them. They call us heroes, but we are simply shinobi who did our duty. Tsunade is smiling when he finishes, you may not think of yourselves as heroes, but I'd struggle to find anyone who'd argue you didn't go above and beyond the call of duty. I see medals in your futures, and maybe even promotions for Lee and Tenten. Team Guy exchanges wide-eyed looks of surprise that go even wider when Guy throws his arms around them and brings them into a bone-crushing group hug. He exclaims, tears pouring from his eyes, "Excellent! Splendid! Fantastic! I've always said the three of you were the pinnacle of skill, of discipline, of youthful fire, and now the whole village will know it. I've never been prouder of you in my whole life." Lee is bawling right along with him, "Guy-sensei, it is we who should be proud to be your students." Tenten wails over them both, "Do you have to do this in front of everyone?" When they finally calm down, Tsunade simply turns to Sasuke. His eyes have been focused on the floor since the debriefing began, and when he looks up to meet Tsunade's gaze, there's so much whirling and crashing beneath the surface Shino can't even begin to identify it all. He says, "Sakura was here." All the air is sucked out of the room. All eyes go wide. All, save for two. Tsunade's head whips towards Naruto. Was she? Naruto is silent for an eternity. He does nothing but glare from beneath the shadow of his headband at Sasuke. The eternity ends with Naruto shutting his eyes and growling through his teeth, "Yeah. I saw her too." The story Sasuke tells is brief, abrupt, and gut-wrenching. He tells a story of three friends who don't know how to speak to each other anymore, their reunion ending with one flying away and the other rooted to the stone. Sasuke doesn't say exactly what words passed between him and Naruto. From the way Naruto is looking at him, Shino is certain doesn't want to know. What Sasuke does say is that he chased Sakura across the entire city, to a ship christened the Asahi, and used all of his prodigious strength to keep it from leaving the harbor. A sword through his shoulder ruined that plan. Sakura had sailed away, taking whatever she knew of sound, and of Kiba, with her. When the story finishes, Shino turns to Hinata, who is already staring at him in wide-eyed terror. Kurane is staring past everyone in the archives, all the way to the sea. Akamaru is pacing in frantic circles and whining at a piercing pitch. Tsunade blinks, slowly at first, then quicker and quicker. "Naruto." Naruto shrugs a shoulder. "Sasuke and Bushy-Brow's crew told you everything you need to know already." I wasn't there. Not really. It's the truth, and it isn't. More is boiling beneath the surface and everyone knows it. But everyone also knows now's not the time to unpack any of it. Not in front of everyone. Not while Sasuke and Naruto still won't look each other in the eye. Tsunade crosses her arms over her chest. In spite of how all this looks, there was some valuable information in there. Primarily, the fact that we can't trust Kabuto as far as we can throw him. If he lied about Sakura being dead, there's no telling what else he lied about. Shino bites down the urge to say, "But we all knew that already." One glance tells him Niji is doing the same. Tsunade turns a hard stare in Sasuke's direction, "But, more importantly, Naruto, Sasuke, upon our return to the Leaf Village, the two of you will be suspended from active duty for 60 days and forbidden to leave the village during that period. Violation of that prohibition will result in a court-martial. Furthermore, Team Kakashi will be disbanded. Indefinitely." Sasuke shuts his eyes with a hard exhale, like he'd been hit by a blow he was bracing for. Naruto doesn't react at all. Not a flinch, not a blink, not a shrug. Shino can't suppress a shiver. Not because it's foreign, but because it's familiar. It's like seeing Gaara for the first time all over again. Now, we're all aware that when we left the capital, my guards and 3 of the 12 guardian ninja were still alive. While I don't doubt any of you are capable of picking up their duties, I think fresh blood is what we need after what happened here. I will spend what time I can today attempting to contact any of the scouts we sent ahead into hot water to see if they can rendezvous with us and bolster our numbers for the return trip. Once that's been arranged, we'll start making preparations to leave. Until then, you're to continue assisting in the relief efforts wherever you can. Dismissed. As they disperse, Shino's colony buzzes nervously in his chest. He's worried for Kiba. It's possible he's even more worried now than he was before, after what Sasuke reported. But beside that, behind it, it occurs to him that the scouting parties sent ahead into hot water have been eerily quiet. Their reports were a series of plain all-clears all the way up to the day of the peace talks. And while the biggest threat came from the ocean, the idea that Haiden and Kakuzu didn't leave any trail for their scouts to pick up is ludicrous. His colony hums in low tones. There's at least one scouting party he could check on personally. Shino ducks down a dusty corridor and into a storeroom. In the dark, he settles down cross-legged and forms the sign for mind transfer. He molds chakra and holds the scent of the female he left on Asuma in the center of his mind. He releases the chakra and his consciousness flies north, landing abruptly in a dark, not warm enough crevice that smells of tobacco and weapon oil. He feels the texture of flak jacket in a nervous heartbeat beneath his sentry's feet. Asuma's voice seals it. How much longer am I supposed to lay low here? A flat voice, feminine and familiar, replies, once we have located Akimichi and Yamanaka and assessed them, you will be moved. His breath hitches and his teeth chatter, that wasn't what you promised. Ino and Koji aren't a threat anymore, they don't need to be dash. They will not be harmed. Merely assessed. We must be thorough, for their sake, as well as that of the village. And Kurane, she's dash. Still in Chikyo. While the attack has ended, there is still inherent risk in being in foreign territory. Until she passes back through the village gates, she cannot truly be considered safe. Asuma's heart rate spikes, you dash. Consider your next words carefully, Asuma Sarutobi. Asuma is silent for a moment, then hisses, fucking never mind. I'll wait. Good. As stated before, we will inform you of any further developments. Thank you very much for your cooperation. Shino cuts the connection purely out of shock. He stares wide-eyed at the wall, sweat pouring down his face, breath heaving. He feels like he just woke up from a catapult nightmare. He wishes what he just heard was all a bad dream. Of all the things he could have learned, why did it have to be that? Why did his suspicions have to be right? Shikamaru's vision fades in like he's being dragged up and out of a deep lake. The world around him is a blinding white, broken only by some locks of his hair that have fallen in his eyes. His instinct is to push them up and out of the way. He tries to move his arm and hits cold metal. He looks down. Iron monocles are clamped tight to his wrist, elbow, and shoulder, the monocles bolted to the arm of a chair. He flexes his other arm. Same story. Legs? Clamped at the ankle, knee, and mid-thigh. He glances over his shoulder and sees bolts attaching the chair to the wall. Shikamaru takes a deep breath and starts counting prime numbers. This is just about as bad as he'd been taught it can get. Of all the times to panic, this, ironically, would be the worst. He picks his head up to carefully examine his surroundings. He was expecting something like the interrogation rooms in TNI, with all sorts of nasty devices and implements and a generous helping of suspicious stains. But this room is clean, pristine, white as snow, empty, with no obvious door or even light fixtures. Shikamaru is the only thing out of place in this featureless white cube. Bullshit. There has to be a way in and out, otherwise how did he get here? The pure white screen has to be a genjutsu. They may have bound his arms, but not his fingers. He slowly forms half a seal and starts to mold the chakra to break it. Pain. And he wishes it was like nothing he's ever felt before, but it's everything he's ever felt before, as intense as the first time he felt it. His first broken bone, first punch to the face, first time falling out of a tree, Seikon stomping on his sprained wrist, Yokon's arm growing out of his side, nearly losing his own arm in the land of rain, everything he's ever endured hits him all at once in crystal clarity. It's so much he can't see, but he sure as hell can scream, at the top of his lungs and past it. And then it stops. Shikamaru sucks in breath and nearly vomits on the exhale. He tries to count prime numbers, but after that, he's struggling with the concept of a number. A flat voice speaks, that will happen whenever you attempt to mold chakra. I advise against doing so again. Shikamaru looks up. There is a person in the room. They're covered head to toe in pure black fatigues, not a lock of hair or patch of skin to be seen. Average height, average build. Face covered by a porcelain mask that takes Shikamaru several seconds to identify as an orca whale. Shikamaru coughs, neat trick. Let me guess, some fancy fuinjutsu left over from the Uzuma dash. Orca shoves their fingers in his open mouth and forces it as wide as it can go. Shikamaru tries to bite down, but chakra has turned their fingers into iron bars. With their other hand they reach into the very back of Shikamaru's mouth and take hold of one of his molars. He doesn't register that they've ripped it out until they're tossing it over their shoulder and the pain shoots out from the hole in his gums. They hold a hand out to one side and a syringe appears in their open palm. They siphon the blood out of Shikamaru's mouth and hand the filled syringe off to the ether, it disappearing the instant it leaves Orca's hand. Shikamaru forces himself to absorb and retain information. There are other people in this room. There has to be. But they're just not letting him see them. Are they cloaking themselves individually? Or is it the genjutsu that's turned the whole room white? Why didn't any of them break when they ripped his tooth out or he activated the chakra trap or dash? Orca takes their hand out of Shikamaru's mouth and Shikamaru spits, the hell was that dash? Orca holds a hand out to one side and says, hold his mouth open. Make sure I have a clean canvas. Invisible hands grab Shikamaru's bottom jaw and force it open. Invisible fingers pry it wide and pull back his lips. One grabs the tip of his tongue and pulls it as far out as it will go, holding it taut. Shikamaru struggles and shouts and another hand grasps his hair to hold his head still. A long iron needle with a wooden handle appears in Orca's hand. Red-black ink drips from the tip. Orca leans down, looming above Shikamaru, and jabs the needle into the back of his tongue. It forces a scream out of his throat and his whole body jolts. Orca tilts their head slightly, and their voice doesn't modulate a single bit as they say, please stay still. And they jab the needle in again. And again. And again. They carve an agonizing line across the width of Shikamaru's tongue, the pain deep and steady. With every jab, ink and chakra seep down into him, and Shikamaru can feel something building inside him, like a spell being cast. Orca reaches the edge of his tongue and takes the needle out of his mouth. Shikamaru sucks in a breath and the cold air on the tattooed line is at once soothing and agonizing. Then Orca jabs the needle back in, right below the first line. Shikamaru screeches. Orca drones, please stay still. They carve another line across Shikamaru's tongue, and it's worse than the last. The chakra seeping in through the open wounds is coalescing at the back of his throat in a misshapen lump. When Orca finishes this line, they step back. They observe Shikamaru from behind tinted glass lenses as he pants like an exhausted hound. Orca speaks, you ought to be honored. And then they drive the needle in again. Please stay still. A third line. A third strip of agony cut across Shikamaru's tongue. He stares into the lenses of Orca's mask and strains to see eyes beneath. He fails, because the sheer pain is making spots dance across his vision like he's staring into the sun. Orca pauses again after this one, taking a leisurely lap around the chamber. They speak, a piece of him will be with you forever. I hope you treasure it. And they return, and this time it's a broken line that tricks Shikamaru for a second into thinking it's over, and when the needle digs in again he chokes out a sob. Please stay still. Orca finishes the other half of the line. They step back and pace, back and forth, in front of Shikamaru for at least 5 minutes, and it should be a reprieve, but he's furious because he knows there's more, and why won't he just put him out of his misery by coming back and doing it already? And the needle is digging into his tongue and the pain comes a beat behind, and Shikamaru tries to swear but the fingers in his mouth render it just an empty sound. Please stay still. Another broken line. Tears are running down Shikamaru's face now, and all he cares about is that they don't fall on his tongue, don't fall into the open wounds. The foreign chakra has coated and filled his throat like mud. And when the final broken line is done, Orca tenderly wipes their thumb along the tattoo, healing chakra following in its wake. It heals the open wounds and completes the jutsu. No, calling it a jutsu makes it too mundane, too normal. This was a ritual. There is a feeling in the depths of his soul like a knot being tied. The markings on his tongue sink beneath the surface. The foreign chakra seeps into his network, flowing along like it's been there since birth. The hands remove themselves slowly from his mouth and caress his face as they leave. Orca tilts his chin so Shikamaru is looking them in the eye. Now we can begin. Chapter 18, 17. 17 The land of waves is nothing like Sakura remembers. And for once, that's a good thing. When she and Team 7 had paused on the other side of the bridge to look back at the island, the village had barely been visible through the mangroves. Now, as the Asahi approaches from the east, there's an actual skyline poking up above the ships. Docks ring the island, boats moored at every single one, and as they draw closer Sakura can pick out a steady stream of carts and even horseless carriages hauling freight to and from the mainland across the Great Naruto Bridge. She still cannot believe that's actually what they called it. Zayden Lopez over to stand next to her, shading his eyes and letting out a low whistle. Well, I'll be goddamned, didn't think I'd ever see this place looking this good again. Sakura's smile is a bit sheepish. I can only hope the street layout is the same, otherwise I have no idea if I'll be able to find Tajuna's house. Zayden grins down at her. You reap what you sow, Sakura. Sakura arches a brow. No more pinky. Zayden purses his lips, then shakes his head with a small smile. Nope. Not anymore. Sakura's eyes drop to the ocean. And she was just starting to like the nickname, too. We'll be dropping anchor in 15, the captain calls from up near the prow. You'd best collect the other two. Zayden looks down at Sakura with a wince in his eyes. Need me to get Suijutsu? Sakura swallows and it scratches the whole way down, if you don't mind. Zayden claps her on the shoulder as he passes. Wouldn't have offered if I did. Sakura goes to collect Yugo. She finds him in the galley, making quiet conversation with the ship's cat. Well, he's talking. The fat tabby isn't contributing much beyond a consistent purr as Yugo scratches beneath its chin. Sakura doesn't interrupt them, simply waiting in the doorway until Yugo notices her. Her presence tells him all he needs to know. He bids the cat a quick but fond farewell before following Sakura out. As they make their way back to the deck, he asks, "What's it like?" Sakura shrugs, "We're going to find out together." When they return, Suijutsu is at the railing, gazing at the island with his jaw on the deck. Zayden is on his right, and instinctually Yugo falls in beside Zayden, creating a buffer between Suijutsu and Sakura. Sea and sky, when did this place get so big? I thought Gato Transport was keeping this place poor, Suijutsu marvels, did someone finally do him in? Zayden looks over at Sakura and wonders, I don't know, did someone do him in? Sakura finds herself nervously running her fingers through her bangs as she answers, that was all Zabuza, really. He turned on Gato when Gato tried to get rid of him, and then. That was it. Sakura tips her head down so her bangs hide her face, looking at Suijutsu through her hair. He presses his mouth tightly shut, but keeps glancing at her from the corner of his eye. The ship docks on schedule. Their goodbyes to the crew are quick and professional, and Sakura cloaks the four of them before they're halfway down the gangplank. Even at this early hour, the harbor is wide awake and busy, sailors offloading goods and carts picking them up to either take them to the mainland or the warehouses packed so densely along the shore they're almost forming a seawall. The forest that had covered this island has been pared back in favor of wide boulevards and brand new buildings. The tower that housed the chambers of government had been the tallest structure on the island, but now it's dwarfed by several buildings constructed in the familiar tall and broad Akimichi style. As they come down the street, Sakura spots two young girls running up the other way, laughing and shouting about how they're going to be late for school. One of the girls has a familiar pair of blue eyes and head of shaggy brown hair. Sakura struggles with her memory for a moment before she unearths the image of that girl, 3 years younger, holding her hands out and begging for anything Sakura could give. Sakura smiles to herself. Whatever else may have changed, it's worth it if little girls like her aren't begging on the street anymore. For a mercy, the village Sakura remembers seems to have become the city core, and while many buildings have either been drastically remodeled or completely rebuilt, they fill the same footprints. Sakura follows the main street all the way down to the water and finds a 2-story house on concrete stilts exactly where she expected to. They've added a widow's walk on the roof, the paint is no longer peeling, all the wood has been replaced with new, properly treated planks, and there's a brand new mailbox painted with designs of waves and foxes where the wooden walkway meets the road. But it has the same bones, the same structure, as the building she remembers. Zayden's voice grounds her, this is the place. Sakura forces herself to take a breath, if it's not, at least we can ask whoever's here for directions. Suijutsu definitely has something to say to that, but the instant he looks at Sakura he swallows it hard and looks away. Sakura leads the boys up to the door, drops the genjutsu, and rings the bell. She tucks her shaking hand into her obi to keep from immediately ringing it again. No matter how much she wants to, no matter how exposed she feels without genjutsu to act as a buffer, No matter how odd she knows the four of them will look to any passers-by, she has to remember her manners. The door opens in time with a woman sighing, "I'm sorry, if you're looking for Tajuna and Inari, they've already gone to the construction site dash." She and Sakura make eye contact and the sentence screeches to a halt. Tsunami has cut her hair to hang stylishly at her chin and traded her high-collared shirt and skirt for a well-tailored shirt with buttons down the front and cropped trousers, but Sakura still recognizes her far better than she'd expected to. Sakura puts on a wobbly smile and bows, "Good morning, Miss Tsunami. I'm sure you don't recognize me after all this time, but dash." Sakura. Sakura jolts up from her bow to see Tsunami beaming brightly. She pulls Sakura into a hug tight enough to make her wheeze. Sakura hears Zayden stifle a chuckle and tamps down the urge to kick him. Tsunami pulls back to smile down at her, hands still on Sakura's shoulders. "Oh, look at how much you've grown. You've become such a beautiful young woman." Sakura blinks, stammering, I am. I'm surprised you remember me at all, Miss Tsunami." Tsunami tilts her head to one side, arching a brow like Sakura just said the silliest thing in the world. "Sakura, you defended my father with your life. Why wouldn't I remember you?" Sakura sucks in a breath. Don't cry, don't cry, don't cry. Well, what are we all standing around for? Come in, Tsunami says, breezily ushering them all into a much brighter and cleaner Jenkin than Sakura was picturing. "I'll put on a pot of tea and we can all get acquainted. At the very least, Yugo and Suijitsu look just as bewildered as Sakura to be settled at a familiar and cozy kitchen table, making cordial introductions to their hostess over piping hot cups of green tea. Zayden just looks seconds away from laughing. Until he attempts to light his pipe and Tsunami shoots him a death glare, firmly forbidding him from smoking in the house. That gets him to wilt. There's a lot of medical research coming out of the Leaf Village about smoking, you know, Tsunami chides. They're saying it leads directly to all kinds of nasty diseases. I'd quit while you're ahead, if I were you." It's Sakura's turn to stifle a laugh. Zayden narrows his eyes, but there's not much he can do when she's sitting on his right. "Oh, that reminds me," Tsunami looks back to Sakura, "Suzuki and Kakashi dropped by late last year." Sakura's heart lodges itself in her throat. "Oh. Just them?" Tsunami nods, a knowing look in her eyes. "Naruto was off training with one of the legendary Sunin at the time. But they didn't really say where you were." Well. At least the pleasant part of the conversation lasted longer than she'd thought it would. Sakura folds her hands in her lap and sits up straight. "So. First of all, I will be honest, I did come here to ask a favor of Tajuna. But before I do, it's only fair that you know. I've been charged by the Leaf Village with treason and sedition. Anything you do to help me past this point would be aiding and abetting a criminal." Tsunami doesn't look anywhere near as shocked as Sakura was anticipating. She simply sips her tea in thoughtful silence, drumming her fingers on the cup. After a moment, she looks Sakura in the eye and asks, "Well, did you knowingly commit treason and sedition?" "No." Tsunami holds her gaze before nodding resolutely. "Then that's all I need to know. And besides, the Land of Waves has no extradition treaties with the Land of Fire. Nobody here is under any obligation to turn you in. Even though those treaties are worth little more than the paper they're written on, especially when ninja can make people silently disappear, that fact still makes something in Sakura's gut uncoil and her shoulders loosen up. Now, what's this favor?" Sakura outlines her situation, how she needs passage for Suijitsu and Zayden to the Land of Wind so they can cleanly end their association with her and head further west, far outside the Land of Fire's sphere of influence. As she does, she spies Tsunami eyeing everyone at the table, taking careful measure of them all but especially Zayden and Suijitsu. Once Sakura has said her piece, Tsunami puts a hand to her chin, shares a glance with Zayden, then sighs, "Well, like I said, my father is at the construction site right now. I wouldn't want to distract him with this while he's hard at work." "Oh, I know. He and Inari come back here for lunch most days, since the site is so close by. How about you four stay for lunch? I'm sure he'll be happy to hear you out over a meal. I mean, I guess it'd be fine, but dash. Then it's settled," Tsunami declares with a clap. "I'll give you all a tour of the house, and after that you can go ahead and wash up while I put those clothes of yours in the laundry. Honestly, the four of you are filthy. You look like you just came from a war zone. Suijitsu snickers under his breath. I mean, not wrong. The house's layout is about the same as Sakura remembers, but now every room is full of little touches like new splashes of paint or decorative shelves to make the house feel more like a home. Inari's torn photo of Kaiza now sits on a proper altar in the main room, where it can always look out towards the sea. Instead of a single bar of soap in the bathroom, there's several bottles of sweet-smelling concoctions that Sakura takes full advantage of to erase the scent of salt water and blood from her hair. Tsunami leaves some of her own clothes for Sakura to borrow while hers are in the wash. They fit her well enough, though the way they hang on her thin frame makes Tsunami swallow a wince. The only clothing that will fit the boys belongs to Tajuna, and saying that it fits Yugo would be generous. Suijitsu is practically swimming in the old man's clothes, and while they fit Zayden alright, the tank top Tsunami gave him makes it all the clearer exactly how much of the right side of his body his burns cover. Tsunami pledges to get their laundry done as fast as possible while covering her mouth and doing everything she can not to look at Yugo and Suijitsu. With Tsunami off doing laundry and the boys in and out of the bath, Sakura finds herself with nothing to do but wait. It's been ages since she's had idle time, and when trying to remember what she used to fill it with she comes up depressingly blank. So she defaults to her kunoichi training and starts making another pot of tea. When Yugo wanders in, she offers him a cup to take the edge off having to wear clothes made for a man 9 inches shorter than him. Yugo stares into the liquid for a few seconds before asking, "Do you mind if we drink this up on the Widow's Walk?" "Sure. I'll bet the view up there is beautiful." And she's completely right. The view to the south is all glittering blue sea, and to the north the mainland is rolling green forest all the way to the horizon. If you crane your neck, you can almost see to the western shore of the island. The horns of ships and calls of seagulls are being carried away by the wind, leaving it quiet, if not silent. Some seabirds land on the railing next to Yugo. He lets them dip their beaks into his tea. Sakura snorts, "Oh Yugo, you don't know where they've been." Yugo puts a finger to his lips. Sakura immediately zips hers. He cups one hand around his ear, then points down over the railing. Sakura's brow furrows. There's a veranda on the 2nd story, right where he's pointing. Is something lurking there? Before she can get her guard all the way up, the wind carries Zayden's voice from the veranda up to her ears. "So, wanna talk about it?" Suijitsu's voice bites back, "The fuck's there to talk about? You and Sakura not speaking, for one." Suijitsu snorts, "Like I said, the fuck's there to talk about? We're leaving soon, it doesn't matter." "It matters to her," Zayden says, calm but firm, "that boy mattered to her, and you put a sword through his shoulder dash." "I had just gotten out of the water," Suijitsu explodes, his sudden shout scaring off the seabirds. "I did exactly what she told me to. The whole fight I stayed in the water and fought to keep that monster distracted. I couldn't give a shit about anything else. And when it's done, when the thing is gone and you're telling us to hustle and I get on the ship, what do I see? More leaf ninja trying to kill us for shit we didn't do. I was saving us. I was protecting her. And she's fucking mad at me. Didn't she learn anything from her handler?" Suijitsu's rant abruptly cuts off with a strangled, thick sound. Sakura starts to lean over the rail, but Yugo puts a hand on her shoulder and shakes his head. Sakura frowns, but leans back. She supposes they're intruding enough as it is. After a moment, Zayden asks, "What were you protecting her from?" Suijitsu sucks in a shuddering breath, and speaks in a voice that cracks and breaks like thin ice, I didn't want to see her cry like she did after the Umbu ambush, but then that kid dash. And the rest are just sobs, tiny and stifled and choked." Sakura grips her tea tight to her chest. Zayden speaks up again, gentler than she's ever heard him, "I don't think Sakura would fault you for making the choice you thought was best with the information and time you had. But whoever that kid was, he was obviously important to her. I don't think you can fault her for being upset with you for hurting someone she cares about. What's obvious is that you two need to clear the air. I just look at her and my tongue won't dash. Doesn't have to be now. But if you still wanna leave, it should be soon." They fall silent. In time, footsteps retreat inwards, and a door opens and shuts. Sakura's tea has gone cold. The birds slowly return, and she gives it to Yugo to let them drink. Yugo asks, who were they talking about? Sakura takes a breath to steady her voice, his name is Suzuki. He was on my when you graduate from the academy, they put you on a team of 3 members of your graduating class with a higher ranked ninja as your sensei. He was on that team. He's been training as a medic under Lady Tsunade for the last few years. He's my friend, and I'm in love with him. Yugo nods, I see. If he had come with us, do you think? Sakura sighs and shakes her head, I thought he could, at the time. But in hindsight, I have no idea how far along in his training he is. We'll never know, now. Yugo nods again, do you want to go back inside? Sakura does. Before they do, she tugs on Yugo's sleeve to get him to lean down. He does, and she kisses him on the cheek, whispering a thank you into his ear. He smiles and ruffles her hair. They find Zayden and Suijitsu in the main room seated at the chabude, Zayden pouring them both tea from the pot she brewed. He greets her with a grin, since Miss Tsunami is still hard at work scrubbing bloodstains out of our clothes, I'm betting this is your handiwork. Sakura nods and folds herself in next to him, tell me what you think. It's been a while since I've actually made tea, it'll take me a couple tries to knock the rust off. Suijitsu takes a sip, slowly looks at her from the corner of his eye, and mutters, pretty good. Sakura blinks, nods, and slowly says, thank you. Tsunami brings their clean clothes in, but claims they need to be mended before they can change back. This, finally, is Sakura's wheelhouse. Sakura insists on helping and they split the work so Tsunami can start on lunch sooner. Yugo watches them work with rapt attention and Suijitsu does a terrible job of pretending he's not watching with rapt attention. Zayden says he would help, but one of the few things he never relearned to do one-handed was sew. Tsunami is surprised he knows how to sew at all. He smirks and says his sisters got tired of fixing his clothes for him, so he had to learn. Sakura's stitch is slow for a moment, you never told me you had sisters. Zayden leans his chin on his hand and looks her way with a glint in his eye, yep. There's a lot I haven't told you. She has to choke down her curiosity. Learning more at this stage, when he has one foot out the door, would be more painful than anything else. Sakura's in the middle of fixing some snagged embroidery on her yukata when she hears the front door clatter open and Tajuna call out a hearty, we're home. Tajuna has changed only in the little ways you hardly notice. His glasses are a bit thicker, his hair a bit thinner, but when he sees Sakura poke her head into the jinkan he grins from ear to ear and it's like nothing's changed at all. He puts his hands on his hips and laughs, well, what do you know, is that the little girl who'd been shivering in her sandals on my bridge all those years ago? Come here, Sakura, let me get a good look at you. Sakura smiles and walks to meet him, it's good to see you again, Tajuna, how's Dash? She stops at the sight of a preteen boy with dark hair and dark eyes standing in the doorway, staring at her with his mouth hanging open. She leans around Tajuna and exclaims, Inari. Is that you? Inari's face goes bright red and he can't look at her face, why yeah, hi, Sakura. Sakura goes over to him and puts a hand above his head to measure, wow, you've gotten so big. You're going to be taller than me, soon. Inari turns towards the wall and blurts out, why you're really pretty now. She's so surprised all she can do is laugh. She'd worried about how the boys would be received, but Sakura supposes they're significantly less intimidating while wearing ill-fitting hand-me-downs. Tajuna and Inari don't take long to warm to them. Tajuna and Zayden even commiserate over Tsunami's no-smoking policy when he catches sight of Zayden's pipe, though Inari takes his mother's side. A home-cooked lunch of shrimp stir-fry also does wonders to smooth out any awkward edges, and Sakura takes that opportunity to make her case directly to Tajuna. He nods with his arms crossed over his chest through her whole pitch, occasionally shooting Tsunami, Yugo, and Zayden knowing glances. When she finishes, Tajuna puts a hand to his chin and says, well, you weren't wrong in thinking I've got some clout now, what with the bridge being a huge success. But it's not like I can just flag down any OL ship I see and tell hey, take these guys west. Something about the tone of his voice tells her he could do exactly that. Tajuna hems and haws for a little while longer before theatrically snapping his fingers, I've got it. There's this ship, the Yatsuyu, That's due to be back from the land of wind the day after tomorrow. The captain owes me a favor, he'd be the perfect choice to take your boys here out west. Think you can wait that long? Sakura purses her lips, I wouldn't want to put you at risk. Come on, stay a while, Inari butts in, leaning over to smile at her from down the table, you look like you could use a rest. The only person at the table who doesn't look some flavor of smug is Suijitsu, who's glaring daggers at Zayden. Sakura can tell when she's outnumbered, so she relents with a sigh. Tajuna and Inari have to get back to the construction site and Tsunami has to wash the dishes. Suijitsu stalks out to the deck the moment they leave. The instant she's alone with Yugo and Zayden, Sakura slits her eyes in a glare. Just what are you all plotting? Zayden can't hide a snicker, I have no idea what you're talking about. How do you all do it? Niji looks away from where his team is loading up one of the wagons and over to Suzuki at his side. Getting out of Chikyo had been significantly harder than entering, all the brand new logistical concerns had kept the Leaf delegation from setting off until the morning after their debriefing, and the actual physical act of navigating a city whose roads have been torn up by a monster made the journey just to the city limits an effort of hours rather than minutes. This stop to resupply at a border checkpoint is the closest thing they've gotten to downtime since sunrise. Niji doesn't prompt Suzuki to continue with words but with a slight tilt of his head. Suzuki pushes a breath through his teeth, eyes staring off towards the forests at the foot of the mountains. Your team, you. The four of you are just. It all looks so easy for you. You never fight, you never fall out, you and Tenten are dating and that never caused any drama. You get the job done clean, safe, and well almost every time, no matter how often you have to improvise. You all just get along. And I don't know how you do it. Niji can't help the ghost of a smirk. Well, for one, my relationship with Tenten never caused any drama because no one else on the team wanted to date Tenten. Suzuki shoots Niji a tepid glare. But we both know who this question is actually about, Niji continues, crossing his arms over his chest and turning to face Suzuki fully. To be honest, I've also wondered what it is about your team that has led to your issues. It can't be how different your personalities are, because if that was the case the Inoshikacho tradition would have died with your class. You come from all across the Leaf Village's class hierarchy, but so do the four clans represented in Team 8. It could be the lack of support you had before coming together as a team, but my team is made from the village's cast-offs as well. A muscle in Suzuki's jaw twitches. Niji, I'm really gonna need you to get to some kind of point before we have to set off again. How did your day's training with Kakashi usually start? Suzuki almost stumbles at how hard that pushed him off balance. What? When Team 7 was whole, taking normal missions and training with your Jonin sensei, how would the day start? Suzuki blinks rapidly as he looks away, trying to recall information from what must feel like a lifetime ago. The three of us would show up to where he told us to meet on time, but he'd show up late and make some lame excuse for it. Then he'd either tell us the mission or outline what we were focusing on in training and we'd go from there. That's about what I expected. Now, let me tell you how Guy-sensei would start our days. We were to show up to the exact same training field at the exact same time every day sunrise. Sharp. If you weren't there the instant the first rays of light cleared the trees it was 5 extra laps around the field after stretches and the 5 laps you were doing already. And then it was exercise drills. You've trained with Lee, you know how he runs his workouts, this many squats, that was the deal. If you cannot do it, you must do even more push-ups. Now let us go. He got that from Guy-sensei, and he trained us that way. 100 sit UPS, 100 push UPS, etc., and if you couldn't do 100, it was 150 of the next exercise. The warm-up ended with 7 minutes of meditation, and then it would be on to our mission or our training. That's what we did every single morning for 2.5 years of our lives, until we all knew to follow the routine without a word. Suzuki's mouth is shut but his eyes are wide. He's staring at Guy's back like he just learned some sort of eldritch truth. Guy-sensei knew that on the battlefield, with emotions running high and everything on the line, the one thing we could rely on to protect us wasn't combat skill, top-of-the-line equipment, or prized techniques, but discipline. All of our strengths could turn to deadly weaknesses if we didn't have the discipline to keep to the plan, follow our orders, or make focused, level-headed judgment calls of our own. Our passion could fuel us, but it could never rule us. Because the instant we let it is the instant we've lost. Sasuke can't look at Niji. His hands are clenched at his sides in trembling fists. Niji shuts his eyes with a sigh. I have no doubt that Kakashi has certain strengths as an instructor that Guy doesn't. And no one in the world could say he doesn't love the three of you with everything he is. But if you want my honest opinion, he failed you in the one area where it counts the most. The three of you never learned any discipline, and that left you completely unprepared when a series of incredibly high-stress and high-stakes incidents were dropped right on top of you. Tsunade has done what she can to iron those bad habits out of you, but when you're with your team, you regress back towards the person you were before to keep up with them. This isn't a problem just one of you can solve. Sasuke finally looks at Niji and asks in a small voice, is it even worth it to try? Niji narrows his eyes and snaps, yes. Of course it is, you utter fool. But dash. What, you thought I wanted your team to disband and you to never speak to your best friend, mentor, and woman you love ever again? If these people matter to you, Sasuke, they're worth dying for, let alone fighting for. The corner of Sasuke's mouth darkens with the shadow of a smirk. That doesn't sound like a very disciplined line of thought. Niji lifts his chin and declares, of course it is. Like I said, passion, love, can fuel you. But it can never rule you. Discipline isn't the absence of emotion and sentiment, but taking the time to weigh it against the facts and make a considered decision, not just the one that feels right in the moment. Yeah, I get it, Sasuke chuffs, shaking his head, I think they're almost done loading the wagons. They aren't. But Niji knows not to keep petting a cat when its tail starts to thrash. So he simply murmurs, I suppose they are, and walks over to join his team, leaving Sasuke alone with his thoughts. Sakura hears Inari coming long before he actually opens the back door. Living with her civilian mother taught her that it's basic courtesy to pretend she doesn't. She keeps her eyes focused on the view from the back porch, kicking her legs back and forth where they hang off the edge, and only turns when she hears knocking on the screen door frame. Inari is grinning down at her, cheeks pink, a hand tucked behind his back. She's sure it would be no trouble at all to see what he's hiding. But the fact that he has a surprise for her is adorable, so she'll play along. Inari opens the door and asks, mind if I join you? At least until dinner's ready. Sakura pats the spot next to her, not at all. How was work? Inari settles at her side, taking great pains to keep whatever he has on him hidden from her sight, and shrugs, honestly, kinda boring. We're just throwing up another warehouse down at the harbor, it's steady work and the shipping companies pay well, but it's like, really? Another one? Hey, better than it was before, right? Inari frowns at her, that's what everyone says when someone tries to complain about all the change. Do you want Gato back? Of course I don't. But like. Yeah, the economy's been great, people have been able to fix up their homes and build schools and put food on the table every single night. That's better than most of the continent can say. But at the same time, it's like. Inari rests his arms on the railing and gazes out to sea. In 3 years this island went from covered in forests to covered in buildings. You have to take a boat out past the harbor to fish, they won't go where the big steamships dock. I used to fall asleep to the sound of the ocean under the house, and now I can barely hear it most nights cause there are foghorns going off all the time. It's different here, now, and just because I like some of the changes doesn't mean I gotta like all of them, you know. Sakura nods, eyes drifting to her feet, yeah, that was one of the bigger surprises for me. We did most of our training while we were with you out in the woods, but I'll bet those trees we climbed have been cut down, huh. Inari's mouth flips into a smile. 1 part wistful, 2 parts sheepish, oh yeah, maybe. I remember following you guys out there, watching you from behind a tree. I'm sure you all knew I was there, but I thought I'd picked a perfect hiding spot. Sakura's eyes go wide, well I didn't. You were watching us. You were always talking about how our training was stupid and wouldn't amount to anything. Inari rubs at the back of his neck with a chuckle, I mean, sure, I said that, but come on. I was 8 and there were 4 real-life ninja right in front of me. I had to see what you could do. Man, I remember watching you walk right up that tree on the first day, leaving Naruto and Sasuke in the dust. I thought you were the coolest. Sakura can't help staring. The idea of someone looking at her gawky, know-it-all, overachieving yet underperforming 12-year-old self and thinking she was cool is almost impossible to wrap her head around. She has half a mind to think Inary's making fun of her. But the light dancing in his eyes tells her it's the unvarnished truth. An idea hits her, so Sakura leans in with a grin and whispers, "I can do something even cooler than walking up trees. Wanna see?" Inary's eyes go wide as lakes and he's nodding so fast his head looks like it'll pop off. Sakura giggles, gets to her feet, and vaults over the railing separating them from the sea. Inari chokes on a shocked cry. Sakura lands feet first on the water, effortlessly concentrating chakra in her solace and catching herself before she can fall into the ocean. She turns on her heel and throws her arms out wide, "Tada!" Inari jolts to his feet and leans over the railing to laugh, "What the dash? That's crazy. I've heard stories of they say I've never ninja can really do that." Sakura finds herself laughing along with him, "Right. I thought Kakashi-sensei was messing with me when he said he was gonna teach me to walk on water. That's so cool. You're still the coolest, Sakura." Sakura stares at his face, and it hits her in that moment that Inari must be 11 or 12 now. The same age she was when she first met him. The same age she was when she'd graduated from the academy. She'd felt so grown up back then, but looking at him, watching the way his eyes sparkle with wonder at the sight of her standing on the ocean's surface, he looks so young. If he looks this young to her at 15, how young did she look to Kakashi? To Orochimaru? To the third Hokage? Could she look him in the eye and tell him to put his life on the line defending a stranger? Could she put him through what she'd gone through in the Chunin exams? Could she order him to do any of the things Orochimaru asked of her? "Sakura? Are you alright?" She blinks herself back to the moment. Inari's head is tilted to the side, his brow pinched in concern. Sakura puts on a smile and pushes some hair behind her ear, "Sorry, I'm just... A lot has changed for me since the last time we met. It's hard to get my mind completely off it all." "Right, yeah." He glances over his shoulder before looking back with a wince, "I hope you don't mind but I was talking to Mr. Zayden about how you guys ended up here, and he told me you lost a friend. Back in Chikyo." Sakura tenses up, Yeah. I did." Inari turns around, talking over his shoulder as he fiddles with the mysterious object he'd brought, "So, he told me about that, and, well, I had an idea, something to give you." He turns around, one hand behind his back again, and gingerly steps over the railing so he's standing on the little lip of wood on the other side. "Suijutsu's from the land of water, right? I'll bet you've heard him say sea and sky before." Sakura nods and holds back the urge to add that there's usually a fucking in the middle. "We say it here, too, though a lot of us don't really know what it means. But my dad, Kaiza, was from the land of water. He explained it to me during our first Abon together. Over there they believe when you die, your soul goes up into the sky, and you get to watch over everyone you love until the first rain of the new year. That takes you down to the ocean floor, where your soul will rest for as long as you need. When you're ready to be reincarnated, the tides bring you back to the shore. During Abon, instead of releasing lanterns onto the water, they send them up into the sky for everyone who died that year. So." Inari finally shows her what he was hiding. It's a simple lantern, little more than a paper cylinder with an open bottom, a wire frame, and a bit of cloth coated in candle wax at its center. He holds it out to Sakura with a soft smile. "It's not Abon yet, but you can send it off for your friend, if you want." Sakura's throat aches. She gingerly takes the lantern from Inari and holds it to her breast. She swallows the lump in her throat and beams at him, "Thank you, Inari. This is very sweet." He rubs at his nose, looking away as he mutters, "Don't mention it." Sakura stares at the lantern for a few moments, then takes a shaking breath and says, "I'll be right back." Sakura turns and walks further out onto the water. With every step she needs fire chakra in her stomach. When she's a few meters out, Sakura looks up at the horizon. The sun is sinking, a rosy orange sky giving way to violet darkness at its edge. There aren't any clouds, but there will be stars. Sakura doesn't know if she believes the dead are watching from the sky or resting in the deep. But she imagines it anyway. She imagines Kiba as one of the many stars above her, moving in a slow and steady arc across the sky. She imagines Kiba nestled in a reef on the ocean floor, dreaming peacefully. She imagines the tide coming in, and him coming in with it. It may not be what she believes. But Sakura can hardly think of a more beautiful afterlife. Her palm sparks beneath the waxed cloth, and Sakura whispers, "See you in the sky, Kiba and Yazuka." The cloth catches flame. The heat rises, and her lantern rises with it. Offshore winds catch the lantern and it dances along them, floating up, 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 until it's a pale golden dot against the darkening sky. Kiba isn't gone. A part of him will always be shackled to her heart. But another part of him is among the stars, looking down on the world, and the weight of him is just a bit easier to bear. Sakura turns back towards the house. Up on the widow's walk, she spies the telltale silver glint of Suijutsu's hair. He's leaning on the railing, eyes following the lantern as it disappears into the firmament. She finds herself wondering if he sent off a lantern for his brother, all those years ago. Suijutsu catches her gaze. They stare at each other across the sea and the sky. He's too far away for Sakura to read his face, and he turns and ducks back inside before she can make her best guess. Sakura sighs, shakes her head, and follows his lead. Ino had been hoping to rest and decompress when they finally returned to the Leaf Village. Considering who her father is, she probably should have known better than to think the Intel Division would allow that. The debriefings are rolling into their third hour, and none of them are allowed to go home until everyone's had every last drop of information wrung out of them. The Cloud Squad's gesture of diplomatic goodwill in escorting them all the way back to the village has been rewarded with the most intensive and lengthy interrogations. Kurui's debriefing just ended, and from where she's sitting on the other side of Koji, Ino would sooner guess she'd just run a marathon. On top of that, on account of the last gesture of diplomatic goodwill that involved Cloud Ninja entering the village walls, the Intel Division called an extra Jonin to stand guard in the hall and keep an eye on the Cloud Squad. There's no doubt in Ino's mind they're going to have Umbu tail them all the way back to the Land of Lightning. "We bring your precious clan kids back to you safe and sound, and this is what we get," Kurui grumbles, arms crossed tight over her chest and slumped down deep in her seat. "Bet you anything they won't let us go until after dark, and then what are we supposed to do?" With how wrecked she is from the fight at the border and all the travel, Ino knows she won't have anything helpful or kind to say to her, and keeps her mouth shut. Thankfully, helpful and kind is where Koji lives. He beams down at Kurui and says, "Well, look at the bright side, you've never been here before, right?" Kurui blinks owlishly up at his face. No? I mean, no, of course not. Well, anytime I go somewhere new, the first place I want to go is the best restaurant in town. You can learn so much about a city that way. I can tell you for a fact the best restaurant in the village is Yamazakura. What do you say I treat you to dinner there? You know, to say thank you for everything you've done for us." It takes Ino a second to realize Kurui is blushing. She grins behind her hand. Does Koji know he basically just asked her out? If he does, he has way more game than she thought. Kurui blinks rapidly and looks away, shrugging a shoulder. "I mean, if Samui and Amwa are up for it, sure." The door to an interrogation room Ino thought was empty swings open. One of her cousins steps through and gestures to whoever is still inside to follow them out. Her brow furrows, then leaps up when a familiar figure stumbles over the threshold and reaches for his cigarettes. She jumps from her chair, knocking it over, and shouts, "Asuma-sensei." He barely has time to turn her way before she's right on top of him, arms thrown around his torso and face buried in his flak jacket. She feels his chest rumble with laughter, and his arms come up to return the embrace. "Nice to see you, too, kiddo dash." Asuma's sentence abruptly turns into a wheeze as Koji's big arms encircle them both and squeeze them tight. Ino lets out a breathless laugh. Nothing in the world can ever prepare you for an Akimichi hug. They stay that way for maybe 2 minutes before Koji's grip relaxes and Ino pulls back to ask, "When did you get back? What happened? Where's Shikamaru? Is he being debriefed? Is he in the hospital?" Asuma pinches the bridge of his nose and sighs, "One thing at a time, Ino." "Okay, where to start?" Asuma catches sight of Kurui and tenses up, smile dropping. "This is Chunin Kurui of the Hidden Cloud," she replies, deadpan, I'm the reason these two didn't freeze to death. You're welcome. Koji remembers his manners for everyone. Her squad found us at the frost border and helped us get somewhere safe. She may have phrased it kinda harshly, but she's right, without her we may not have made it back alive. Asuma's eyebrows jump up, really? Cloud Ninja helped you? Did hell freeze over while I was gone? A vein jumps out on Kurui's neck. Ino doesn't need to read her mind to know there's only so much more of this she can take. Ino tries to steer them back on course. Where's Shikamaru, Asuma-sensei? Asuma purses his lips and sighs through his nose. That, I don't know. They knocked me out right at the start of the fight, and when I came to, I was nowhere near the site of the ambush. 4 ninja in fatigues I couldn't place were dragging me along behind them, but Shikamaru wasn't with us. Ino's heart plummets into her stomach. Koji asks, they knocked you out and took you with them? Where were they taking you? Still can't be sure of that, but I've got a theory or two. I let them keep dragging me for a while, then when I found an opening I tried to slip away, but... Well, at the end of it there was one survivor, but the minute I started to ask questions, crack went the cyanide pill. I went south from there. Eventually I found an outpost, the closest one we have to where the sound, hot water, and fire borders all intersect. Near as I can tell, we would have gone right into sound if I hadn't tried to escape. Ino nods as she absorbs Asuma's story. From the corner of her eye she can see Koji doing the same. Kurui lets out a low whistle. You took those guys on alone? And won? Quite a feat for any jonin, and you did it right after being knocked out cold by the same guys. Color me impressed. Kurui's expression right now is the furthest thing Ino could possibly imagine from impressed. She has her arms crossed over her chest, eyes narrowed, and her mouth pressed into a tight line. She's picking Asuma apart with her eyes like an eagle pulling the entrails from their prey. Asuma steps forward and lifts his chin, glaring down his nose at her. Yeah, well, you don't get appointed to the 12 Guardian Ninja on good looks and charm alone. And it's not all on me. It looked like they'd planned that ambush in the Badlands for days, scripting out every little moment. I don't think they'd planned quite as meticulously for one of their captives suddenly waking up. Kurui nods, expression hardening even further. Guess so. I mean, if I'd planned to take captives I would have also planned how to keep those captives under until we reached our destination, but I guess everyone has their blind spots. Ino feels her hackles rising and she takes a step forward, baring her teeth. Just what the hell are you implying? Koji puts a hand on her shoulder, pushing down with just enough force to make his presence felt, and whispers, Ino, Kurui just met Asuma. She doesn't know him like we do, and this is a weird situation on all fronts. You can't blame her for being a bit suspicious. Asuma turns to Ino and squeezes her other shoulder. Hey, look at me. I know you're worried about Shikamaru, but he's smarter than all of us put together. We can't count him out, not until there's remains to identify. Let's just focus on ferreting out who did this, and not take our frustrations out on people who have nothing to do with our business. Something in the way he says that gives Ino pause for just a second. She shakes it off. She's tired, she's rattled, and her team is still down a member. Her mind is as unreliable as it's ever going to be. She needs to relax. You're right. Sorry, sensei. He claps her on the shoulder with a grin. No problem, kiddo. Now, I gotta get to the aviary, see if I can't send a letter to Kurane about all this. I'll see you soon. Ino watches him go, a pit yawning open in her stomach. She turns back to Koji, who's frowning at the ground. She looks to Kurui. Her gold eyes are focused on Asuma, sharp and calculating. Ino scowls at her and spits, still got a problem. Kurui's eyes slide to hers, and she sneers, nope, I'm definitely not the one with a problem on her hands. There's a gentle knock on the in-room door. Naruto? Can you hear me in there? Naruto can hear Hinata just fine. His back is pressed to the door, knees curled to his chest. He can hear her like she's in the room with him. Naruto scowls at the rotting floorboards. Of course she's the one they sent to fetch him. Out of everyone in the Leaf delegation, she's the only one that makes it hard to keep up the silent treatment. With a door between them, at least, he doesn't have to see her snow-white puppy dog eyes. He locks his jaw tightly shut. Hinata waits a few seconds longer, then says, I understand if you don't want to eat with us, so I brought some dinner up to you. Of course she did. His first instinct is to wonder who put her up to it. Suzuki seems like the most likely candidate, or maybe Lee or Guy. He goes down the list of suspects in his mind to avoid the obvious truth, no one put her up to it. This is absolutely the kind of thing Hinata would just do, because she's nice, but he really does not need her to be nice right now. Naruto grips his forearms tight enough to hurt and stays put, silent as the grave. If you want to, you know you can talk to me about anything, but if you want to talk about what happened, back in Chikyo, I promise I'll listen. That is the last thing on earth he wants. The air heats up around him and he feels his chakra bubbling beneath his skin like crude oil. Naruto wants to throw the door open hard enough to knock Hinata across the hallway. He wants to get up in her face, loom over her, and scream at her to leave him alone. But he imagines doing it and all he sees is her staring up at him, eyes filled with tears, and no, he can't make her cry. Not Hinata. Not ever. Naruto bites his tongue and tastes blood. There's a long pause, then Hinata takes a breath and says, okay. You have nothing to say to me. That's fine. But I have something to say to you, so please hear me out. There's an ice cold jolt up his spine. It's never good when Hinata stops stuttering. Kiba. Calling him my best friend sells him far too short. He's been a brother to me, protected me on and off the battlefield, taught me as much maybe more than Kurane-sensei. I can't call him anything less than irreplaceable. And he might be dead. I knew, when I let him go, that I might never see him again. I tried to show him what he meant to me because there just wasn't time to tell him. And now, I may never get to. Every word hits Naruto like stones being thrown at his back. Hinata has to pause again to take another breath, this one ragged and thick and shaking like shutters in a storm. God damn it, he didn't even say anything and he still made her cry. And as if he wasn't feeling awful enough, Hinata shoots to kill. Kiba may be dead, but we know Sakura is alive. Suzuki is alive, and he's in the very same building as you. Your teammates, your friends, these people who are irreplaceable are still within your reach. There's still time for you to tell them anything you want to. Please, don't take that for granted. There's a soft clink near the bottom of the door. I'm leaving your dinner outside. It's here whenever you are ready for it. Naruto listens to her footsteps retreat down the hall. He waits until they've disappeared. Then he waits a little longer. Naruto gets up and opens the door. He looks down and a little cracked plate of rice, pickled fish, and vegetables stares solemnly back up at him. Naruto picks it up and shuts the door. The hair on the back of his neck rises with the temperature, and when his stomach growls, it sounds angry. Close your heart to them, boy. After all, they have closed theirs to you. Naruto can't help thinking that the fox had sounded bitter. He sits on the bed and eats in silence, pushing that thought further and further down with every bite. Suijutsu wakes before dawn to the sound of Sakura whispering his name. He peels one eye open. She's crouched over him, bangs hanging like the boughs of a weeping willow around her face, worrying her lower lip with her teeth. He shifts a bit and glances over to Yugo. He's still sleeping soundly on the other end of the main room. Suijutsu looks back to Sakura and mutters, yeah? What's up? Sakura purses her lips, considering her next words carefully, before asking, do you still want me to take you to Zabuza? Suijutsu's breath tangles in his teeth. It takes him a minute to finally say, yeah, let me get dressed. It's still dark when they leave Tajuna's house. Though there's still the dull rumble of industry from the harbor, the city is sleeping quietly enough that you can almost hear the waves. Sakura leads him down a side street off the main drag and into one of the few sections of woodland remaining on the island. They walk in silence up a dirt path through the trees, Suijutsu staring at the wing slits on the back of Sakura's dress the whole way. They crest a hill and the trees part, revealing two wooden markers at the top of a cliff overlooking the town. One has a battered, weather-bitten scarf draped around it. Behind the other is Kubikuri Basho. Suijutsu shuts his eyes and sighs, had a feeling this is what you meant. Alright, gimme a minute. Sakura nods, curiosity alight in her eyes but trapped behind her pursed lips. Suijitsu shuffles over to the graves and kneels before them. If they'd died back home, if Zabuza had died as a loyal swordsman of the mist and not a failed revolutionary turned hired thug, he would have been interred beside Mainjitsu and all the other swordsmen who had fallen before. Kyubikura Ibisho would have stayed with him in death, at least until someone was found worthy of taking her up again. This isn't the burial they deserve. But, at the very least, he can pray for them. Suijitsu closes his eyes and speaks in his mother's tongue, "Gods, carry them to the sky, to behold the world in its infinite beauty. Rains, carry them down, into the sacred depths. Currents, lull them to slumber, and slumber, heal them of all the pains, cares, and fears of life. Tides, bring them home to us once more. May we meet again upon the shore and sing of the sea and the sky, together once more, together for all of time." He's certain he forgot some lines, and Mainjitsu would definitely laugh at his pronunciation. But it's better than nothing. Suijitsu opens his eyes and turns towards Sakura. Her eyes are also shut as she stands completely still, hands clasped at her breast in prayer. Actually, wait, that's not prayer. That's the snake sign. Suijitsu blinks, hackles rising. The fuck's she performing a jutsu for? He gets his answer when she opens her eyes and drops to place her palms flat on the ground. Between and behind the graves, the tiniest sprout of a sapling comes wriggling up and out of the ground. Sakura stands and staggers, but quickly regains her balance and goes to inspect the sapling. Whatever she finds makes her grin like he hasn't seen in, ever. "Good," she whispers, "that's my hypothesis proven. This one might survive." "Are you seriously doing ninjutsu experiments at a grave, Sakura?" Sakura flinches, and when she looks at him it's with a sheepish smile. "Well, if I said no that'd be a bald-faced lie. But that's not the only thing I'm doing. When we buried Haku and Zabuza, I made flower wreaths for the graves. I don't know if anyone's been bringing them flowers since then, so if this tree grows, they'll have flowers from me every spring." Suijitsu can't help a snort, poetic. Sakura shrugs her shoulders, I guess. They lapse back into a stuffy silence. Sakura's eyes keep flickering to Kyubikura Ibisho's hilt. Suijitsu reaches out to take it, but his hand stops short, fingertips barely brushing the wrappings on the grip. He takes a breath and blurts out at the exact same time as Sakura, "I'm sorry." "Wait, what the hell are you saying sorry for? I stabbed your friend, remember?" "Well yeah, but you didn't know he was my friend. You were in the water the whole time, so it wasn't fair that I got as mad as I did, and you didn't know he was a medic dash." "He was a medic. He's a medic in training. I don't know if he could have healed Kiba, he might have been too far gone. But you just saw a leaf ninja holding us back and keeping us from leaving, you dash." "Sakura, this is all sounding real familiar. Did you eavesdrop on my private conversation dash?" "Eavesdropping is a really harsh term, okay? Just because you overhear something doesn't mean you were trying to dash." "Oh my god, you did. You eavesdropped." "No I didn't. Yugo dash. Yugo. Yugo took me up onto the Widow's Walk and we just happened to dash. Oh, I am gonna kill that big orange son of a dash. Hey. You already stabbed one of my friends, don't go stabbing another one. I thought you weren't holding that against me." "I'm not, but if you stab Yugo I'm definitely going to hold that against you." Suijitsu opens his mouth to say something else, but Sakura suddenly doubles over and starts laughing. It's so bizarre it's infectious, and Suijitsu finds himself having to grit his teeth tight to keep any giggles from leaking through. He lasts for all of 6 seconds. Then he's laughing along with Sakura, bracing his hands against his thighs and gasping for air between bouts of laughter. When they finally catch their breath, Sakura looks up at him with tears at the corners of her eyes and a smile on her face. Okay. Listen, I do wish you'd trusted me instead of your gut. But I get why you didn't. If I were in your shoes, I can't say I wouldn't have done the same thing." Suijitsu rubs at the back of his neck, avoiding her eyes. "I can't fault you, either. He was your friend and you thought he could help. I'd be pissed, too. Hell, I'm kinda shocked you're still letting me have Kyubikura Ibisho after that. We had a deal, didn't we? And besides, You were my first ally, my first friend in sound. I can't think of a better parting gift for you than that blade. So no hard feelings, then. Sakura beams and it's brighter than the rising sun, no hard feelings. Suijutsu shifts from foot to foot, is this the part where we hug it out or something? Sakura blinks in bewilderment and giggles, do you want it to be? Suijutsu looks away from her with a wordless grumble and opens his arms. Sakura closes the distance between them and hugs him with ease and grace. Suijutsu creakily closes his arms around her. Oh, he's fucked. He's so fucked. None of this was supposed to happen. This stupid brilliant girl with a giant forehead, a million harebrained schemes, and more heart than sense was just supposed to be a footnote on his way to freedom. But now here they are. Suijutsu squeezes Sakura tight and shoves his face into her shoulder. God, his life fucking sucks. They pull apart and Suijutsu takes hold of Kubikuri Basho. He wrests her from the earth and slings her across his shoulders. The blade is just as heavy as he'd expected, but the weight is distributed well. It feels natural, feels right. Sakura nods with a smile, good. We should be getting back. Lead the way. When they return, Tsunami has breakfast on the table and everyone is awake to eat their fill. Tsunami takes one look at the sword and narrows her eyes, putting her hands on her hips. Suijutsu decides in that moment, completely independently, not like he's scared of a stay-at-home mom or anything, that maybe Kubikuri Basho should stay in the Genkin during the meal. Nobody asks where they were. The sword kind of answered that for them. But Zayden and Yugo keep glancing their way and exchanging more of those smug looks that make Suijutsu want to drown them. As the meal winds down, Tajuna says, "Welp, just like I told ya, the Yotsuyu is docked on the northwestern shore. Once you've finished your meal and gathered your things, I'll be happy to take you boys over to her. Assuming you still want to leave, of course." Zayden looks to Suijutsu and oh, that son of a bitch, was this what he'd been playing at the whole time? Well, it fucking worked, so he'd better be fucking proud of himself. Zayden stands from his chair. Would you excuse the four of us for a moment? There's something we'd like to discuss with Sakura. Sakura blinks and asks with her mouth full, there is. Suijutsu rolls his eyes and swallows a groan. How can this girl be so smart and yet so clueless? Tsunami and Tajuna, co-conspirators that they are, don't mind at all. Zayden ushers them into the main room and shuts the door. Sakura clasps her hands behind her back and tilts her head, silently urging them to say their piece. Zayden takes a deep breath and begins, I have something to ask you. I don't ask it lightly. I know the road you plan to walk is dangerous, and one I'm sure you'd planned on walking alone. Suijutsu throws his head back and sighs, oh, for fuck's sake, if you are not gonna cut to the chase, I'll do it. We want to go with you. Zayden laughs into his hand. Yugo smiles, looking absolutely too pleased with himself. And Sakura's eyes have gone so wide it's painful. She stammers, wait, but I thought. Zayden sighs and runs a hand through his hair, yeah, we thought too. But gotta admit it, you read me right when we first met. If I just left now, went to the western edge of the world and started over, Daimyo and Ninja will still be grinding regular folks under their heel and leaving them to die when shit hits the fan. And after seeing what we could do to help them, in Sound and in Chikyo, I don't think I can just sit by and do nothing ever again. Suijutsu nods, crossing his arms over his chest, and you're living proof that what happened to me is just gonna keep happening. When I said that you were better off turning your back on it all, I believed it. But you didn't. You don't. You're still fighting, and even after taking the kind of hits that put people down forever, you're right back up and planning your next move. Ninja never live long. Never have, likely never will. If my life's gonna be short, I want to spend it doing what I want to, not what I'm supposed to. And I want to fight for something. Just like you. Tears bead at the corner of her eyes and Sakura rubs them away. I can't promise I know what I'm doing, or that I'll make the right choices. No one can promise that, Sakura, Zayden says in a gentle voice, all you can promise is to do your best, and even when you've faltered, I know for damn sure you were still putting in your best effort. Besides, I think you have a better track record than you think. Suijutsu chimes in, you could have just run back in Chikyo, but you decided to save a whole city instead. you decided that an integral part of your assassination plan was helping the people of Sound fight for their freedom. Those sound like the right choices to me. And if you don't know what to do, you can always ask us. Yugo murmurs. You reached out to us in the first place because there was something you knew you couldn't do alone and needed help with. So, whenever you need help, reach out. We'll take your hand. The long and short of it is that we're willing to put our faith in you, Zayden states, if you're willing to have us. This time, Sakura has to shut her eyes to keep the tears back. She puts a hand to her chest and takes a deep breath. She breathes out, and when she opens her eyes, they're bright as stars. Then I'll do everything I can to be worthy of that faith. Yugo nods. What's our name going to be? Zayden, Suijitsu, and Sakura blink at him in synchronized confusion. Yugo shrugs. We're a real team now. All real teams have names. Suijitsu snorts. Who told you that? Zayden lifts a brow and grins at Sakura. Any ideas? Sakura puts a hand to her chin, tapping her finger against her lips as she thinks, we've all lost and given up more than our fair share to get as far as we have. And there's more we may have to leave behind along our path. So, then, I think. Higanbana. The red spider lily. Suijitsu grins, showing all his serrated teeth and putting out one fist, morbid. I'm into it. It'll certainly send a message to anyone coming after us, Zayden agrees, putting his fist in with Suijitsu's. We're the flowers for their funerals. Yugo nods and puts his fist in third, a fitting tribute to everything we have lost, and to everything we may lose along the way. A smile finally blooms across Sakura's face and she puts her hand in, completing the circle. Then from here on out, we're Higanbana. Suijitsu stares at their hands, at the contrast between his pale fist, Zayden's single weathered hand, Yugo's massive paw, and Sakura's dainty glove. What a motley fucking crew they make. He has no idea what their chances are, whether they'll actually fulfill whatever pipe dream they decide to chase or go out in a blaze of glory. But whatever way it goes, with these three at his side, Suijitsu knows he's not gonna regret a single minute of it. Chapter 19, 18. 18 Your children are your heart and soul that live outside your body. Yamazakura heard that phrase once and thought it was way too sappy and overblown. That was until the Nine-Tails attack. Search and rescue work had brought her to her own clan compound, where she'd left her son and daughter. She'd dug through rubble with her bare hands until they bled. After hours of non-stop digging, she found Hannah curled up in a gap only a 5-year-old girl could have fit in, her baby brother clutched tight to her chest. They were covered in dust and shaking like leaves, but they were both blessedly alive. It was only then that Tsam's heart had started beating again. Now, Tsam hears the phone ringing in the kitchen, and when Hakume whispers across the line, "Tsam, get down here right now. It's your son," her heart stops a second time. Tsam slams the phone down on the receiver and sprints out the door. She whistles high and sharp. Kuromaru is at her side in an instant. Tsam leaps astride his back and they take the rooftops 2 at a time. Her mind outpaces her dog. Kiba was in Chikyo. He shouldn't even be here. Why would he be here? Why would he be in the hospital? What happened? What happened? What happened? What happened? What happened? It loops through her mind like a broken record until she's bursting through the hospital doors. Tsam immediately picks out Hannah slumped in one of the lobby chairs, face in her hands and all 3 Himuro brothers resting their heads on her knees. Her head whips up to reveal deep bags beneath her red-rimmed eyes. Mom! Hannah leaps to her feet. Tsam meets her halfway across the room and pulls her daughter into a crushing hug. The Himuro brothers run to Kuromaru, whimpering and leaning hard against him. Another jolt of ice runs up Tsam's spine. Hakume had just said her son. Where's Akamaru? One of Tsam's hands whips out and grabs a genin medic by the front of the scrubs. Where are they? What the hell did they do to Kiba? Where's Akamaru? The medic, some Hyagame house kid who looks scared of his own shadow, trembles in Tsam's grip. Lady Inyazuka, please try to calm down. Tsam drags him in so they're nearly face to face and growls, I get a call that my son who should be miles away is here and you're telling me to be calm. I have half a mind to rip your throat out with my teeth, you little cretin. Hannah grabs Tsam's wrist and sobs, Mom please, don't. Hakume's voice cracks through the air like a whip, let go of him, Tsum. Tsum's eyes snap to Hakume. She's standing at the other end of the lobby, arms crossed tight over her chest and expression hard as granite. The intensity of it shocks Tsum into loosening her grip. The genin medic skitters out of her reach. Hakume makes her way over, pausing near the genin to whisper, "Go to the on-call room, Teo," before coming to a stop in front of Tsum and Hana. For a long moment, all she does is stare at them. She puts her hands in her lab coat pockets and heaves a sigh that sounds like it hurts coming out. "Kiba arrived maybe an hour ago," Hakume murmurs, struggling to maintain eye contact with Tsum. "A squad of mist ninja brought him in. Hana's already seen him, but protocol states 2 family members or teammates are necessary under the circumstances to get real confirmation." Tsum finds herself stammering for the first time in her life, "What he was in Chikyo, why would Mist Ninja dash?" "What do you mean protocol? What kind of protocol dash?" Hana hisses through her teeth, "Stop being cruel and just take us to him, Hakume." Hakume shuts her eyes, "Sorry. This just never gets easier. Follow me." She turns and trudges deeper into the hospital. Tsum doesn't want to follow her, but Kuromaru nudges her back, and she knows she has to. She has to support Hana as they walk. She's sobbing too hard to stay steady, and Tsum wants to pick her up and carry her, but she's too big for that now. When did she get this big? They stop in front of the morgue. Tsum grits her teeth and growls, "Hakume, this isn't fucking funny dash." Hakume doesn't say anything. She just walks through the door, into the harsh fluorescent light. There's something lying on the nearest table beneath a white sheet. Tsum feels like she's floating a foot above her body, watching herself drag her daughter along with her to the stainless steel table and pull the sheet down. In her mind's eye, Kiba is always smiling. He'd been that way since he was a baby, laughing when he fell rather than crying, smiling at every new person he met. In every photo he's right there next to Hana, wearing a grin too big for his head. So when she sees this bloodless face frozen in a hazy, pained grimace, for a second she thinks there has to have been a mistake. But then she sees the scars. The clan markings. His father's straight nose. Her own strong jaw. This, lying on an autopsy table, is her heart. There are no words. Tsum can only fall to her knees and howl. It's the first piece of news the delegation receives when they pass through the village gates. 3/4 of Team 10 are waiting for them on the benches, and when they look up to greet them it's not with smiles. Suzuki watches as Asuma goes to Kurene's side and pulls her away from the crowd to kiss her hard and whisper something in her ear that nearly makes her fall to her knees. She keeps herself composed enough to look over to Hinata and Shino, choke out something about the Inyazuka compound, and start to walk away before she stumbles. Asuma catches her. She leans hard on his shoulder, whole body shaking with sobs. Akamaru lets out a deafening yelp and sprints for home. Shino takes Hinata's hand in his and races after him. Hinata looks over her shoulder to Naruto as he drags her away, eyes wide as the moon and brimming with tears. Naruto opens his mouth to speak, but she's out of earshot by the time even a choked syllable comes out. Tsunade makes eye contact with Ino and simply asks, "When?" Ino looks away and says, "Yesterday. The Intel Division is holding the guys who brought the body to the village. My dad can tell you more. Bring Suzuki, too." Tsunade spares him one sharp look before charging deeper into the village. Suzuki follows without a word. He glances over his shoulder to see Guy taking charge, putting on the best smile he can and gently ushering the rest of the delegation toward the tower to make their official report. Team Guy whispers to each other and Team 10 as they start to walk. Naruto just stares ahead, a haunted look on his face. Suzuki is sure he looks the same. He's in the unenviable position of having experienced so many losses he can categorize them, and this is reminding Suzuki far too much of the massacre. The last time he'd seen Kiba, he was alive, riding off on Akamaru's back to search Chikyo for anything that could jeopardize the peace talks. And the next time he'll see him, he'll be a corpse. Just like mother, father, and everyone else who had been alive before he left for school and dead when he came home. Tsunade's hand comes down on Suzuki's shoulder, grounding him. He looks up and her gaze has gone soft. She understands. She always does. Tsunade wraps her arm around his shoulders and pulls him tight to her side. Suzuki swallows and leans on her as they continue their trek to the Intelligence Division headquarters. Inoichi meets them in the entryway, looking like he hasn't slept since yesterday. Lady Hokage, Suzuki, thank you for coming. How much did Ino tell you? Exactly as much as she was supposed to, I would imagine, Tsunade says around a weak chuckle. Where are they being held? This way. Inoichi turns and gestures for them to follow him down a long, dimly lit hallway until they reach a row of double doors with hinges in the center of each pair. Suzuki's been here enough times to know one leads to the interrogation room, the other its respective observation chamber. They stop in front of a set of doors labeled 1A. Inoichi looks at them and says, Lady Tsunade, please go into the observation chamber. Suzuki, you'll be coming with me into the interrogation room. Suzuki arches a brow, but Tsunade simply nods and walks through her door. Suzuki supposes it's good she trusts the higher-ups of the Intelligence Division implicitly, but he can't help a mounting sense of suspicion. Inoichi opens the door and steps through, Suzuki stepping in a heartbeat behind. If you've been in one interrogation room, you've been in all of them. There's really not much more you need for questioning than a table, 2 chairs, and a blindingly bright ceiling lamp. Seated facing the one-way mirror is a man with rough silver skin, gills, and the headband and fatigues to mark him as a mist jonin. Suzuki's brow arches higher. The jonin glances at him, then does a double take, eyes going wide as he sputters, that's Dash. That's him. I swear it's Dash. Inoichi puts a hand up and says, calm down, Jonin aka, he gestures for Suzuki to take a seat in the chair while he goes around to stand behind the mist ninja. When they've both taken their positions, Inoichi places one hand on the back of Eika's head and shuts his eyes. Now, please tell me. Is this the young man who handed over Kiba and Yazuka's body to you? Yes, Ika exclaims, throwing his bound hands into the air, I've told you over and over again, this is him. I saw him with my own 2 eyes, I knew he was an Uchiha before he even told me his name. Suzuki jolts back in his chair, I've never seen this man before. Eika's eyes go wide, but Inoichi murmurs, that may be true. But, comparing his memory of the event versus how he's perceiving you now, this man absolutely has seen you before. What? Where? In Yufujimi, Ika squawks, you walked right into my garrison with a corpse on your back. Said you'd sailed out of Chikyo and the Inyazuka boy died fighting rogue ninja pirates. You paid me up front and sealed him in a transport scroll yourself. Suzuki opens his mouth to call bullshit on all of it, but it catches in his throat, and instead he asks, when? When did I give you the body? 6 days ago, Ika answers, we crossed the strait to the land of valleys the night you gave us the mission, then traveled overland the rest of the way. They've been holding us here since we arrived. Suzuki's heart rate spikes, this was at a port? Was there a ship docked there named the Asahi, also out of Chikyo? Eika's brow furrows as he thinks, and Inoichi nods a moment before Ika answers, yeah, there was. I'd been overseeing the genin unloading her cargo when I got the call about you and your corpse. Why, what's that ship got to do with this? Suzuki rockets to his feet and looks over his shoulder to where he knows Tsunade is watching, excuse me for a moment. He doesn't wait to be excused, barreling out of the interrogation room and wheeling around into the observation chamber. Tsunade is waiting for him, hands on her hips and eyebrow cocked at an exasperated angle. That was Sakura. Suzuki dash. I told you, I saw her ship, it was called the Asahi. They name-checked Chikyo, the timing works out for a ship of that class dash. Suzuki. Who else in the world could have impersonated me that well? It's her, it has to have been her, I have to dash. Suzuki. He locks his jaw shut. Tsunade pushes a breath out through her nose, I can and I will take everything we've learned here under advisement. But as of the moment you walked through that gate you were suspended from active duty for the next 60 days. You can't just go chasing after her again. Not unless you want to turn that suspension into a dishonorable discharge. Do you understand me? Listening to her speak is like being slowly submerged in freezing water, one word at a time. Reality floods his lungs and he's struggling to breathe. Suzuki chokes out a weak, yes, ma'am. Tsunade shakes her head with a sigh, what on earth am I going to do with you? All right. Let's go to the tower. Suzuki barely remembers the walk to the tower. One moment he was in the interrogation room, the next he's in one of the tower's conference rooms giving his portion of the report to a member of the Intel division while a stenographer transcribes it and adds the pages fresh from the typewriter into the mission file. The next he's in Tsunade's office watching her fill out the paperwork to make his suspension official while Naruto stands at his side but refuses to look at him, and the next he's opening the tower doors to see Kakashi on the other side with his arms crossed over his chest and eyes slit in a stern glare. Kakashi looks between Naruto and Sasuke, then asks in a low voice, "So, are you two going to tell me why I got a call in the middle of the night telling me my team was being disbanded? Or am I going to have to wait until the mission file is declassified for that?" Naruto shrugs a shoulder, eyes on the dirt. "I mean, we're both off missions for a month, that's probably part of it." Kakashi's eye finds a way to narrow further. "Naruto, you are really not in a position to talk back to me right now. You will tell me what happened, or dash." Naruto's eyes leap up, pupils long and sharp, and he fires back, "Or what? You said it yourself, the team's been disbanded. You're not our leader anymore, you can't tell me what to do. I'm out of here." Naruto turns on his heel and starts stomping away, but Kakashi snaps at his back, "You're still a genin and I am still your sensei. We will talk about this later, whether you like it or not." Naruto flinches, but keeps walking. Kakashi and Sasuke watch him go until he's just an orange speck at the end of the road. Kakashi turns the full force of his gaze back to Sasuke. "Well." Sasuke takes a deep breath, holding it as he considers his next move, then looks Kakashi in the eye and asks, "Can we go somewhere first?" Kakashi graciously lets Sasuke lead the way downtown, to a set of modest row houses one street over from the main street and one block down from the Nohara tailor shop. Sasuke stops in front of the home in the center of the block. Kakashi's brow furrows, but he says nothing. The 3 steps it takes to get up to the door feel like 3 miles. Sasuke shuts his eyes and knocks twice. When he opens them, the door is swinging open, and he looks directly into the hazel eyes of a woman with mauve hair and a familiar round face. Tsubaki Harano's face unfolds into a brilliant smile. "Oh, Kakashi, Sasuke. What a surprise. Would you like to come in?" Kakashi arches a brow in Sasuke's direction, and Sasuke coughs, "Please." Tsubaki ushers them in. Sasuke fumbles out of his sandals in the jinkan while Tsubaki and Kakashi both watch, Tsubaki asking questions about his mission and how Naruto's doing, Kakashi just staring at Sasuke's back. Sasuke stands up straight. He can't keep his eyes from jumping all around the room, seemingly always finding another photo of a younger, happier Sakura wherever they land. He can't contain it any longer and it comes out of his mouth like a gunshot, "I saw her." Tsubaki tilts her head to one side, "Excuse me. Sakura. I saw Sakura. On my mission, she was there. In the city. I saw her, and I talked to her, and she's alive. She's not, I can't say she's alright, but she's not dash." Tsubaki grabs him by the sleeves of his jacket. Her eyes are wild and already wet with tears, her whole body tense like a coiled spring and her jaw clenched tight. Kakashi's eye has gone wide, darting between the two of them. "Are you sure?" Tsubaki whispers, "Are you sure it was her?" Sasuke nods, completely. Tsubaki sags boneless against him as she makes a sound that shakes Sasuke to his core. Sasuke has no choice but to catch her and hold her steady. Saying she's sobbing isn't enough. Each one rips violently through her and slams into him with bruising force. Kakashi's arms come around them both to keep them upright. The only words Sasuke can pick out between the sobs are all variations on "thank you." He had no idea relief could make you cry like this, that there could be catharsis on a level this deep. Will this be him when Itaka dies? When Sakura comes home? Kakashi leans in closer and whispers, "Sasuke, help her over to the couch. I'll get her some water." Sasuke does as he's told. He sits with Tsubaki as she breathes herself back to a baseline. Kakashi arrives to settle on her other side, placing a glass of water in front of her that she gulps down gratefully. Tsubaki wipes at her eyes and stammers, I'm so sorry, I just wasn't expecting this, and dash." "Don't apologize," Kakashi murmurs, putting a hand on her back, "this is your daughter we're talking about, no one would fault you for being overwhelmed. Now, Sasuke, would you mind telling us more about your encounter with Sakura?" Going through these events for Tsubaki and Kakashi is a whole different beast than every time he's done it before. Something about the way Tsubaki's breath catches when Sasuke describes how thin Sakura had become, about how Kakashi sighs and rubs at his temples when Sasuke replays the argument on the roof, about Tsubaki covering her mouth with wide eyes when he tells her Sakura asked him to go with her, makes him feel far more like a subject under glass than anything the Intel Division could muster. When he finishes, he can't look at them. He can only stare at his knees. One of Tsubaki's delicate hands takes his wrist in a gentle but insistent grip. Thank you, Sasuke. For what? For letting me know she's not. That she didn't become the monster they all think she is, Tsubaki whispers, squeezing his wrist, for letting me know that my daughter isn't beyond saving. Sasuke takes a deep breath and closes a hand over hers. We can bring her back. I know we can. From what you've told us, I'm inclined to agree with you, Kakashi says, but that just means we need to focus on what's closer to home, and what's much more uncertain right now. Sasuke swallows. Naruto. Kakashi nods. Exactly. Sasuke steeples his fingers in front of his face and leans forward with a deep sigh. It's inevitable, and it's necessary, but that doesn't make Sasuke dread it any less. He tries to picture a reconciliation and can only imagine another argument, another knockdown drag-out fight that leads to them both throwing raisins and Chidori's at each other, and Sasuke doesn't know if he'll be able to make himself stop at the last minute this time. Sasuke runs his hands through his hair. They can't just beat the shit out of each other every time something like this happens. It's not sustainable. He knew that during the second bell test, he knew that when they fought on the outskirts of Tanzaku town, he knew that as early as the first bell test when he offered Naruto his lunch instead of smacking him upside the head. This isn't a problem just one of you can solve. Sasuke has to be ready to apologize. And he will be. But Naruto has to be ready to hear it. And he's absolutely not. Sasuke turns to look at Kakashi and simply says, we're going to need help. Jiraiya drops the mission file for the peace talks on the table and flatly states, well, that was a clusterfuck. Tsunade's eyes nearly bug out of her skull and she purses her lips tight, obviously using every ounce of her prodigious strength to keep herself from screaming profanities at him while her assistant and the council are in the room. Jiraiya shrugs with his whole upper body. Well, what else can I even say, Tsunade? 6 good ninja died, 3 Akatsuki were loose on the scene, 2 tailed beasts rampaged through a major city, and 1 rogue ninja got away. The numbers don't lie, and they spell disaster for those peace talks. I commend you at least for having your people assist in the immediate relief efforts, Yudatan says, still flipping through her copy of the file. It will at least keep our relationship with hot water from deteriorating in the wake of this tragedy, though it improving is completely out the window. Shizun, as always, plays the optimist. I wouldn't say that for certain. Our people were the first to leap into action while hot water's own forces lagged behind. What you take away from the situation and how hot water will spin the situation are 2 entirely different things. Miss Kato, Mito Kato spits, adjusting his spectacles. They would sooner die than admit their ninja were insufficient. They will do whatever they can to make it look like we brought the trouble with us. We are wasting our time looking outward when our own house is in disarray. Danzo cuts in. We mustn't forget that even though many high-value targets survived, we lost the Hokage guards and 3 of the 12 Guardian Ninja. These positions must be filled, as soon as possible. Iwashi will obviously be promoted from an alternate to a full-time guard, Tsunade states. That's 1 position filled. As for the other 2, Iwashi was trained in the Flying Thunder formation, and it'd make the most sense to select someone who would be able to quickly learn it. Since Minato developed the technique, Kakashi would be a dash. You strip the man of his team and then want him to be your guard, Yudatan spits. Do you trust him, or don't you? A vein bulges out on Tsunade's neck. Context, Yudatan, is important. I may not trust him with commanding Naruto and Sasuke right now, but I would still trust him with my life. Jiraiya shuts his eyes, then sighs. Tsunade, you know I hate to agree with them, but Kakashi's mental state is as suspect as the boy's right now. He's also still recovering from the injuries he sustained during the Kazekage's rescue. I don't think he's a terrible choice holistically, but he's not a good one for the moment. Tsunade shoots him a glare. Can you at least be constructive and offer a better alternative? I can, actually, Jiraiya flips to Team Guy's report in the mission file. According to the mission report, this Guo Tiantang girl was able to identify a flaw in one of my seals, modify it on the field in 3 minutes, and not only did it work, it successfully and safely sealed away a third of the Nine Tails chakra. The report says she's up for Jonin promotion, but if all this is true, she should have been promoted years ago, because this is genius level work. If you want someone who can learn the Flying Thunder God formation, I say you promote this girl not just to Jonin, but directly to your guard. Absolutely insane, Mito Kato splutters, you can't base something this important on one spark of genius. A promotion on that level should be the result of a consistent service record of excellency. Team Guy has a consistently excellent service record, Shizun counters, and all their mission reports reflect a team who works in harmony, all contributing their fair share. I would say that's evidence that Tenten is a respectable choice for Lady Tsunade's guard. While I agree she is talented and consistent, she is young, and it would be a waste of her prime service years to take her off the mission roster for full-time guard duty, Yuditen counters. At this current moment, she would make an excellent alternate. But she shouldn't be promoted to full-time guard until she has a few more years in the field under her belt. I would like to put forth a candidate, Danzo declares, Jonin Asuma Sarutobi. Jiraiya and Tsunade arch an eyebrow in unison, Asuma. Jonin Sarutobi showed skill and consistency enough to be appointed to the 12 Guardian Ninja, which speaks well of both his skill and gives him a familiarity with long-term bodyguard duties. He has a sharp mind. I have no doubt he would be capable of learning the Flying Thunder God formation. Most importantly, his record is spotless, showing very little instability or overtly clouded judgment. He is a solid, dependable choice. Jiraiya purses his lips. Asuma is a stable, solid, conservative choice. Yuditen and Mito Kato mull it over in silence, but nod to themselves every few seconds as they turn the thoughts over in their minds. They're sold already, he knows it. He looks to Tsunade. She's hiding a pinched frown behind her hand. She knows there's not much she can say to refute Asuma, but there's also not much she can say to change the council's mind about Kakashi or Tenten. So Tsunade just says, we can come back around to that. In the meantime, let's try to fill the 3 empty slots in the 12 Guardian Ninja. It's as good as saying he's won. Yuditen and Mito Kato sit up a little straighter as they start naming their suggestions for the Guardian Ninja. Danzo, at least, has the dignity not to preen like a cat that ate the canary. Picking 3 new Guardian Ninja goes much the same way, with Tsunade and Jiraiya making suggestions that quickly get shot down and outvoted. One of the slots is even filled by Yasuko Shimura, Danzo's own granddaughter and heir to the clan, but of course he's not the one to recommend her. Plausible deniability is king in situations like this. By the time they're done, Jiraiya is aching for a drink, or just to be anywhere else but here. One last internal matter to address is the state of the former Team Kakashi, Danzo states, or, more specifically, the state of Naruto. Jiraiya scowls at the council. To be blunt, if it wasn't for the 3 of you insisting he be on the mission, Naruto wouldn't be in a state at all. Mito Kato rolls his eyes. By your own admission, the boy had been showing signs of instability and discontent since he returned to the village. Whatever resentments pushed him to this point were brewing long before this mission, it was simply a matter of when they would bubble to the surface. We should have Umbu monitor him, Yuditen cuts in, until these issues have been resolved. There's no telling when he might dash. Tsunade slams a hand down on her desk and it cracks at the impact. If we go back to treating Naruto like a ticking time bomb, he'll become one. Yuditen sneers. Then by all means, Lady Hokage, tell us what ought to be done instead. He's a teenage boy going through a difficult time. What he needs is someone to talk to, someone who will listen to him without judgment. Tsunade looks to Jiraiya. As his godfather, Jiraiya should be the one to do it. Absolutely he should. This has gone past the point of just letting Naruto process it on his own. He needs someone to. The thought disappears. Like it was never there to begin with. Hesitation covers it over. When Naruto would sulk up on Mount Myaboku, Jiraiya found the most success just letting him live in those emotions for as long as he needed to. The kid was good at processing on his own. He'd gotten good at it after all those years by himself, and Jiraiya would just throw things off their natural axis. So he grimaces and says, maybe, but not right away. I think the kid still needs some time to himself. Once he's calmed down a bit more, then that might be the right time to go in and talk him through it. Tsunade's jaw drops. She's staring at him wide-eyed, like he'd just stabbed her in the back. A shot of guilt runs up and down his spine. From the corner of his eye he catches sight of Shizuan, eyes wide, and brows drawn tight together. What's that look for? Is there something on his face? In the meantime, he still ought to be monitored, Mito Kato adds, not 24/7, of course, but tightly enough that if something else does occur, we will be ready for it. Tsunade is silent for a while. Her eyes slide across the room to settle on Danzo before slitting into a glare. She flips to another page in the report and says, since we're on the topic of Team Kakashi, what Sasuke and Naruto both reported about Sakura has me troubled. Danzo turns to stare her down. How so? What they report her saying and doing throws a lot of things we thought we knew about her defection into question, she says, voice cold as ice. On the night of her defection, they both reported her acting largely unrepentant and fighting tooth and nail to get away. But fast forward 3 years and suddenly she's saying she had a plan and a mission not only to protect the village, but come home afterwards. She even took credit for Orochimaru's death. She spent 3 years at Orochimaru's side, yet at encounters, doubtless he taught her to say whatever she needs to in order to get what she wants. But what would she gain from it now? Without Orochimaru calling the shots, what does she gain from claiming she was a double agent? Enough time to escape, Danzo answers flatly, which she quite obviously got. Frankly, Tsunade, speculating on Sakura's motives strikes me as a profound waste of our time. Tsunade steeples her fingers beneath her chin and holds Danzo's gaze. Is it? When her just showing up was enough to send a mission careening sideways and compromise 2 of our most promising young ninja, I would say there's nothing more worth our time than figuring out what she's after and why. As I said, speculating on her motives is a waste of time. Definitively determining them would not be, but the only one able to answer those questions with any authority would be the girl herself. I wonder. Danzo's eye narrows, mumbling under your breath is unbecoming of you, Lady Tsunade. Tsunade tilts her head ever so slightly to one side. Well, Sakura for all her intelligence has her weaknesses, same as any shinobi. And the easiest way to make up for one's weaknesses is by finding allies that cover them. It's entirely possible she hasn't been working alone. Well, like you said, speculating is a waste of time. You could cut the tension in the room with a chainsaw. Jiraiya can't handle 1 more minute of this. Well, I think I've outlived my usefulness, Jiraiya drawls. Have fun determining our foreign policy without me. He turns to leave and no one moves to stop him. But once he's shut the door behind him and started down the hall, he hears them open again. Jiraiya looks over to see his shoulder to see Shizuan jogging to catch up with him, that same troubled expression still on her face. He turns towards her. Did I forget something in there, Shizuan? She shuffles to a stop in front of him, stammering, and no, I just wanted to make sure you were. Are you feeling quite well, Master Jiraiya? Yes? Should I not be? Shizuan opens her mouth to speak, then shuts it tight. She examines his face with a tight, unreadable expression. He shifts from foot to foot beneath the weight of her gaze. If she could just find what she's looking for already and let him go in his way, that'd be great. As if she'd read his mind, Shizuan shakes her head and forces a smile. I guess it was only my imagination. Have a good night, Master Jiraiya. She turns on her heel and disappears back into Tsunade's office. Jiraiya stares at the doors, brow furrowed. He can't help feeling like he's missing something. That's a thought he can come back to in the morning. For now, he needs to stop thinking so damn hard. And unlike Tsunade and Orochimaru, Jiraiya does not think better when he's drinking. Shikamaru doesn't know how long he stayed in that bright white box. Time skips and stutters in his memory. He blacks out and back in again, and every time he returns he's still there. He'd thought in all his academic study of torture that the pain would be a constant, but it's always changing, never the same thing twice, with long stretches of anticipation between methods or barrages of sensation to make certain he can't brace for any impacts. All of it inside a blank white box, delivered by invisible hands. Not even Shikamaru's mind can keep up. He doesn't realize he's been moved until he's lying on a cot, staring at the ceiling. He's not used to this, to his brain lagging behind his eyes. He sees the transition of bright white to cement gray but doesn't process it. Not until his eyes drift back down to his own body, to the dried blood at the base of his newly grown fingernails, and his stomach rolls. Shikamaru forces his eyes back to the ceiling. He counts cracks, chips, specks, stains. Anything to keep his mind from going back to that room. To what happened in that room. Only when he's counted every defect in the cement 3 times over is Shikamaru ready to try and glean something, anything, from that. It's like forcing his own thoughts through a sieve. If he strains out the pain, the fear, all the ways they pushed him to his breaking point and past it, Shikamaru has to find something useful. What he's left with is their questions. Standard practice when rooting out spies is to capture one to rat out all the rest. He'd expected them to ask for names. They hadn't. Instead, they had asked what he knew. How much he'd learned. Where he'd learned it. His methods. His suspicions. His deductions. Shikamaru whispers in a hoarse voice, the mark beneath the surface of his tongue tingling as the words slide across it. It makes no sense. If what he knew was the problem, they would have just killed him to silence him and keep it from getting out. Pieces click together, and the feeling of putting things together is at once grounding and disquieting. Maybe that wasn't an interrogation. Maybe that was an assessment. Shikamaru swallows hard. The mark starts to prickle and sting. There's the sound of metal scraping on stone from outside his cell. He manages to lever himself up to one elbow. The cell is a dour gray box kept shut not by bars, but a tight metal lattice whose apertures are far too small to see through at this distance. Shikamaru maneuvers himself out of bed and he aches down to his bones with every movement. But he has to know. He has to see. He shuffles all the way up to the grate and pushes his eye against one of the holes. There's an open cell across the hall. He's arrived just in time to see 2 of these shadowy umbu in their featureless black fatigues guiding a boy inside it. The boy can't be much older than Shikamaru, with flat black hair and eyes and paper white skin to make the bruises and blood stains littering it all the more dramatic. Orca trails behind the trio. The sight of their mask sends Shikamaru's heart rate into the stratosphere, and suddenly he's drenched in an ice-cold sweat. He forces himself to look at the space just above Orca's head. If he doesn't, he's not sure how long he'll be able to stay conscious. The shadow umbu take the pale boy all the way to his bed and help him to sit before stepping out of the cell. Orca steps in. They walk until they're even with the boy, then crouch down in front of him to regard him in silence for a few moments. Then, they simply say, "I know you can do better than this, 515. If you do not improve, you will be terminated. Please bear that in mind." 515 nods. Orca exits the cell, the grate sliding shut behind them, and stalks back up the hall with the shadow umbu on their heels. Once he's certain he can't hear their footsteps, Shikamaru hisses across the hall, "Hey! Hey! Can you hear me over there?" No answer. "How long have they been holding you? Do you know where we are?" No answer. "Look, okay, I know what they've been doing to you, I'm in the same boat, and I know how it gets in your head, but if you work with me we can get out dash." "I don't want to get out." Shikamaru's brain short-circuits. Everything goes blank. He shakes his head to bring it back online. "Are you serious?" The boy's voice is flat, but frayed at the edges. "My place is here. My purpose is to act as one root among many, working in the dark so they can live in the light. If I cannot fulfill it, if I cannot be of use..." He leaves the conclusion hanging in the air, like a steel weight on a threadbare rope. Shikamaru's throat is desert dry, and letting them torture you, that'll fix it? That'll make it so you can, what, do your job again? Yes. I was compromised. That must be rectified, or I will be ineffective. Pieces click together and Shikamaru clenches his hand into a fist. Flint strikes steel, sparks light tinder, and Shikamaru is furious. He whispers, "What's your name?" 515. "Yeah, no, that's not a fucking name. Try again." The boy is silent, staying that way for long enough to make Shikamaru think he's pushed his luck too far. Then, he murmurs, My code name for my last mission was Sai. That'll have to do. When the last of the Three Tails chakra disappears into the Gado statue, Kakuzu is the first to sigh aloud. Sitting in one spot expending chakra for 6 straight days is a young man's game. There had been the briefest possible reprieve between the 2 and the 3 tails ceilings for those among the Akatsuki that still needed food and rest to get a thimbleful of both, but all Kakuzu and Haiden had gotten was to stretch their legs before it was right back to the grind. Kakuzu bristles beneath his coat. For being an investor, their shareholder doesn't seem to understand the basic financial wisdom of time is money. And they've wasted 6 days worth of both. As the Akatsuki roll their shadowy necks and stretch projected limbs, pain draws in breath to speak. With a sucking sound, space itself is punched through with a pinhole-sized black hole. Their shareholder spirals out from it and lands in a crouch between the Gado statue's elbows. He interrupts pain before he can even begin speaking. Excellent work, everyone. Now, with the 5 and 7 tail in storage, our top priority must be 4 and 6. While you were all hard at work, I was tracking their movements. We have 2 sets of teams positioned perfectly to intercept them in the next 48 hours. Wait, hold the fuck up, Haiden crows, 48 hours. We just spent a week sealing 2 beasts, you want us to immediately turn around, grab 2 more, and then what, spend 12 days sealing the next 4. Their shareholder's orange mask almost looks exasperated as it stares back up at Haiden. Did you have something more important to be doing? Haiden throws his arms in the air and squawks, yes. I haven't done any devotional killings since before Chikyo. And this organization has long-term financial commitments, Kakuzu points out. Our activities since the one-tail incident have generated quite a lot of expenses on top of those, and we haven't brought in any revenue since then. Shogun Yakushi made you a handshake deal then ran off to fight a war, Kakuzu snarls. If he even mentions paying us for our work in Waterfall, that'll be a miracle. Right now we are hemorrhaging money, and now is the perfect time to put the big picture plan on hold to raise more capital via mercenary work. Their shareholder shakes his head, sighing, it seems I'll never stop repeating myself at this rate. As I went over previously, this organization's purpose and top priority is hunting the tailed beasts. Just because one thing is our top priority doesn't mean all other priorities stop existing. Konan, of all people, cuts in. The Akatsuki are only able to move as freely as we do through the fringes and gray areas of society because of the goodwill we've built up with our mercenary work and Rain's diplomatic ties. Neglecting those, especially in the wake of 2 high-profile attacks, could make our current momentum much more difficult to maintain. Let's get down to brass tacks, Mr. Shareholder, Haiden growls, hand reaching up to wrap around the haft of his scythe. I was real pleased with the arrangement I had with the Akatsuki up until you came along. It was a pretty sweet deal, one I'm really not in a mood to see altered. Their shareholder tilts his head to one side. Ah, that's right. I haven't given my name, have I? Being called Mr. Shareholder simply won't do. He shifts in such a way that the light catches on his one eye, reflecting off a bright red sherry non. So then, allow me to introduce myself. I am Madara Uchiha. On that word, he releases the tight hold he'd kept on his chakra. It comes off him in a wave of pressure that nearly knocks Kakuzu and Haiden all the way to the ground. Haiden falls to one knee atop the Gado statue's finger, barely catching himself by digging his scythe into the petrified digit. Kakuzu coats himself in earth chakra and weathers the storm. It passes over him like a blast of discordant noise, leaving his ears ringing and head spinning. When it hits the rest of the Akatsuki's projections, their forms all flicker and distort like a television screen stuck between channels, barely recognizable until an effort of chakra from pain rights them again. The whole room is silent. All eyes are wide. Kakuzu's mind is, for a second, blank. Then, one singular thought crawls out from the shadows. No, you're fucking not. Kakuzu has never been more certain of anything in his life. He only met Madara once, when they were both much younger men, but it wasn't the sort of experience you forget. He wasn't the sort of man you forgot. They called him the Dragon of the South for a reason. A dragon is a being of immeasurable power and consequence, a creature that leaves your life changed upon even one encounter. And this man, standing small in a massive cave, looking oh so pleased with himself behind a mask. He is nothing even close to that. But gut feelings and instincts only get you so far. Kakuzu stays silent and waits for an opening. Of all the people to speak up after that, Kakuzu wasn't expecting Kisame. That's all very well, Lord Uchiha, but there's a practical point to be made here. Even the immortals among us rely on chakra to stay that way. The mortals are even more reliant on chakra to function. And we just spent 6 days straight expending it. None of us are in prime condition, and we will need to be if we're going to undertake another mission like the one we just finished. Kakuzu catches Ataka's eyes lingering on Kisame. Ah. So that's his real angle. Adorable. So adorable Kakuzu wants to vomit. There's nothing quite so sickening as true love. Pain's eyes narrow, and when he speaks every word is accompanied by a pulse of chakra that makes loose stone fall from the cavern ceiling. Your counsel is, as always, deeply appreciated. But, Lord Uchiha, as this organization's leader I am inclined to agree with my subordinates. I will not sacrifice precision and effectiveness in pursuit of speed. I will allow them at least 36 hours of rest. In the meanwhile, you and I can confer privately on how we will hunt down and capture our next 2 targets. Dismissed. Pain doesn't wait for Madara to offer a rebuttal. The projections disappear, and the Gado statue with them. Kakuzu falls to the ground and lands on his feet. When the smoke clears, he expects Madara to have gone with it. He hasn't. He's still there, standing in the center of the room, stock still except for his fingers. They're grasping and flexing at his sides in furious little motions. Kakuzu swallows a sneer. The sage himself couldn't have given him a better opening. Kakuzu shoots his shot. You look well for dead, Madara. Hardly expected to see you of all people again, but I suppose you don't earn the name, Dragon of the South, for going down easy. Madara's head turns very slightly towards Kakuzu, and after a pause, he says, no. I suppose not. Surprised you're working with us at all, considering Ataka's presence and, you know, what he did. Madara's tone is opaque. Well, we all must do what's necessary in pursuit of loftier goals. I suppose. Even so, it can't have been easy to hear Suki went like that. First Kania, then Izuna, then her. My condolences. Madara stares at him, mask blank and impassive, for a long moment. Thank you. I must be on my way. Kakuzu bows at the waist, and Madara recedes into another hole in the world, disappearing completely. Beneath his mask, Kakuzu is grinning wide enough to strain the stitches keeping him together. He got him. He got him. Daughter, wife, brother. The 3 sorest spots Madara Uchiha had. It had been the only hard and fast rule of the negotiations between Waterfall and Leaf: don't mention them, or you won't come home. Their ambassador had done it anyway. Madara hadn't left any of him behind to bury. Kakuzu hit all 3. And whoever that was hadn't recognized a single one. We're going to rain, Kakuzu announces, stalking towards the cave exit. Haiden picks himself up off the ground and arches a brow. And why are we doing that, exactly? Kakuzu sneers over his shoulder, to tell the boss he's being played. The connection cuts and Ataka drops, falling to his side on the bed. Kisame gets up from the center of the in-room floor and settles at his bedside. He examines Ataka carefully. His eyes are shut, but his breathing is heavy and deliberate. No way he's asleep. Kisame puts a hand on Ataka's bandaged shoulder. I don't know how much you even can tell me. So I won't ask you for any more than you are willing to give. Ataka's eyes creak open a sliver, and he whispers, Kisame, do you know how utterly exhausting it is to have to lie to everyone in your life every single minute of every single day? Kisame purses his lips. I think I have an idea. Ataka reaches up and closes his hand over Kisame's. I've been living like this since before the massacre. I can't. I need one person, just one, that I don't have to lie to. So, if you're willing, I can tell you all of it. Kisame considers that for a moment, then squeezes Ataka's shoulder, ready and willing. And Ataka tells him all of it. When he's finished, Kisame first has to get up and pace a circle around the in-room. Ataka's vision isn't so far gone yet that he can't follow him with his eyes. The first thing Kisame manages to say is, first, a purely academic question, About how easy do you think this Danzo would be to kill? That makes Itaka laugh. Kisame hasn't heard him laugh in months. He savors the sound. Considering we'd likely have to get through all of Route before we got to him, I'd say not very, Itaki answers, a wry, affectionate smile playing across his lips. Kisame grins, so you're saying it's a challenge. Itaka laughs with his whole chest and it devolves into a wet cough, after which he wheezes, oh please don't make me laugh, Kisame. Kisame's grin drops as he returns to his place at Itaka's side, then second. This is really what you want? You want to spend however long you've got left playing unofficial double agent and waiting for your brother to come kill you? Itaka makes as close to eye contact as he can manage, of course it's not what I want. But what I want isn't possible anymore dash. Tell me anyway. Itaka's breath catches. Kisame threads his fingers through Itaka's hair and pushes it out of his eyes, I don't care if it's possible or not. I want to know. I want to hear you say it. So tell me what you want. Itaka holds his gaze for a long moment, then shuts his eyes and draws in a shaking breath, I just want to spend the time I have left peacefully. I've been fighting my whole life. I'm tired of it. I just want to know what peace feels like. Even for a moment. Kisame's chest aches, and all he can do is whisper, always knew you were a soft touch. Itaka cracks one eye open with a weak smirk, have I been that obvious this whole time? Well, maybe not to anyone who hasn't been staring at you for as long as I have. Really? What can I say? It's a hell of a view. Itaka pulls together just enough chakra to actually look Kisame in the eye, Kisame. What I've told you. It doesn't have to change anything. I plan to walk my path to its end, and if you continue along yours, I'll respect that. Kisame runs a rough thumb along the arc beneath Itaka's eye, I hitched my wagon to Madara's because I wanted to fight for something true, something real, for the first time in my life. But the way I feel about you? That's the realest, truest thing I've ever known. So I'm with you, Itaka. All the way to the end of the road. Itaka squeezes his eyes shut, tears beating at the corners, you're too good to me, Kisame. Kisame presses a kiss to his hair and murmurs against his scalp, I'd argue I'm exactly good enough, love. Itaka's face goes sherry non-red, oh. Oh you cannot call me that around other people. Well now I think I have to. Kisame dash. Kisame shuts him up with a kiss. Itaka laughs against his mouth and it tastes like blood. The sounds of battle from the front lines are surprisingly relaxing to read by, Kabuto has found. Their forward operating camp is perhaps a half-day's run from the front, and the explosions and screams are muffled and obscured by distance into a low roar. But even if they were closer, Kabuto doubts he would mind. Some medics thrive in the hospital, some in disaster zones, but Kabuto is a combat medic to his bones. The chaos of the front is more calming to him than any lullaby Nono ever struggled through singing. Not that this is any kind of chaos. Kabuto glances up towards the entrance of his tent, staring all the way past the camp, over the next rise and down into the trenches. Thanks to the Akatsuki, Waterfall is weakened, and effectively leaderless. Oh, a close advisor to their village head had certainly stepped up to rally them all, but there's a reason he wasn't picked for the job before the village was in crisis. He'll be an easy king to capture. Kabuto turns his attention back to the reports on what he's calling his desk. Sasori's report is everything Kabuto expected. Madara cracking the whip was never going to go over well. He'd been well within his rights to try, but he failed to realize that the Akatsuki's fragile coexistence only worked because Pain gave the maniacs under his command copious amounts of leeway to do as they pleased. The smart money is on a schism forming in the ranks. But who will fall on what side? Now that will be the interesting part. The news from Route is not quite what Kabuto had expected. Between taking Shikamaru off the board and Sakura's mere presence in Chikyo throwing wrenches into plans, they seem to have gained as much ground as they've lost. With Shikamaru captured, that'll leave all his collaborators to run around like headless chickens, especially with logical successor Asuma firmly in their pocket. They can consider that problem all but solved. But Sakura is still out there. The longer she evades them, the more chances she has to send Route's plans and his own crashing down. but the fact that she is still a thorn in Danzo's side means Danzo still has an exploitable weakness. Kabuto smirks to himself. If Sakura wasn't a liability, he thinks he might be proud of all the chaos she's sown. Kabuto rests his elbows on his knees and steeples his fingers, drumming their tips together. He's going to need to play this smart, and he's going to need to keep playing this subtle. This war with Waterfall will make for excellent cover, especially if he leverages his connections within Akatsuki and Root to keep Leaf and Rock from interfering. If he comes at this from the side, helping the Akatsuki and Root get what they want in such a way that it also gives him what he needs, this will go off smooth as silk. Alright. Time to work. Kabuto leans back and says to the open air, Raven. Chameleon. They materialize silently from the shadows, kneeling on either side of him, awaiting your command, Lord Shogun. Kabuto takes an indulgent moment to smirk at the sound of his title. Tell our liaisons in Akatsuki and Root to send word to Madara and Danzo I'm willing to solve their current problems for them, if they're amenable. If they want details, a meeting can be arranged. Raven nods and disappears without a word. Chameleon lingers, I'm curious, Lord Shogun. What's your angle, here? Kabuto grins, I'm merely testing the measure of my reach. Check the description for the links to the author.